Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Mr. Birch. Mr. Birch is joining us online. Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Dr. Selcraig. Here. Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Ms. Johnson, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Seeing no minutes tonight, Mr. Mayor, do you have anything to share with us?
Yes, I thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick reports. Had the privilege late last week of opening the new Walmart Superstore south of Diamond Boulevard, which beautiful expansion, over 100 new jobs into the economy with that expansion during a time when jobs are being lost. And they also handed out several large checks to people like the Food Bank, the Downtown Soup Kitchen, and the Salvation Army. So welcome that addition to the neighborhood, to the tax base, to the employment base, and to the nonprofit world. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the grand opening of the Clithrow Center, which of course is one of the key elements in our efforts to deal with the chronic public inebriates, and the funding for that from the state to add some beds there certainly will be a key part of our strategy going forward. And then on Friday I had the privilege of Mao versus the Mayor basketball game of horse, and I'm pleased to report that Mao went down. So,
really? Mr. Mayor, congratulations.
Why, thank you.
Anything else? All right. I would like to announce there's a continuation of the budget work session this Friday at noon. We didn't quite get done. We'll be concentrating on the enterprise budgets. There's additional work session calendared to focus primarily on amendments on the 13th from 12 to 2. And then the Assembly is scheduled to actually do the vote on the budget on the 17th of November. I'd also like to announce that we are now in receipt of the Mayor's veto of AR 270, and it's dated November 2nd, so we have 21 days if we choose to do anything with that. For the agenda tonight, it's, I believe our top priority to get through the budget hearings. There are two items that are essential to get done even prior to the budget hearings. That's 13A and 13C. So in a while, as we go through the consent agenda, I'll be setting up a sign-up sheet once again for the budget testimony, and I'll be asking for a motion to reorder the agenda to deal with those items first. There are also, for the folks who came for particular items, some items that I am already aware will be postponed and we won't be dealing with this evening, and those are the rezone of the property in Muldoon. That's AO 55. It's 2.65 acres from R3 to B3. Additionally, the 13H AO 108, the extended closing safety hour program, that'll be heard on December 15th. And 13I and J, I've been informed by the sponsors of both of those that they would be postponed to the beginning of December. With that, we can go to committee reports. Mr. Clayman, would you like to begin?
Nothing to report, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn?
Ditto.
Johnson?
We will be having a Budget and Finance Committee meeting on the 12th of November to address any amendments to the budget. Thank you.
And that's from 12 to 2?
12, well, right now it's scheduled 12 to 1, but probably should be 12 to 2. Thank you.
And the location would be here? I mean,
no, City Hall and room 155? 155.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't
currently chair any committees, so I don't have a report in that respect. But I do want to announce that on Thursday at 6:30 p.m. at Service High School, their little theater will be dedicated in the memory of Grant Frazier. I believe his title was Lance Corporal Grant Frazier of the U.S. Marines. I believe he was the third Alaskan to die in the Iraq War, and he is the son of Dr. Frazier and Mrs. Sharon Long, who many of you may know. And even though it's a small theater and it's only 200 seats and it's ratty and it's falling apart, someday it will be renovated or replaced and up to standards of all the other high schools, and I am positive that the name Grant Frazier will go along with that theater wherever it ends up being. So I'm inviting the public on behalf of the family to attend. This is very important to them, as Grant was quite an active thespian when he was at Service High School, and that wasn't very long ago. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Birch, do you have anything you'd like to announce? All right. Mr. Gutierrez?
No report, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Starr?
No report.
Mr. Selfridge?
No report.
Coffee?
Title 21 committee meeting continues its weekly meetings. We're there on Thursday from 9:15 to 11:45. This coming Thursday, we're dealing with the balance of Chapter 7090, which are parking issues, and hopefully we'll get through that. Specifically, I sent out a memo, which I think the clerk has posted, which indicates where we are and what we're going to do. So it's on the web if you want to see it, and of course it's a public meeting, so anyone can come. The Energy Task Force, of which I am a member, continues to meet on a weekly basis to gather information relative to our energy needs. It's just an ongoing education process for all of us. We're still in November. I will be able to report to you, and probably the mayor as well, on where we stand with the South Central Integrated Resource Plan, which is coming out from the Alaska Energy Authority of the state of Alaska. We'll also have an analysis of the natural gas reserves coming out of DNR at the same time. And finally, at that point in time, the final amendments relative to the GRETC, which is the Greater Rail Belt Energy and Transmission Corporation, will probably be in a position to be resolved based on the Integrated Resources Plan. So those three major elements of energy will come to some sort of resolution between this month and probably early December. And I'll obviously report on all of those to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, there is no addendum, but there are, I believe, two late on the table items.
Move to incorporate into the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
And the two items that were moved is a resolution honoring and remembering Corporal Gregory Fleury, which would be 9A1. It's AR 273. And then AR 272, it's a resolution commending the success of the Denina Civic and Convention Center. Is there any objection to adding those to the agenda? Seeing none, those items are incorporated. And with no addendum, I have nothing to read. My goodness. I'd like then to go down and see, actually a motion would be in order.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey, you want to start if there's anything you'd like to pull?
No, ma'am.
No, you don't want to start?
Nothing to pull.
Thank you.
Is there anything I'd like to pull? Yeah, I'd like to get on with the rest of it, but I won't do that, so let's go.
All right. Dr. Southcraig?
No, thank you.
Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch, excuse me.
No items,
Mr.
ma'am.
Starr?
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez?
No items, ma'am, though I would like to be shown as a co-sponsor on A2.
All righty. Mr. Birch, is there anything you'd like to pull? All right. Ms. Johnston? Oh, I'm skipping Ms. Drummond.
Oh, that's
No,
all right.
go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'll pull 9, is it 9A1 or
Yes.
A2
A1.
regarding Mr. Fleury?
A1.
Okay. Let's see, 9E1, 9E3, 9F is in Frank, 5. 9F is in Frank, 7. And 9F is in Frank, 11.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston?
I was going to pull 9E1 for, to postpone.
Same thing.
Right.
Okay, anything else?
No, thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Nothing to pull, Madam Chair. I would just note that we'll have an administrative change. We're not going to bother to amend it to 9B7.
9 what?
B7, the late on the table item. We forgot to include Civic Ventures LLC in the list of groups that we were thanking, and we'll just do that administratively.
All right.
That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Klayman?
Nothing to pull, Madam Chair.
All right. And I think we got the administration's items, did we, Mr. Michaelis?
You did. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm going to read those through one more time so everyone has them. 9A1, 9 Echo 1, 9 Echo 3, 9F5, F7, and F11. All right. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda less those items? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Ms. Drummond, would you like to make the first motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve item 9A1, AR 2009-273.
Is there objection? Seeing none, that item is approved. Understand there isn't anyone here to receive this, but I'd like to read the resolution into the record.
And, Madam Chair, we'll make sure what gets delivered to the family.
Thank you. This is a resolution honoring and remembering Corporal Gregory M.W. Fleury. Whereas Gregory M.W. Fleury, 23 years of age, lived in Alaska, residing in Anchorage, and graduated from Robert Service High School in 2005. And whereas Corporal Fleury served in the United States Marines as a helicopter crew chief on the UH-1 and was assigned to a light attack helicopter squadron based out of Camp Pendleton, California. And whereas Corporal Fleury served 2 tours in Iraq and was in the midst of serving a tour in Afghanistan. Whereas Corporal Fleury bravely served his country with a sincere desire to preserve and defend the freedom and the liberty of all Americans. And whereas all Americans owe Corporal Fleury a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. And whereas Corporal Fleury put his country's needs above his own and sacrificed his life so that all may live in freedom. Whereas Corporal Fleury was awarded several military awards, including the Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, the Iraq Campaign Medal, the Sea Service Deployment Ribbon, and the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. Whereas Corporal Fleury is the first Marine Corps Alaska native to be killed in action with serving in either Operation Iraqi Freedom or Operation Enduring Freedom. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Corporal Gregory M.W. Fleury is honored and remembered for his commitment, dedication, and ultimate sacrifice to the state of Alaska and the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this day.
Madam Chair, are we going to take a moment of silence?
Why don't we do
Thank
that?
you.
Thank you very much. The next item before us is E1. Ms. Drummond, do you mind if I let Ms. Johnston make the motion?
Of course.
Ms. Johnston? Yes. There was no poll for it. Is your mic on, ma'am?
I would like to postpone this. I think there's some additional information. I'd like to postpone this to November 17th, and I request that the chair actually add to our November 13th work session some time to devote to this matter.
That would be great.
Second.
Thank you. Is there objection to that? Seeing none, this matter is postponed, and the item will be added to the work session. I'm seeing some nods of the administration. Thank you. All right. The next item before us was 9 Echo 3. Ms. Drummond, can you make that motion?
Move to approve.
I'll
Move
second
to
it.
accept, excuse me.
And Mr. Michaelis, I understand there's a correction.
Yes, ma'am. On the AIM, line 17, the number as currently written is 1179450. That should read 1779450.
That explains.
Is there any objection to doing that? Seeing none, then this item is corrected. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Move to approve.
We've already got a motion to accept, sir, so I think we're all right.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing no objection, then, this matter is accepted. Thank you. The next item before us is for introduction. And I think, Mr. Michaelis, do you want to speak to it? I believe that your intent was to delay.
Yes, we would like to come back with this and reintroduce it on the 17th. The school district has requested some time to review it, and that still allows us ample time for the public hearing on the 1st.
Move to postpone this item indefinitely, then, so that it can come back in a new format.
Well, actually, my thinking when I ask him that is, let's just not make a motion, and then it'll ride, since it won't be introduced.
Withdraw my motion.
Thank
That
you.
was F5.
Correct.
All right. Is there, and so, hearing nobody else make a motion to introduce, I think we're fine then. Thank you, Mr. Michaelis.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Mr. Michaelis, through the Chair, would it be all right to share that ordinance with community councils that all of us will be seeing at the beginning of the month before it comes back before the body? In other words, do you expect much in terms of change before you'll send it to the school district as is, rather than
That is correct, and I do not expect much of a change, but they did want to preview it just to make sure.
Okay, because that would be good people to get input from, or the community council folks. Okay, thanks.
I'm going to ask Mr. Michaelis to speak on the next two, because it's the same situation in both. The administration has asked that we not deal with it. And so I don't think we necessarily need a motion if the body agrees. Mr. Michaelis, could you speak then to 9F7 and 9F11?
Yes, I'd be glad to. On 9F7, we would like to have that postponed indefinitely. It's not necessary for this action.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Point of order, if we're pulling these, I think the chair has correctly noted that we don't need to postpone. We're not introducing them.
Yeah. I just wanted the body to know the rationale, and then if someone disagrees with that, then they could make a motion to introduce.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
State your point.
If we don't postpone them indefinitely, they will be in front of us at the next meeting. No?
No, sir.
They don't roll over. When we skip the F7 items.
No, sir, because they have never been introduced. And as such, they won't appear again. But I wanted you all to understand the rationale. That's the only reason I'm asking Mr. Michaelis.
Madam Chair, I just want to be sure.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean if we skip an item in the 9F section,
Yes.
that it goes away forever no matter what? If we don't introduce it on the first night it appears?
That is my belief, yes, sir, because the items have to be introduced. If we don't introduce them, then they go away.
But I'm sorry. If that doesn't apply to other sections of the code.
Correct.
I mean, of the agenda.
Just the F item.
Doesn't apply to D and E and C and A and B. They roll.
I'm happy to talk to you about this.
Okay, I just want to be sure I understand. That's it. I'm done.
Yes, thank you. All right, and then Mr. Michaelis on 11.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We would request the same on this item, that it be pulled indefinitely. And the reason is we will be coming forward with two new names.
All right. Are there any questions from the administration on anything else at this point? Seeing none, we are through the consent agenda in record time. I would like to announce to folks who are here to speak to us about the budget that we have a sign-up sheet. And who's got the sign-up sheet? Shalom? I will recognize them. Just a moment. Just hold on a second. If you want to speak to us on the budget, if you could go over to this young man on the side and put your name on a list, it would be helpful. Also, while people are doing that, we have appointed several people to boards and commissions. If you're in the audience and you have been appointed to a board or commission, excuse me, with no conditions, right, we would very much like to meet you. So if you wouldn't mind coming down to the microphone and introducing yourself, it would be appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Ray Kaufman. I've been appointed to the Investment Advisory Committee.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. My name is Michael Hurley, and I've been appointed to the Investment Advisory Commission.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who's been appointed? Well, if you're not here, we thank you for your service. It's an invaluable thing and greatly appreciated. So much of our government runs through citizen volunteerism, and your involvement is wonderful.
And Madam Chair, Andy Eaker was here. He was appointed to the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility Board, and so I thank him for his service. He left just a moment ago.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I'm trying to... Okay. Well, we can't. This one is going to be a long. Why don't Miss Gray Jackson on 11A? I'm trying to remember.
Madam
the
Chair?
public hearing was closed. What's your intent on that?
My intent is to postpone action until the meeting of December 1st.
And is there a second to that? Second. Is there objection to doing that? She is asking that this be postponed till December 1st, 11A. Oops. If you'd like to speak to that, let me know. Okay? Does anyone object to that? Seeing no objection. Oh,
sorry, I'm sorry, I was just a little slow. I think my sense is that this is something we may be able to do fairly quickly. I don't know. Is there a sense that this is going to be contentious this evening? I'm prepared with a set of amendments that I could move all at once. I guess
11A, not 11B.
This is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made the mistake. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry.
It appears that there is no objection, and as such, this item is postponed until December 1st.
I'm sorry.
All right. I think since we got through, it was originally my intent to reorder the agenda at this point, but since we got through fairly quickly, let's try to get 11B done. Okay. This item, the public hearing was closed, and there was action postponed. I don't believe there is a motion on the floor.
I would like to move an S version that you have before you. It has floor amendments 1 through 13 integrated into it, and perhaps the most efficient way to do this would be to move this, and then if there are objections about its content, sections can be pulled.
Okay, just a moment. Let me check with the clerk. I was envisioning that there would be the one move that's on our agenda. Hold on a second.
Yeah, it's been placed. Everybody should have it. It was handed out at the work session and at
All right. I checked with the clerk. No problem.
Madam Chair, point of order.
State your point, Mr.
Yeah, I believe that we introduced an S version, and that what Ms. Selcraig has are amendments to that S version. which we don't object to having done as one motion. I mean, just in the interest of time and...
I'm happy to do it however, whatever's the most efficient way to do it.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Just a minute. The mayor's point, I want to clear that one up first, unless you want to speak to the mayor's point.
I want to speak to the mayor's point.
Go ahead, Mr. Clayman.
This is actually the A version. There was an S version, and the one I think that he wants before us is actually labeled the A version, which is the most recent one.
Okay.
That's correct. But I understand the concept. I'm happy to do it however, whatever is easiest. What would be easiest for the chair?
Well, I think, at least from my kind of linear thinking.
Sure.
I would, I guess, appreciate the one that was in our packet, and then you could move your motions, your amendments based on that one. Would that be all right with you?
I thought we had a discussion about moving all the amendments at once.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
So if you don't mind, if it's acceptable to the body, could you then move and thank you, Mr. Clayman, the A version, and then most immediately move your amendments?
All right, I would like to move the A version that we have in our packets.
Second.
All right. The A version is before us. Now, Dr. Selcraig?
I would like to move amendments 1 through 13, which are reflected in an item that you have before you that was also handed out at the work session on Friday.
Second.
Thank you. And then I would like to suggest that if anyone has any amendments or concerns about any particular ones of these, that they could make a motion to amend Dr. Selcraig's amendment to deal with them that way. So at this point, I'm open for comments. Mr. Coffey, you're first.
No, I had a point of order, but you answered it.
Okay. Mr. Clayman.
I would move to make one amendment to the floor amendments, and I'll pass it out, would be to take out what is now Amendment 13 with replacement language, which I will distribute. That instead of talking about a scenario 3, I'll read the language, but I'll distribute the paperwork. The mayor has chosen 2 fiscal projections that provide different scenarios for analysis. Each scenario details the assumptions and impacts for review. Other viable projections and strategies are not included in the mayor's analysis.
May I
move to substitute that for
Right,
number
we need just a moment until it's passed down, and then I'll call on you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Clayman. I don't know if his
I
mic is
think
on.
your microphone was a little...
I'll get it closer.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman.
Thank you.
It's better than that.
Yeah, you're going to do it after him.
And could we make sure one gets to the administration too, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to accept this as a friendly amendment. Can I do that? No? Okay, so we'll act on it separately.
I
Okay.
think we need to deal with it. Mr. Clayman?
So I second it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Mr. Clayman, would you like to say anything further about it?
Unless questions, I think the language is pretty self-evident.
All right. Are there any comments on Mr. Clayman's amendment or substitute amendment?
Give us a minute to read it and look.
Excuse me, Mr. Birch, if you have Dr. Selcraig's amendments, Mr. Clayman is wanting to change number 13. And he has alternative language which reads, the mayor has chosen 2 fiscal projections that provide different scenarios for analysis. Each scenario details the assumptions and impacts for review. Other viable projections and strategies are not included in the mayor's analysis. That's the wording that's before us. Dr. Selcraig, did you want to speak to it?
I'm going to support this. I think it's a better way of addressing the potential of some sort of compromise budget, and I just think it's a cleaner way to say it than suggest that there's an actual scenario out there. I think we're going to work on this together, and this works fine for me, so I'm hoping we pass it.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing none, that amendment is incorporated.
Madam Chair,
Just a moment. Mr. Sullivan.
I veto all those amendments.
All right. There's been one amendment, sir.
Well, an amendment 2 and amendment 2 as well, Mr. Clayman's amendment and Ms. Selcraig's amendment.
Okay, there's only been an amendment to Dr. Selcraig's amendment made thus far. So, Mr. Sullivan, though I absolutely believe you have the ability to veto, I think you're being premature in that the body has not acted yet.
You asked if there was any objection to the amendment.
I hear your objection, but I think it's premature to say that you can veto when we haven't acted. All right. At this point, I'm having some technical difficulties with my screen, but anybody else? Ms. Drummond?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move floor amendment number 14.
Well, hold on then. We need to see if there's objection or any more discussion on Dr. Selcraig's amendments.
I have some comments to make.
Please make them.
I'm not going to launch into a diatribe. This amendment packet's been on my counter at home for some time, and I have the pleasure of having teenagers that are in government class come over. And we debated and talked about it as a group. I actually was appreciative of their input. I call it a diatribe because the definition of that is an abrasive critique in some statements. And I'll further label this packet here with the S that Ms. Selcraig's moving as sort of the Selcraig Manifesto. And I move that because there's a lot of movement towards the social responsibility that government has. And it moves to the, of course, the analogy to the Communist Manifesto isn't taken lightly here. I do it on purpose. We see words that are starting to crop up into our dialogue in this document that Ms. Selcraig Manifesto now speaks to words such as social equity. There was some other words that were used that were very creative and distributional type of language as it related to economics. And the distributional portion of economics is that it apparently is the concept to redistribute wealth through the government collection of monies and then move it through in sort of fiscal policy. So the whole point is to not beat up on the diatribe qualifier that I put out there, but I'm not supportive of a manifesto statement. I would like to see the words capitalism and free market enterprise, and our role as government is to provide that. Social programs that are dependent on handouts and such as that, I can't support the amendments. So that's where I go. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. What happened here? Dr. Selcraig?
I find it interesting to be have a referral to me of somehow I'm a communist. I think we've seen that kind of rhetoric in the past, and it's called McCarthyism, and that is the kind of anger that's kind of the underlying problem I think we have now in the Assembly. The fact is what Mr. Starr is referring to is a term called social equity, and I've become aware of it partly because it turns out that you can determine people's health by what zip code they live in. And the reason is that if we don't have a sense of evenness in our neighborhoods and in our community, we have an outcome. And social equity is being discussed all across the country in terms of public decision making. And how it relates to this particular budget process is that in an effort to reduce property taxes, we are creating some costs. And the interesting thing is that the reduction in property taxes will benefit the wealthiest people in the city. Landowners who own the most will gain the most. And we're doing that in the process of talking about cutting bus schedules and actually raising bus costs and making programs that are typically available to working class people harder to access. We're talking about reducing money for after-school programs. So basically, it is a distribution of wealth, but it's a distribution of wealth to the rich and the wealthy. And for some reason, Mr. Starr is comfortable with that. And certainly we've seen in this country the outcome of unbridled capitalism is comfortable with that. And we certainly do need, at this point in this community, to get a grip and talk about how our decisions affect working class people. And if you think that makes me a communist, I think that what I'll have to say to you is that you sound a lot like a McCarthy person. I mean, for goodness sakes, this is not a manifesto. The other things that it talks about is sustainable community. pull up any public document for any city in the country right now, and you'll see that communities are talking about sustainability. It's sheer nonsense not to be talking about sustainability. And so the fact is in the effort to seek to cut property taxes right now, I think it's also important to talk about what matters to working people in this town and not to make cuts at the cost of their lives. And Mr. Starr, I'm offended by the very reference that you would refer to me as some sort of communist, because I happen to be concerned with equity. Equity is not a communistic idea. It's a democratic idea. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Madam Chair, I would just like to take a pleasant moment right now and thank Dr. Selcraig for bringing amendments to our fiscal program forward. You know, I don't think it's a good idea to just slam dunk anything. She spent a whole lot of time with Mr. Clayman and talking with me about it, the three of us. And I want to thank her for bringing this forward. And I really hope that the mayor reconsiders when he gets his opportunity, his veto of this document. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. You know, there's different strategies that we need to follow on the local level at different times of our existence here in the community. And there's times that are good times when things are going well and the economy's growing and all of those things are, it's easy then to increase the burden on people who own property. Predominantly, if we look at the statistics, you see that mostly the property taxes are paid by homeowners. Some are wealthy, some are not. Some live in subsidized housing, some have their own, some have mortgages, some don't. Everyone pays utilities, and probably everyone pays insurance. We've had a run-up in our property taxes, which account for about 60% of the revenue that comes into this city. We've had a 36% run-up in that in the last 5 years. That puts a substantial burden on people who own their homes, and it also puts a substantial burden on people who own commercial property, which in turn is reflected in rents, and that puts a substantial burden on small businesses. Small businesses employ people, and that's sort of the way the system works. I don't like to characterize people as, in any respect, as either a McCarthyite or a communist or a Nazi or a lawyer. But what I'm concerned about is what we say today as we go through the budget and as we go through this sort of exercise here. And what I am concerned about is the sort of this division. Dr. Selcraig said that the rich are the people who will benefit from this, and from if we don't do this. And Mr. Starr said that she's going to take money from the rich if you do this and give it to the poor. And I think that the consequences are far more disparate than that. And so I don't like many of the things that are in here. I didn't understand some of them. There was one here that, well, I'm not going to bother to dig it out. But when I read it, I thought, well, it's a certain degree of political statement in here. And frankly, I think we've made far too much of this 6-year fiscal program. It's become a political football, and we're kicking it around the block. And what we really ought to be doing is talking about the specifics of the budget. We don't know where we're going to be in 2010, and we certainly don't know where we're going to be in 2011. And rather than have Dr. Selcraig wordsmith the mayor's plan and get into the kind of arguments we're about to get in, I would prefer people to understand that we have increased the city budget by a substantial amount. We have increased property taxes by a substantial amount. And I think the question comes down to setting priorities and what are we going to do. And we're not doing that as we sit here and argue about the wordsmithing of the 6-year fiscal plan, which will change in 1 year from now and has no binding effect on anybody anywhere. So I would suggest we vote on this and move on. Thank you.
Mr. Clayman.
Thank you. And I want to echo the comments of Ms. Gray-Jackson. These amendments were amendments that I also was working with the other two Assembly members and they reflect a collaborative process. And I'm reminded that the 6-year program is part of our charter in section 13.02 that notes the Assembly shall hold at least one public hearing on the 6-year program prior to adoption. And I think Mr. Coffey is accurate when he notes that this plan will change in a given year. I think Mr. Coffey is accurate when he notes that this really is not the budget. But I think Mr. Coffey is inaccurate when he suggests that this plan really has no place in our community, because any successful business, and the more I work with businesses in my other life as an attorney in town, that often criticized, but lawyers have a lot to do with successful businesses, and when I see successful businesses, they come up with 5-year plans and 6-year plans and 10-year plans, and what they do is they sit down together and they figure where they can find a common ground to work together and common goals that can identify things that represent a number of different interests in how that business can move forward. And this 6-year fiscal plan, I think in its best day, is something that reflects a goal that both the Assembly can support and the mayor can support to move the city forward. We do have a strong mayor form of government, but we do not have a monarchy. We do not have a monarchy, and that means while Mr. Sullivan may have his ideas of the 6-year fiscal plan, and that is what is accurately reflected in what he has introduced to us, it is not a question of an up or down vote.
No, not really.
This plan needs to reflect both his priorities and the Assembly's priorities. And if the plan doesn't reflect the Assembly's priorities as well, then it is appropriate for the Assembly not to support the plan. Mr. Sullivan certainly has the right, if we approve these amendments, to veto those amendments. And if the mayor is not willing to try to sit down in a meaningful way and come up with a 6-year plan that both the Assembly can support and the mayor can support, then we may very well go forward ignoring the Charter's dictates and not have a fiscal plan. And the path Mr. Sullivan is suggesting certainly suggests that he only wants his way. He only wants one fiscal plan, and he doesn't want to hear amendments. And I would be very disappointed if that is in fact his message, because part of our democracy is working together, finding compromises and moving forward. I think this is a step forward. I have no problem if we need to postpone this to have something that looks like a strategic planning session and get the Assembly and the Mayor's office working together. But I don't think that just ignoring what effort the Assembly is doing should be done. These reflect concerns that we have for this community and that we believe the Mayor should have for this community. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
I have a little sense of humor about this discussion. When McCarthyism was brought up, actually my grandfather was the man who brought up the Senate censorship against Joe McCarthy, so I have quite a history in this. I have to say I appreciate the mayor's 6-year fiscal program. The first 2 years I was on the Assembly, it was a 1-sheet or maybe 2-sheet page. It was very short and to the point, and it didn't have quite the verbiage that this does. I feel that we do have a strong mayor's government. I think that they've put a lot of effort into this at the same time of trying to take care of a budget that was in crisis and the same time of putting together a budget for 2010. And I feel that it has a lot of good statements in it. It maybe doesn't have all the right statements, but I feel it's as complete as I expect or would want, and I would be in support of the mayor's fiscal plan. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's funny, the conversation tonight reminded me of something I'll paraphrase. If Dr. Selcraig were to give food to the poor, we'd call her a saint. If she asked why the poor has no food, we'd call her a communist. I apologize for that happening to you this evening. Mr. Clayman said something that really kind of helped crystallize my thoughts. You know, in 6 years, Mr. Mayor, your predecessor cast 1 veto. In about 6 months, you've now cast 3. We've heard quite a bit from you about how you wanted to work with this body, how you were looking forward to working collaboratively with the Assembly. I would suggest that this is not the way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No one else is in queue. I'm going to, I can't put the vote on the board, so Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote? And this basically is Dr. Selcraig's amendments, which incorporate Mr. Clayman's substitute.
Mr. Clayman.
Oh, could you hold on a minute? Mr. Sullivan, do you want afterwards? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Clayman.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
Ms. Johnston. No. Ms. Osiander.
No.
Ms. Drummond.
Yes.
Mr. Birch. No. Mr. Birch says no. Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mr. Starr.
No.
Dr. Selcraig. Dr. Selcraig said yes.
Yes.
Mr. Coffey.
No.
That passes 6-5. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate Dr. Selcraig and the other members of the Assembly who collaborated on this for paying attention to the fiscal program and the budget this year. The real disappointment is that this wasn't done last year. Last year, the majority of this body decided to increase expenditures dramatically at a time when revenues were falling, literally creating a financial crisis for this city. And our fiscal program lays out the means by which that will be healed over 2 years, and it means significant cuts this year, significant cuts next year, so that going forward 2012 and onward, we are in balance again. So for all the people who are here seeking more funding for your programs, you've got some people to thank for the situation we're in, and it's not myself and my administration. We're here to fix the problem. The voters asked us to fix the problem. So I hereby veto Dr. Selcraig's amendments as amended.
All right, we're back to the main motion. Ms. Drummond, you had something?
Yes, Madam Chair. I had a floor amendment number 14. I'd like to pass that out. I'm moving number 14.
All right, while this is being passed out, I did confer with both Mr. Wheeler and Ms. Tucker to refresh my memory on the powers of the mayor to veto and our responsibility. And it's my understanding from both of them that the mayor does have the ability to specifically veto amendments within. So I just want to clarify because I'm hearing some discussion from Assembly members.
Follow up with a written statement as the code requires?
No, at this time, I've been assured by both Mr. Wheeler and Ms. Tucker that this was an appropriate action. So at this time, Ms. Drummond, you have an amendment that everybody has by now, I hope? Do you want to make that amendment?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Is it all right to read it into the public
Sure, please.
record?
Go ahead.
Since you all don't have copies. This should follow, since the previous amendments have been vetoed, this should follow community relations. It doesn't have a title, but it probably should be youth policy. In accordance with the Triborough Anti-Gang and Youth Violence Policy Team goals sustained by Anchorage United for Youth, which is an organization of the United Way, the municipality is committed to seeking partnerships with community organizations that collaborate to enhance the health and productivity of Anchorage's youth through Item 1, decreasing youth substance use. Item 2, increasing graduation rates. And Item 3, decreasing truancy and delinquency.
Second.
Discussion, Dr. Selcraig?
No, thank you.
Mr. Starr?
The word partnership, as it relates to a fiscal plan, are we talking about a fiscal partnership, a collaborative work-together partnership, or in the context of the fiscal plan? What's your intention with defining a partnership?
Anchorage United for Youth, Madam Chair, if it's all right if I
Go
respond.
ahead, please.
Anchorage United for Youth was created by United Way about a year ago in order to coordinate efforts of nonprofits and agencies in the city that serve youth and students. The school district is involved, the municipality is involved, and at least half a dozen other organizations, more like 35 other organizations. I couldn't even begin to list them. This is an effort that's already underway, and I think this is simply a statement in support of what Anchorage United for Youth is doing to coordinate and make sure that efforts on behalf of youth are effective. And the city does participate in this area. I'm not sure who the municipalities current representative is after the change out of administrations. I'm not sure who is carrying that effort through.
I just want to clarify, Ms. Drummond, basically you said community relations, so it would be on page 3 of 5, is that correct?
Sorry, Madam Chair. Hold on.
I think it goes at right after social equity. I think that was the intent.
Well, that was vetoed, though, so I have to go back to the main document, which is the A version. So I'm looking within the A version where to put it.
Okay, hold on.
And I thought that she had said community.
On page 3 of 15, before capital projects and after community relations.
That's what I thought you said.
And I would call it Anchorage's Youth, since all these sections have a title.
All right. Is there okay, Mr. Starr? No, sorry. Mr. Coffey?
I would be more sanguine about these if there weren't political forces in play. We're posturing for our supporters, our base, and what people are saying is designed for the upcoming elections and the upcoming budget debates. I don't know that there's any indication at all that the city was not continuing to cooperate with anybody who's trying to reduce gang violence, and I'm certain that this administration is no different. The addition or the failure to add this to the fiscal 6-year plan is just another one of those efforts politically to, embarrass the mayor or to stake out a position or to do something other than move on to the budget, which is what we ought to be doing. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk?
I don't think that Mr. Coffey has described the situation correctly. The work that went into the additions on the 6-year plan had to do with adding items for consideration that are important to building the community. And it was that simple. It has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with listing a full plan. The mayor's plan basically addressed energy, transportation, and fiscal responsibility. And it didn't talk about actually sustainability. It didn't talk about making sure that we're taking care of our neighborhoods. It didn't talk about the goals we might have around our kids. And nothing in here particularly was intended to embarrass the mayor. And in fact, if we had a better and more cordial relationship, it could be appreciated as simply some thoughtful tools to consider as we shape the community based on less money. The reality is when we have less money, it's really important that we understand what our priorities are, and it's really important that we are addressing a whole community, not just pieces of the community. And that was the intent here. And I thought maybe for a moment the mayor would see that, and I'm sorry to see the veto, and I think that this amendment is just an example of what the other amendments were intended to do, and that is to address whole issues for the community.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to speak to this, but Mr. Coffey put the spurs to me. I have to say that while I understand where his statements came from, they are lacking only the merit of being based in any kind of reality. I've been pretty heavily involved with this particular activity for the last several years, and nothing in this amendment is intended to say that anybody is against stopping gang and youth violence. Who would be against stopping gang and youth violence? I don't think any political persuasion, unless, a gang member is considered being political, would be against stopping gang and youth violence. And I certainly don't think this administration is against it, and I certainly don't think that they have neglected it. But what I can tell you that this effort is lacking at the moment is high-level leadership that can bring all of these various partners together. And, I recognize that the administration's had a lot on their plate. They've had a lot to do in a very short period of time. And I've recognized that several times. And I think this is another one of those areas where, there's a lot going on. This is certainly something that they're interested in, certainly something that they want to do something about. I know that in having some discussions with the U.S. Attorney for Alaska recently. She had mentioned trying to meet with the mayor to ask him the very self-same thing that this amendment lines out. We need your leadership. We need you to be the person that brings all these people together. You are the leader of the city. You are in a unique position to do that. That's all this says. This isn't trying to embarrass anybody. It's not trying to say that this is being neglected. It's just trying to say that, yeah, this is one of our recognized priorities, and we're going to move forward with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey?
Last year, and for every year I had been on the Assembly before last year, we got about a one-pager. And some of the most ardent, from the previous administration on the 6-year fiscal plan, some of the most ardent advocates of all of these amendments tonight are here. And I guess the only question I have, and the reason that I believe it is less than as represented as being something other than political, is where were you when that was happening? If it was such a big deal, why wasn't it a big deal before? You get to, everybody gets to have an opinion, draw their own conclusions. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of comments. Mr. Coffey, it was a big deal, so much a big deal that Dr. Selcraig and others brought forward a resolution asking this administration to do what's required by the code. And my question to the administration, and you don't have to answer it, is we have this wonderful fiscal plan that you brought forward that's more pages than what we've had in the past, but would you have done it this thoroughly if you weren't requested by this body to do so?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Klayman? I didn't hear what the mayor. The mayor's in queue, and I'll go back to him. But right now, Mr. Klayman is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note a couple of things. Mr. Coffey makes these references to political posturing, and all you have to do is look at the plan that the mayor has proposed to know that he's doing political posturing. He's chosen two scenarios that he likes those scenarios for part of his fiscal plan. Well, let's get 5 economists in here. We can get 5 more fiscal plans that are all viable and reasonable and rational, and some could say they're politically driven. Well, the mayor's proposed a fiscal plan that has lots of political positions articulated in it. There's a lot of politics to what is here. The suggestion that Mr. Coffey makes that this has been brought forward because somebody's trying to position themselves for the next election, I think ignores the reality that this came out of a meeting with the United Way in the Anchorage, the Triborough Anti-Gang and Youth Violence group that was meeting today, and there was a recognition in meeting with that group that this is really important to the community. And this Triborough effort was some real progress that we've made in recent years, and that we shouldn't ignore this, and there was a desire that this should show up in the fiscal plan. Seems like a pretty good idea to have these kinds of things articulated. I can see where this is going, but I think this is a reasonable thing to have in the plan that reflects community priorities and community priorities and trying to reduce gang violence and keep kids in school. Thank you.
Madam Chairman? Mr. Birch, go ahead.
I speak against the amendment. I think we put a tremendous amount of time into this and this dialogue here. The amendment that we have, or the amended 6-year plan that we have, the A version, basically incorporates the quality of life provisions that we talked about at one of the earlier meetings. I think that well embraces in a strategic and general form the issues that we value in the community. And I suggest that we move forward and basically this has come forward from the administration. It is much more detailed and engaging than what we've received in my past experience in the Assembly, and I would suggest that we move forward with the agenda this evening.
Mr. Sullivan, so just a minute, sir. Before we do, I want to remind everybody that we have a full group of people here that would like to speak to us, so we can be expeditious in our comments. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Mayor Sullivan would gladly respond, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
A couple of answers to things that were postured there about would we have prepared this anyway. We were underway with our fiscal plan when the resolution came forth from the Assembly, and it was going to be a complete plan because that's how we do things in this administration. We don't put out one-page appendices to budget documents and call that a 6-year fiscal program. Ms. Selcraig, Dr. Selcraig mentioned that there only covered 3 areas in our fiscal program. That's incorrect. There's 8 major areas identified: the quality of life of this city, the fiscal policy of the city, the long-term and short-term energy needs, public safety, economic development, transportation for the future, how we're going to do our municipal operations, and community relations. That's pretty comprehensive. And so, you know, the bottom line is, regarding the gang task force amendment that Ms. Drummond has brought forward, we've met twice with the U.S. Attorney. We've renewed our commitment. We will keep 2 attorneys paid for by the municipality working on the anti-gang effort, and those 2 attorneys just recently received national recognition for their efforts, and I was pleased to present them with the awards for that effort. So the only problem with Ms. Drummond's amendment is, quite frankly, we have not had time to even review the Anchorage United for Youth policy. It just hasn't been presented to us for our consideration. So this amendment, while it may have some worth, is not timely. This administration has not had time to review it. The chief has not had time to review it. So it just really does not fit into the fiscal program at this time.
Mr. Klayman.
I would just note, I'm actually really pretty surprised to hear Mr. Sullivan say that he's not familiar with the Tri-Borough Anti-Youth and Gang Violence Policy Team, because that was a team that, when he was mayor-elect, they had a special meeting to meet with him and explain the goals and work on that, and that was either in May or June, and I was pleased to participate and pleased to welcome him in and let him know what that team was doing, and they were explaining all the benefits that they had to offer. So I'm really surprised to hear him say that he's not familiar with the program and all that it has to offer the municipality. I had a question for Ms. Tucker in terms of if the Assembly does not approve the 6-year plan as proposed by the mayor that doesn't include any of the amendments supported by the majority of the Assembly, where do we go from there procedurally?
I think I'll start with the answer to a different question, which Dr. Selkirk asked me, and that is that the Assembly has the same 21 days to potentially override the mayoral veto as it does for any other action.
Right, but my question is different. We recognize, and I think that was noted earlier, that we have 21 days to override the veto of the amendments, but now what we have is a proposed fiscal plan that does not include the amendments, and that's what is not yet voted on by this body. And my question is, if the majority of this body does not approve that plan, that means we don't have a fiscal plan that the charter appears to require that we have one, and I would assume at this point, if this body does not approve it, we go back to the drawing board and try to work on a fiscal plan that can get enough votes on the Assembly to get approval.
And I would say that you are correct.
Thank you.
I want to remind the body we do have an amendment before us. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to that? All right, we need a voice vote on everything tonight, since Mr. Birch is not here. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Coffey?
No.
Dr. Selkirk?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mr. Birch? No. Mr. Birch recorded as a no. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
No.
Ms. Johnston? No. Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Klayman?
Yes.
That amendment is approved, 6-5.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Sullivan?
yes, I veto that amendment.
All right, thank you.
And just to comment on the veto, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did sit in on a meeting with the task force, but we have not had time to review their specific recommendations and any new policies that may have been developed since June, which is 4 or 5 months ago now. So it's as Mr. Gutierrez mentioned, we've been very, very busy, literally preparing 2 budgets, and we would love to get more involved in this issue, and we plan to, but again, it's just not timely at this time.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk? And this is back to the main motion.
Back to the main motion. I just want to clarify kind of the story behind what we have before us tonight. As we started into this budget process, I became concerned about the fact that we have to make so many cuts. And it just, from my kind of life experience in community work, it's always easier to make cuts when you know what your priorities are. And so I sat down with Ms. Tucker and said, how could we draft something that helps us really identify our priorities? And lo and behold, we looked in the charter, and there was already a tool that was supposed to be used to do that, and that's this 6-year fiscal program. And I thought, well, great. And so I raised the issue, and the mayor got going on it quickly, and he's absolutely correct. He put more energy into it than we've seen in the past. And he brought forward kind of a little kind of narrow view, I think, of priorities. And then he's proposed some additional priorities. And I think that the additional priorities make it a better plan. However, I think that it wasn't really a whole document. It didn't address a variety of things that we should be thinking about. So what these amendments were about tonight was to make it a whole document in partnership with the administration. And so now, without the documents, or without those amendments, I guess we're in a bind, and I am happy not to support this tonight and to do whatever work needs to be done to find that center ground that we can agree on that expresses the broad concerns or issues that are important in this community. And so without those amendments, I will not be supporting the mayor's proposed fiscal plan, and I look forward to some sort of work together to really address the broad issues that are important to this community.
Ms. Gutierrez, on the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't think this was going to be that contentious tonight, but that's why I'm not a betting man. I usually come out on the wrong end. I don't think I can support this as it is, particularly given the veto of the last amendment. With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, the attorneys are nice, but what we need is you. We need you. The attorneys are great, and yes, they are award-winning, and they are spectacular, but we need you. We need the leadership at the top. It's a little perplexing to me why this seemed to be more difficult, but in years past it was, and I will acknowledge, it was a lesser document, to put it mildly, maybe a one-page document. And I do, as I have said in the past on the record, applaud the administration for coming out with a good document that I felt we tried to make a little bit better tonight. Unfortunately, we failed at that. So barring the amendments that have been vetoed, I can't support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I've seen no one else in queue. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call on the main motion?
Ms. Johnston? Yes. Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Mr. Birch is to say yes. Mr. Gutierrez?
Unfortunately, no, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
No.
Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Clayman?
Unfortunately, no.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
I'm sad to say no, Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
And that item is approved. At this point, 6-5. At this point, Ms. Drummond, would you make a motion to reorder the agenda, please?
Happy to, Madam Chair. Item 13, under continued public hearings, item 13A needs to happen first, followed by 13C, followed by the budget items beginning at 14A through F.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, before we finalize that motion, I know we have a couple of these that we intend to postpone. Could you simply open the public hearing and then continue them to a later date? Could we do those as well so they're not continuing to roll on the agenda for the next month?
I think that's acceptable, too.
All right. I guess I was intending to do that after we had our dinner break so we could at least hear a few people, if that's all right.
However you want to do it.
Okay. Was there a second to Ms. Drummond's motion? All right. Is there objection?
To reorder?
Yes, sir. All right. Seeing no objection, we're reordered. So at this point, we're trying very hard to hear people tonight, so we're going to redo our business, putting a lot of it off. But there are two items that need to be taken care of. The first one is item 13A. This is A0120. It's an ordinance authorizing a non-exclusive easement within Kincaid Park. And my understanding is we have not yet had the public hearing on that. I don't have my cheat sheet. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Yes. All right. So I'd like to open the public hearing on that. If anybody in the audience would like to speak to us about granting this easement, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. The next...
Madam Chair, if I could make an announcement.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Assembly and Mr. Mayor, I'd like to point out that Sharon Long has joined us. I'm sure she's here for the public hearing, but she is the mother of Grant Frazier, whose name will grace the small theater at Service High School after the dedication service on ceremony on Thursday at 6:30 at Service High School. Thank you, Sharon. I guess we can applaud for you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. I'd like to open the public hearing now on 13C. This is AR 247. This is a resolution appropriating a $227,500 donation from the Anchorage Park Foundation to the Municipality of Anchorage miscellaneous, thank you, for funding the Youth Employment in the Parks program. If you'd like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none.
Madam, I think I'm in the queue for
I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to briefly comment that there had been some correspondence circulating about the Parks Foundation and this administration's willingness or philosophy of working with them, and we are absolutely committed to using whatever resources we can to leverage money with the Parks Foundation, Rasmussen Foundation, and others. Obviously more difficult at this time because many of these projects do take matching money, and matching money isn't as available as it was before, but we are committed. The Park Foundation is a great entity, and wherever and however we can, we intend to continue working with them towards improving our city.
Thank you very much. At this time, we are to the public hearings on the budget. I started, I'm sorry, point of order? I apologize. I thought that we had done it. I apologize. I thought I did. The clerk reaffirms me. Thank you, Mr. Clayman. I thought my memory was completely shot.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Coffey.
Yes, I would like, just to put this once and forever behind us, I would like to move for immediate reconsideration of the 6-year fiscal plan, so we don't have anything to worry about. It's a very narrow vote, and I make that motion, and I urge a no vote.
Is there objection to, well, no, I can't do it that way. I guess we need a roll call.
What? No.
Okay.
No.
I can? Huh? All right. Yeah. Is there anyone in favor of the motion for reconsideration? Hearing and seeing no one, the motion is not approved for reconsideration. So we are moving on to the budget.
You have little faith.
Thank you. All right. At this point, the folks, I put out a request at the beginning of the meeting that if you wanted to speak to the budget, you could sign up. And so I've got the beginning of a list. If once we go through this, anybody who's here is certainly free to speak to us on the budget, and we will hear everyone. We would prefer, if you don't mind, to allow folks who haven't had the opportunity to speak to us before to speak first. Some folks have come for the last budget hearing last week and have already spoken to us. But you're welcome to speak again, but I'm just saying it would be nice to let the newcomers speak first if you could.
And Madam Chair, did we move to combine the public hearing on?
Not quite yet. That's
okay.
the next thing. Would you like to do that, Mr.
I'd be delighted, Madam Chair. Do you want to do all of them at once, or do you want to segment them like we did last week?
Well, I think we did A through C.
Okay.
if that's all right.
That's absolutely fine. Madam Chair, I'd move to combine the public hearing on items 14A, B, and C. That's the general government operating budget, the general government capital improvement program, and the general government capital improvement budget.
Thank you. Is there objection to that?
Works.
Seeing none, then that's how we'll proceed. So we're going to have basically two public hearings on the budget. The first one is, I think what most people are concerned about is the whole operating, and then the second part will be about the enterprise and the utilities. So at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing on the general government operating budget, the general government capital improvement program, and the general government capital improvement budget. And I'm going to begin with people whose names are on the list, but then everybody's free to come forward anyway. If you haven't done this before, you have 3 minutes, and if you could begin by stating your name slowly so we can get it for the record, we'd appreciate it. Wendy Eagleston, and then Bob Lupo after that.
Thank you. My name is Wendy Eggleston. I have been a volunteer with the Anchorage Animal Care and Control Center now for a little over 4 years and recently appointed on the Animal Care and Control Advisory Board. I do not speak as for or for the board tonight, but I speak as a concerned citizen and a volunteer with the Anchorage Animal Control about the proposed budget cuts of $146,000. Our budget right now at the shelter is $1.932 million, which might seem a lot to you, but it's not enough. I know in this economy it's getting tighter, and yes, we do have to make some changes, but can a 7% cut be taken away from the Muni shelter in the Anchorage Bowl? We service from Eklutna to Portage, with only 28 employees from managers all the way down to dispatchers. The job is not an easy one, and without the support from the city and the adequate supplies of funding, Anchorage Animal Care and Control will even see a bigger turnaround in 2010 than the 16 employees lost year to date. The proposed cuts officer positions, which we are required for specific response times on type of calls with the huge amount of area we have to cover. This will just delay the response time. Also in 1999, National Animal Control Association conducted a comprehensive review, and we were asked to have 17 officers, but at this time we only have 6, which isn't even half the amount. Year to date, the officers the amount of calls were 5,154 since August 2009. And they want to take away our equipment, not replacing the animal traps if they're lost or stolen or broken. This will in result, I believe, in more animal bites, more officer calls for people trying to catch wild cats by hand. With the proposed cuts, then how can we build the building modification for a future spay and neuter clinic so we don't have to worry about issuing tickets for the owners not in compliance with the spay and neuter laws, taking up times of the officers, then the owner doesn't pay, then it goes off to an off-site collection agency, therefore taking more money from the city. In the long run, if we had this done, then no dog or cat out of Anchorage Animal Care and Control would be going out without being fixed. Therefore, no follow-up on no compliance, no collection agency on unpaid spay and neuter tickets. I believe the more money that is cut from Anchorage Animal Care and Control will result of actually costing the city more money. Higher turnover because of the feeling of lack of support from the government, higher response from the time officers, more complaints from the public, and possible lawsuits from lack of compliance with the Muni codes. But last but not least, 57% of the majority supported cat licensing. I know it would need a code revision and a public opinion, but year to date since August 2009, it was in effect that 1,716 cats were adopted from our shelter. And if we charged $15, we would have made an extra $25,000.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Selfrick has a question.
I'm sorry. Would you repeat? There was a national evaluation done, and could you repeat those employee?
It was a national, and this is actually on the Muni side on our Anchorage Animal.
That's fine. Could you just restate those numbers?
The National Animal Control Association conducted a comprehensive review that demonstrated a need for an additional base on the area and the number of calls for service. They suggested 17 officers, but we only have 6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lupo?
Bob Lupo from Eagle River, Chairman of the Veterans Party of Alaska. Operating and maintaining a city costs money. We all realize that. And I think any reasonable person would not think that paying their own share is unfair. With this plan, a residential property owner's taxes would be totally eliminated. The municipality services would be fully funded. Additional services and improvements can be implemented and maintained. The current deficit would be paid, and future deficits would never occur, because we will all pay our fair share for the costs involved in our use of the municipality. The working population of the municipality is over 200,000. The median income per household is about 56,000. The number of households about 95,000. The annual municipality household income is about $5.3 billion. Per capita income is about 25,000. The number of wage earners outside the municipality is approximately 20,000. Wages paid to non-residents are about $500 million. If we had a payroll tax of 5%, excuse me, of the household income, we would generate $263.350 million. $263,350,000. Right now, I believe we're looking at $245 million is what the property tax amount is laying out, or being assessed. 5% of the non-resident income would be $25,290,000. A 5% payroll tax yields $288,636,140. Enough to run the city, pay off the deficit, and have a surplus to boot. This proposed 5% payroll tax would be deductible from your federal income tax, and I would propose that retired and greater than 50% disabled would be exempted from the first $50,000 of income. Questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Mr. Lupo. Wait, I have a question for you. Actually, more of a comment. I do believe that income tax is reserved to the state here in Alaska, but a payroll tax, it sounds like it's being taken up by one of our committees to have
Correct.
a discussion.
Right. I'm supposed to meet with the Budget and Finance Committee to discuss this further. And the payroll tax, I think, was implemented earlier because I spoke to Ms. Shilcraig. And so it doesn't classify as an income tax because you're not taxed on your other earnings like your income from stocks and bonds and interest.
Or like a percentage of your federal income taxes, which is how the state tax was when the state had an income tax many eons ago. I actually have a few of those copies of my income tax from the late 70s, early 80s in my in a file. It was based on a percentage of your federal income tax. It was actually quite simple to calculate. Right. This would generate quite a large bureaucracy to administer locally, but I think it's worth looking at, and I really thank you for coming forward with that idea.
I think it would be less than having a sales tax, because a sales tax means the business has to do something every transaction. With this, they would only have to deduct 5% approximately out of each paycheck at the end of the week. So.
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute, Mr. Lupo. Dr. Selk.
Mr. Lupo, I just wanted to correct you. I didn't speak to what you just described. It seemed to me that when years ago there used to be an initial take out of the first check, and it really caught those people who were up here working in the summer, and it went to support community and schools. And so that's the only one that I've ever heard of. I'm not familiar with this, so I just want to.
Right. This is my proposal. I'm just trying to find a way to get the city on the right track.
Yeah, I believe it was called a school tax, and it was like, what was it, Mr. Coffey, you just mentioned? $10, and it hit a lot of people. Small buy, it applied frequently and raised some money. Thank you.
Also, the people that live outside the community, the 20,000, they take advantage. They make their livelihood out of the municipality, but they don't pay anything to support it.
It's a way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lupo. Tom, it's either Leon or Legon, and then Jean Roston.
Actually, it's Tom Layu.
Oh, I apologize.
That's fine. My name is Tom Layu. I work for the IATSE Local 918. They are the union that represents the stagehands in the state of Alaska. We were recently visited by a production called Lion King, which was not only beneficial to myself and my union brothers and sisters, but it was beneficial to the entire town. For one thing, the show brought a significant number of performers and technicians. Their families, given that these people were performing in Alaska, wanted to come visit. Rural areas like Sitka and Fairbanks had people coming in to see the show. This benefited every aspect of anything relating to tourism. They had to get here, which requires airlines. They had to stay someplace, which benefits the hotels. They have to get around town, which benefits car rental. And they have to pay for their parking. In addition, most people don't just get up, go to see a show, and go home. They make an evening out of it. So they go and they have a meal at a restaurant before they see a show. After the show, they will typically go and have a glass of wine, which benefits bars and restaurants in Anchorage. Two notable downtown establishments are a little restaurant called McGinley's and another one named Sullivan's, for whatever reason. I don't know what that is.
No relation.
So, this brings
The Kansas
me to
City operation.
a quote that I have from last week's Economist, which is slightly paraphrased and admittedly slightly out of context, but there is a statement of the Chinese president, Hu Jintao, stating that culture was of growing significance in the competition and overall national strength, and that China should therefore enhance culture as part of the soft power of our country. Arts being a significant of any culture, arts being a significant portion of any culture brings me to the very amusing conclusion that the leader of the world's most economically powerful totalitarian regime, one that is known for imprisoning people simply for disagreeing with the party, supports the arts, whereas you, sir, do not. But if you don't like having people drink and eat at your bars and restaurants,
Sir.
Go ahead and cut the budgets and don't worry about seeing me there.
Sir, there are some questions for you, and the Assembly's got the budget in front of them at the moment. Dr.
Okay.
Selcraig, you're first. You're not? Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Do you know how much the city contributes to the Performing Arts Center on an annual basis?
I've heard that the total budget was somewhere between $1 and $140,000, and that the total is going to be, that's being proposed, is something along the lines of $30,000.
It's $1,117,000.
And it's going to be significantly less if
No,
this...
this is the proposal this year, $1,170,000.
That's for one building that requires an inordinate amount of money just to run. However, in order for this building to serve its purpose, it needs to have performances. These performances come not only from huge multi-billion-dollar productions like Lion King, but they come from nice little down-home organizations like the Anchorage Opera, Alaska Dance Theater, and the Anchorage Symphony Orchestra, all of which are going to go from whatever amount of funding that they currently get to $1,000 to each of the 30 performing arts organizations that we have in this city. If the Anchorage Opera and ADT and ASO only get $1,000 out of this budget, those companies will die. which means these people aren't going to be going to the restaurants downtown.
Thank you, sir.
I have one other question. Where would you take, what program would you take money from to pay this? Or would you increase taxes to pay these organizations?
Increase taxes.
Okay.
Thank
you. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Is Jean Roston here? And then Tim Pearson after her.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Assembly, and Mayor Sullivan. Thank you for listening tonight. My name is Jean Roston. I am a senior at Service High School and a lifelong Alaskan. I'm speaking tonight about the planned budget cuts for art and culture in the upcoming year. For as long as I can remember, I've been involved in Anchorage arts community. First through attending arts performances starting at age 3, then through participating in dance, various school and community choirs, the Anchorage Theater of Youth, and most recently as an intern at the Anchorage Concert Association. I've been granted a unique view into what it takes to run a fine arts organization through my involvement, as well as my father's, who served as the Anchorage Concert Association's board president in the 2005-2006 season, and continues to sit on both the Anchorage Concert Association and the Anchorage Center for Performing Arts boards. What I found is that it takes a village to inspire a village. Through my performances in the community, I've developed an appetite for the arts that is often hard to fulfill in the last frontier. By attending performances and events throughout the community, especially the Anchorage Concert Associations, my desires for arts enrichment are unmet. Seeing artists like Angelique Kidjo, Chris Bodie, and Vienna Tang remind me why I love music. Music is not just a frivolity. It's an innate form of human expression and connection. Their art, along with many others, inspires me to continue studying music and developing my talent. Music, as well as the other fine arts, not only encourages creativity and innovation, but also creates a platform on which any individual can make a statement. These empowering abilities drive me forward. Kidjo uses her platform as a UNICEF ambassador, raising awareness about African poverty and disease. Bodie uses his talents as an innovator, creating music that speaks without words. And Tang proves that even a computer nerd can be a wealth of creative prowess. Many nonprofit organizations have been hit hard by the recent economic pitfalls, much like other programs. Nonprofits are unique, however, in that they are often operating at break-even levels, even in good economic times. They must rely on donations from the community, and in the case of arts nonprofits, ticket sales. However, these do not always cover costs. The Anchorage Concert Association, among others, must rely on additional funding to continue their promotion of the arts. By decreasing arts funding, the chances of inspirational artists like Kidjo, Bodie, and Tang coming to Anchorage greatly decreases. The Anchorage Concert Association alone reaches over 12,000 youths each year. Please don't let Anchorage's next generation miss out on such inspirational figures this year or any future year due to funding. The loss would be devastating.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan had a comment or question.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Do you understand, of course, that the Assembly majority last year increased the cost of government so much that our revenues did not meet our expenditures and we're forced to cut many, many millions of dollars both this year and next year? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just so you understand. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
And you understand that the Assembly will work hard to balance our priorities in this community, and that we're grateful that you've come here tonight and that you've reminded us of how important the arts are, and that we recognize, at least I recognize, it's not a frivolous thing. It's wonderful to see a young person like you be healthy and confident, and it's a lot cheaper to invest in the arts than McLaughlin, and look at you. So thanks for your great testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Pearson. Tim, are you here? Okay. And then I think it's Alan Haney. I'm sorry, I can't read it. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Tim Pearson, and I'm representing myself tonight. I'm not going to talk about dollars at all, but I hope what I say at least is worth a few cents to you guys. I think there are three main things that we can all agree that are important to any city. And those are that the city is financially stable, that the city values all its citizens and promotes diversity, tolerance, and acceptance among its population, and that the city strives to maintain a quality of life that ensures its existing tax base remains in place, that encourages future generations to call Anchorage home, and that encourages new residents to be attracted to the city. I think the three items that I've outlined above are a model for a very vibrant and sustainable city. What I'd like to talk about is quality of life. I recall as a 5-year-old going to a nearby park with my grandmother. There we had gourmet picnics, which I later realized were Vienna sausage and saltine crackers, and tossed a red rubber ball for my grandma's dog. I remember as a 9-year-old learning about school shows for local events. I recall two of these vividly. Jack and the Beanstalk was the very first play I ever saw, and I heard the William Tell Overture at the Nashville Symphony, which, of course, fourth graders at the time called the Lone Ranger. The last thing really sticks out in my mind. My brother and I were allowed once a week to walk from school to our neighborhood library. There we each selected 5 books, and by the time we visited the library the following week, we had each read all 10 of those books. My brother and I still talk about that today. I'm telling you this because I'm certain there are children in Anchorage having these same experiences today, and because families who are considering moving here think about these exact same things. It pains me to imagine a future in Anchorage where children only have limited choices in outdoor activities because some parks are no longer funded or maintained. I hate to think that both youth and adults will have to carefully schedule their library visits around the few days each week the libraries are open. And it truly saddens me to realize that some of the organizations that provide opportunities for youth to keep them off the streets, to learn to dance, to participate in theater, might have to seriously curtail their activities or simply cease to exist. Switching horses for a moment, I've seen story after story about what will be closed, how many will be laid off, what services might be cut, but I'm dismayed that I haven't heard a single news story or interview that describes exactly what we as a city are doing to increase revenues. I realize that the city budget is a very complex process, but I just want to say, don't forget about those things that make us proud to say that we live in Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I'd like to call, it's Allie Harvey and Robert Buchanan after Allie. Did I get it close?
Yep, Allie Harvey.
Good deal.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly and Mayor, for the opportunity to offer public comment tonight. This is a really important issue, and it's great to be here and talk about it. My name is Allie Harvey, and I'm here on behalf of Alaska Center for the Environment. I am the Sustainable Communities Coordinator for Alaska Center for the Environment, and we're here to talk about public transit. I've been getting many emails lately, I'm sure you guys know what that's like, from members who are concerned about a couple of projects that public comment was due for recently, such as Highway to Highway and Knickarn Bridge. And common thread that I keep seeing in all these emails that I'm getting from our members is this question of, how, as a state, do we have funding for big projects, big new roads, when we can't really afford right now to plan for them, and also we're cutting vital city services such as public transit. And we think this is an excellent question, and it's one that really should be heavily considered here tonight. We think that public transit is really good for our economy. It helps folks get to work. It's good for the environment. It cuts down on fossil fuels, and it's good for the city's economy, again, because not only does it help people get to jobs, but it helps reduce the number of new roads that we have to build, and also the wear and tear that's taking place on existing roads. So it cuts some city spending that has to go towards that. So our ask, to cut to the chase, is please do not increase fares for buses for folks who can afford it the least. Also, please do not follow the wave of cuts to the Eagle River bus service by just eliminating that service altogether. And please do not get rid of late night and early morning bus services that are necessary for our workforce. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you take this into consideration when looking to amend the budget.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Buchanan, and then Ruth Botstein after this gentleman.
Hello, my name is Robert Buchanan. I'm not here representing any group. I'm not asking for any money. I'm a taxpayer. I'm one of those people who has been forced to pay for all these services. I support Mayor Sullivan's budget. I think he probably should cut a little further. I do enjoy the arts. I'm willing to contribute to the arts. I want to do it voluntarily. I don't mind paying for the arts at for a ticket. It seems earlier on in this meeting there was a discussion of social justice, and I believe that justice is very important. I think it's very unjust, however, to be taking money from poor working families and using it to fund programs that are basically used by people who are upper middle class. You cannot morally justify taxing somebody to the point where they can barely pay their rent or mortgage, and to use that to pay for opera. Now, opera, arts, music, I'm not saying that those are frivolous activities. However, if you enjoy them, you should pay for them yourself. $1 million for the Performing Arts Center, well, what that works out to be is the taxes from basically 250 families. Everyone in my subdivision is required just to pay for one Performing Arts Center. And I've been there once or twice. I enjoyed it. It's a great building. But we had arts and music before we had all these government programs. I enjoyed the arts as a child, but we went to friends' houses and we were singing groups. We did folk dancing. All of this was done without taxing municipality, without taking a penny from other taxpayers.
Thank you. There are questions. Can you hold on? Mr. Flynn?
I just wanted to say hi, Bobby. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming down.
With Dr. Selcraig?
I appreciate your concern, and actually I can hear you being sympathetic and talking to our real issue in terms of people struggling to pay their taxes. So I don't want to diminish it. I have a question for you, though. The challenge here is to figure out how to be fair and move forward around the issues you're talking about working people. And so the arts, people could argue that the arts are not essential. I mean, or that they could be paid for in another way. What do you think about the idea of cutting bus service or after-school programs for working people? I mean, do you also think that bus service should be cut?
Well, a proper discussion of bus service is beyond the limits of this meeting. It is a simple fact that our bus service is subsidized to about $8 per ticket. It would, in fact, be cheaper to give everyone taxi rides.
Well, and actually that's true for our roads. We spend millions and millions and millions on our roads. I mean, are you prepared to give everyone taxi rides?
I'm not necessarily suggesting that. I'm just simply saying it's not, as currently structured, it's not terribly efficient.
So, and how about after school, there's a campfire program after school for working people. Do you think that that's something that is not necessary?
Well, I think that some of these things could be organized by parents themselves, completely separate from governmental activity. I donate my time roughly about two or 3 days a month. I donate money and I donate in kind. And if I wasn't paying, if my taxes hadn't increased by about $1,500 in the last 5 years, a lot of that money would be donated.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond?
Sorry. Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you.
Wait. I'm not done with the question yet. I'm merely thanking you for coming up. This year's permanent fund dividend application had a list of about 300 charities statewide that were approved by the State Permanent Fund Corporation. And when I learned that only about $500,000 was raised by that checkoff in the permanent fund dividend, and I admit I did take advantage of it. I did make a donation to one of my favorite charities. I would like to ask you if the next time you apply for your permanent fund dividend, you will intend to take advantage of one of those donations, which I found to be relatively painless because I didn't even remember that I did it until I got my permanent fund deposited. It wasn't $1,355.
I don't see anything wrong with, in fact, I think it's certainly a generous thing to put that, to give people an easy opportunity to donate money. Now, I personally donate my time to people I know. I don't tend to, and through groups that I know, and none of those groups were listed on the, were available. So I didn't donate through that mechanism.
And how many permanent fund dividends come into your household?
2, my wife and I.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions at this point. Ruth Botstein, and then Stuart Grenier, and then we're going to take a break for a short period.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Botstein, and I, like some other speakers, am just going to tell you a little bit about me and about what I value about living in Anchorage, Alaska. Like so many other people, I came here intending to be here for a very short time. That was about 12 years ago, and I ended up falling in love with Alaska and with Anchorage and deciding to make this my home. And I didn't do it because I like how the roads are plowed. I did it because of the parks and the trails and because of my ability to live in a modern city but yet experience nature. I did it because of the arts community, of which is just such an important part of my life here. I did it for the community and family aspects of thinking of this as a kind of town where you can raise a family and have work-life balance and have the ability to give your kids opportunities in recreation and arts and libraries and those types of activities. And that's what's important to me. I'm a homeowner. I have owned a house here for almost 10 years, and I don't feel like I'm overtaxed. I feel, if anything, like I'm undertaxed, because what I see is a long-term vision of this city becoming a vibrant, modern city where people want to come here from outside, where people don't feel like they're stuck here eking out a living during the long winters, but feel like there are opportunities for them and things that they want to do that give their lives meaning and joy and develop a sense of community that makes people want to stay here and want to come here. And I hope that this body will think about those values, because I don't think I'm the only person who feels that way. What I want is to wake up in the morning and feel like, yes, I am paying some taxes, but they're going towards a greater good and a sense of community that makes this a place where I am happy to live and where I want to raise a family.
Thank you very much.
Stuart Grenier, Northeast Community Council Vice President, Mr. Mayor, Assembly. I would like to address the idea that 30% of the police budget is going to high flyers, according to Harry Crawford anyways. This is the alcohol problem. Recently we had a murder in a park near my house, and it was the kids who figured out that they could get alcohol from the homeless. And I didn't realize that this is pretty common. In my park there's often unopened beer containers, half-drink bottles of hard alcohol laying around. And it appears, at least what the council learned from this murder, that the kids have figured out that the homeless are an easy mark. In the case of the murder that happened this summer in Centennial Park, they first went and took his alcohol, then they came back and took his money, and then they came back and killed him. According to Sergeant Allen, 70% of the homeless do not have legal ID. In the council, I'm not speaking for the council, but I will inform you that a resolution did pass requesting all carry-out liquor stores in our council area to please request legal ID. It passed with a big margin. I think people's opinions are changing on this. Also, Harry Crawford had a bill passed recently that has DUI people marked on their ID. We have asked the liquor stores in our area to please request ID. Unfortunately, one of the prominent ones, which is recently trying to get a store open near Target, has refused to check IDs. And the result is that the Community Council did not pass their decision, their attempt to open the store near Target. I'm sure they would have passed easily if they agreed to check all IDs like Holiday does. So there's a way to save a lot of money on the police budget. I think the tide is turning. People are recognizing if we card everyone, we make it harder for the problem people. And I hope somebody on this level will take that banner and carry it. Another idea that I've seen on a council level is dealing with Parks and Rec. There's become a massive bureaucracy built up over the years, and I am not sure that that is in the community's interest. I think many of the functions of Parks and Rec could be done more successfully at the council level. And I think that it would help build community. It would help strengthen the democratic process. I'm not trying to get anybody laid off. There could be lots of advisors on a municipal level. But people in the community use the parks. They know what's going on in them. And that's just an idea.
Just a second. Mr. Drummond?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grenier, very much for coming. As a former community council chair myself, I know where you sit. And I have been to the Northeast Community Council. I served on the school board for 9 years, and I visited just about every community council in the city. I am floored that the liquor stores in your area refuse to request ID. My son has been day manager for a liquor store in Fairview since May, and they have huge signs posted on the door, ID required or no sale. It doesn't matter who you are. I want to know who that liquor store was that refused to ask for ID, and I think this is a crucial function of community councils, is to give us input, because we have the ability, based on community councils' input, to protest the renewal of liquor licenses and the beginning a new liquor license in any way, shape, or form. And I take that responsibility as an assembly member very seriously.
Well, Assemblyperson Drummond, they are not required to request ID unless it's a question of age. I've learned that.
The community council can require that and let the assembly know that you do not approve of this particular operator unless they require ID, and then it becomes our job to determine whether that's reasonable or not.
Okay.
And I think it's absolutely reasonable. Fairview Community Council has required of this liquor store, which has been in place for quite a long time on Gamble Street at 12th Avenue. You can go take a look on your way home. They are open till 1 o'clock, just like most liquor stores. They have made a number of requirements that have forced them to be a better operation. And when I ran into the former Fairview Community Council chair recently and told him that my son was working there and he had these comments, he said, no wonder Fairview has had no complaints about that liquor store since May. So it can be done. It can be done. You just have to exercise your power as a community council and just go for it.
Yeah.
And you're welcome to call me and ask how this works.
Unfortunately, in our naivety, we put the word in recommend, or request, not require, in the motion, so we'll probably have to walk that way again. But it's Brown Jug, and they're going to be here to talk about other things today probably. So.
Well, that Brown Jug has changed ownership in the last couple of years, and the new owners do need to get along with community councils. And one of the few things that the city does request of community councils is input on liquor licenses. So I do want to hear from you on that. Okay, thank you very much.
Which location, Brown Jug, this is?
Peck and Muldoon.
It's the one we approved tonight?
Yeah.
We approved a protest on that, correct?
Madam Chair, move reconsideration of that license. Seriously. Oh, we protested. Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. At this time, folks, I appreciate your enthusiasm one way and the other on this. We are going to take about a short, I hope it's 20 minutes. It may be a little longer. And then when we come back, we'll try our best to hear everybody. So thank you. We're in recess. During break, I was informed, well, I'm back in session. I'm going to call this meeting back in session and announce that during the break, I had a conversation with some folks who came tonight to testify but are limited because the Anchor Rides stops service in a half an hour. And as such, I'm going to, and I apologize to other people, but I'm going to let the folks who depend on Anchor Rides kind of bump ahead and testify now. So if you rode in on Anchor Rides and you're dependent on that, please come forward now to testify. And if there could be somebody who can help with the mics. Michelle, or is it ready to go? Okay. If you can wheel forward, you can speak in the slower mic. And actually, it would be helpful if you could kind of all come forward together if possible. I don't know. If you could queue up. See the mic on the, yeah, very good.
Thank you.
All right. And you can pull it closer if it's too far. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and start with your name, please.
My name's Deanna St. Louis.
Okay.
And I'm concerned about the cuts to Anchor Rides and also to the city bus. But I'm concerned because a lot of the late night trips with Anchor Rides also include dialysis patients. Because as I understand it, people come from work and they go in and they have their dialysis. Sometimes I've been on the van and they've been picking up from dialysis centers as late as 10 o'clock. So all those late night trips are not necessarily frivolous, even though it's nice to have a frivolous trip every once in a while, you know. But I'm concerned about that. Plus the early morning, people go to work. Some people, you know, are able to go to work, and this is a priority in, you know, in a city to be able to provide a means to get to medical and work for people. And it includes both the city bus and Anchor Rides.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming forward. If you could let the next person speak.
Where do I go?
There are no questions right now. Okay?
How do I get out of here?
Is there room for her to get out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll go around this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's next? Girl?
Thank you, Madam Chair and the Assembly and Mayor Sullivan. I'm here to talk about, obviously, our bus system. How many people depend on driving the cars. When they drive the cars, what they use is they drive on roads. Well, roads are paid by government, and I'm not only a federal taxpayer, I'm also a municipal taxpayer. And every time I turn around, our system gets cut. If Route 76 and 77 get cut, then there goes the only one of the only rides I depend on, because Anchor Ride is goes by whatever the People Mover runs out. However, I do like the deal with government bureaucrats versus private bureaucrats, because you can always go to the assembly or go to the legislators to dispute them. And so I admire government workers. My father was a government worker. My grandfather was. So I just don't understand why we had to, out in Shugiaki River or South Anchorage, had to suffer because the route, the way they do the routing, trying to figure out the ridership is all screwed up because Route 102 is over full, and actually Route 76 is fairly full. But when you actually look at the buses being full, you're thinking how many people are off the road. And the other option is that we have a travel assessment program that looks at if they're capable of riding or not. They've actually looked at how much that is being a help versus a weight. I think it's more of a waste because the individuals know whether or not they can ride the bus or not, and if they have to go appeal to a board to find out if they get anchor ride service, look at all the people that have to go on that board to get paid salaries to sit and hear their complaint. So I think that needs to be done. Although if Route 78 or 76 and 77 get cut, we need to get our own transit board, such as like the park board or the road board out in Eagle River.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you. And Daryl, if you give me a call tomorrow, I've been having some conversations with Transit about potential impacts on anchor rides in Eagle River. So I mean, I could share with you a little bit.
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sybil Thomas. The spelling on the Sybil is S-Y-B as in boy, L-E. I am one of those people that rely on anchor rides to get me to my doctor's appointments and to my dialysis 3 days a week. If you cut anchor rides early morning and late evening, you are going to be damaging further people's outlook on life and lives, because they're not going to be able to get to their dialysis appointments. Mine start at 5:30 in the morning, and I get through at 12:30 noon. That's a long time to sit on a machine and then try to drive afterwards. The doctor has forbidden me to drive, so therefore I have to depend on anchor rides. That's all I've got to say, and I hope that you guys revamp and rethink this.
Thank you.
My name is Melody Dye. I am a dialysis patient. I'm also on the board of the Alaska Kidney Patients Association. Early morning bus service takes dialysis patients to the units. Late night rides bring them home. It also allows people that are able to work and have dialysis to still have their livelihood. The late night buses
or how we get home from the Performing Arts Center, from a movie, from dinner out with our families. These buses are very important to us. And I would just ask that all of you think about where you go during the day. How would you get there if you didn't drive? And how would you get home? We cannot depend on cabs, although there are handicapped cabs in this town, but they are never available for people in little gadgets like my Betsy. Thank you so much for allowing us to talk.
Thank you for coming. I know it took some effort. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else here depending on anchor rides to get home? Okay. We're going to go back to the list then. Joanne Phillips and then Shelley Dotson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. Mayor's not here, but the administration. Joanne Phillips, I'm here this evening representing Camp Fire.
Can I just let you know that the mayor, there's an intercom in the back room, and he's hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I understand that grant funding is really very, very tight. I understand that the needs in our community are great, and I understand the challenge before you is huge. I've worked for a variety of nonprofits. My professional career here in Anchorage, I've sat in the arts community. I've sat in social services. I know your job is really, really quite challenging. But I'm here tonight as a representative of Camp Fire to simply say the $50,000 fund grant that was pulled from Camp Fire went directly to support our community centers programs that provide safe place for youth to be of low-income neighborhoods in the after-school hours. Additionally, a portion of those funds provided fee assistance for youth in from low-income working families to receive after-school child care services. In these economic times, cutting support for low-income working families is simply not in our community's best interests. Thank you.
Ms. Drummond has a question.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Phillips. The mayor said something about all groups will have to apply for grants to his administration, and I wish he was in here to explain how that process is going to work.
I understand that's still in discussion, and they will inform us when they have that ironed out.
Which is why the grants aren't specified as yet in the budget, but the Assembly has some concerns, too, about how that process will work.
Exactly, and that's why I'm here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, Dr. Selkirk has a question.
Yes. How do you fund most of your programs?
Fees for our before and after school child care programs are assessed to families, and then corporations, foundations, and individuals support all our other programs.
So, assuming you don't get this $50,000, is there going to be a direct impact?
There will certainly be a direct impact, and we are certainly working as a staff to try and determine how we will cover and manage those shortfalls.
Do you assume that you will not be able to provide services to some children, or, I mean, what will...
We would look for cuts in other areas, and we are certainly doing that, looking at our budget and trying to figure out how we can do that. The last thing we need in our community is to keep children and families from accessing programs. We currently, right now, as of today, have 212 children on our wait list. To add to that burden would simply not be acceptable.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shelley Dotson and then Cody Costello.
My name is Shelley Dodson. I've been a Camp Fire parent for 10 years. As a working parent, I can tell you how important it is to have quality child care. My son, who's now a freshman, was kicked out of every single program he had ever been in before he started elementary school. And I don't mean 2 or 3, I mean 10 or 12 or 14. and to get to work and be called in 5 minutes to pick up your child because he's misbehaving didn't work for me. When we started elementary school and we put him in Campfire, I went to the staff right away after being on the wait list and said, hey, I really need to talk to you about my son. And they said, no problem, we've got it handled. And I said, let me tell you how many programs have told me they have it handled. Campfire was phenomenal, and truly it's the only program my son's never been kicked out of. He's survived this long. He's 14. He's in high school now, and I have a daughter in elementary program as well. Having a place for your kids to go before and after school is critical, and I'm a divorced mom. I share custody with my ex-husband, and Campfire is one of the few things we actually agree on. If I don't get my daughter to school early enough for Campfire, she has a fit, and if I take off early to do something fun with her, she'd rather be at Campfire. I'm fortunate to be in a position to give my child those opportunities, but I recognize that this $50,000 in cuts is going to impact a lot of other families who rely on it to take care of their kids so they can go to work or stay at work and meet the other needs. When you have to choose between buying groceries for your kids and paying rent, sometimes things like Campfire can slip through the cracks, and the program that they provide, their off-site programs, are a godsend for a lot of families. So I ask that you very carefully consider ways to keep that money in the budget, to put it back in the budget so those families can have their needs met and their kids can be safe. Because if their children aren't safe, then none of us are safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Done?
No questions. Cody Costello, and then Junie Kim. Yeah, if you could give it to the clerk, she can pass it out to everybody.
Good evening, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan. My name is Cody Costello. I'm the Executive Director of Alaska Dance Theater. Anchorage is home to an arts and culture community that rivals the rest of the nation and many cities around the world. The organizations that make up this community support approximately 1,200 full-time jobs, have a combined annual budget of $28 million, and leverage another $17 million from its audience's spending to provide a $45 million economic engine for our city. Anchorage's arts and culture businesses consistently support employment of personnel at municipal facilities, consistently support a vibrant downtown with healthy restaurants, hotels, galleries, and retail operations, and consistently fill parking garages. The municipality receives an excellent return on its investment of less than 0.5% of its budget through grants to support arts and culture businesses. $274,000 of an over $420 million budget. Local government support is essential for us to remain competitive. On almost every grant application, organizations must demonstrate board giving, a diversified donor base, and a meaningful investment on the part of their local government in order to be considered for funding. In 2009, 28 small art-based businesses, many with youth programs, shared $261,000 in granted funds from the Arts Commission. Per requirements outlined in the application, no one organization can receive more than 15% of available funds or 15% of the organization's total budget. Alaska Dance Theater, for example, their grant was 2.63% of our overall budget. I'm concerned by the proposed drastic cut to the Arts Commission budget for 2010. A cut of this magnitude, 86.9% from what we can gather in a single budget year, significantly increases the potential failure rate for a number of businesses, jeopardizes a $45 million contribution to the economy, and puts Anchorage's arts and culture sector at a huge competitive disadvantage when it comes to fundraising capacity. By not supporting the arts through the public sector, private giving is inhibited. Receipt of public funding is awarded through a competitive process, which acknowledges that an organization has been closely inspected and acts as an anchor of support to garner institutional giving. There is a strategic purpose for our partnership with the municipality. The reality of the philanthropic world requires it. Whether we agree on our support of the arts and culture philosophically, our ability to compete nationally for funds is frankly dependent on local government support. Please consider reinstating the Arts Advisory Commission funding at the 2009 level so that we can continue leveraging that support to fulfill our commitment to raise private funds, keep our sector thriving, and sustain our significant economic impact to our city. I would like to ask that everyone that is here tonight in support of this, please stand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Junie Kim and then Nancy Harbour.
Good evening. My name is Junie Kim, and I'm a senior at West Anchorage High School. I would like to thank all of you for having me here tonight. So I'm a member of the Anchorage Youth Symphony, which is an orchestra comprised of passionate high school musicians, and I've been playing the violin for 12 years now, and for me it's been the most meaningful decision I've ever made. And it seems unfortunate that there was a plan to cut the budget from the budget funding for the arts, and I know that art organizations that have touched my life in the most significant ways have probably depended on this funding. And so I like to talk about how music and art mean to me on a personal level. I believe that music is transcendent in its ability to enlighten and inspire people. When I was young, I did not attend preschool or kindergarten, but I had violin lessons and went to art and ballet schools. And my parents believe that, for me, experiencing art at an early age helped me dream bigger dreams and achieve higher goals. And it definitely has. It has not only paved the way to musical opportunities, but it has given me the opportunity to grow and develop into who I am today. Music has helped me control emotions as well and cope with difficult situations and the dynamics of social life. For example, I immigrated to America from South Korea about 10 years ago, and it was a very stressful situation for me to face cultural and communication barriers at a young age. However, there was one language through which I was able to instantly interact with others, and that was music. I joined the local youth orchestra here, and I found that playing music with my new American friends made me feel very comfortable, and I got to develop a sense of belonging. So this ultimately helped me learn English and overcome difficulties in the new world. And from this experience, I learned that music diminishes boundaries between people of different ethnic backgrounds and social interests. I'm truly grateful for having grown up right here in Anchorage, because there have been numerous musical opportunities for everyone. Since elementary school, I've been involved in many youth orchestras, for example, honor orchestra for 6th graders, junior youth symphony for middle school musicians, and now the Anchorage Youth Symphony for high school musicians as well. And so for me, AOS has opened the door to a musical community of diversity, talent, and opportunity. And after high school, I'm planning to study medicine to become a doctor, but at the same time, I'm determined to continue study music, and I'm looking very much forward to giving back that which music and art have given me through funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Ms. Harbour? And then Jessica, I think it's Claire, right after Ms. Harbour.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor in the back room, my name is Nancy Harbour, and I'm here to speak in support of the Municipal Arts Commission. As you know, I lead the nonprofit organization under contract to the municipality to manage this community's 4-venue performing arts center downtown. My board of directors and I appreciate the MOA's commitment to support the infrastructure of the city's public facilities. We've worked diligently within our organization in the past 10 years to create new sources of earned and contributed income to balance our budget, as the municipality's appropriation to the facility has remained flat during that decade. Key to balancing our budget is the success of our resident companies and the other performing arts groups who use this facility. More than 50% of our annual budget is made up of rental payments, ticket fees from patrons who purchase tickets to the concerts provided by these groups, the percentage of concession and merchandise sales, plus contributions from individuals and corporations. The good health of these groups is essential to the good health of the Performing Arts Center. The Arts Commission money is one of the important components of this good health. 3 years ago, we began talks with Disney Theatricals and West Coast Entertainment to bring The Lion King to Anchorage to celebrate 20 years of amazing events at the center. An event of this magnitude does not happen very often. The last event of this size was here 15 years ago in 1994 with the presentation of The Phantom of the Opera. It's unlikely we'll see another show like this for many years. Most of the wonderful Broadway presentations that come to Anchorage, including Chicago and The Wizard of Oz, which are to be presented in early 2010, Our thanks to the Anchorage Concert Association, one of the organizations supported by the grant money from the Municipal Arts Commission. Half of the 28 organizations who receive grants from the Commission regularly present shows at the Alaska Center. 7 of those 14 arts organizations are committed to bringing their entire season to the facility. The Alaska Center is a hub of activity during the winter months, bringing folks to downtown for these events almost every weekend. Thousands of patrons register their support of the work of these groups by purchasing tickets, parking their cars, eating out, and including their children in these many activities. The investment of this community through the Municipal Arts Commission leverages more than $274,000 that's in the budget. It really, really helps to keep downtown vibrant through these contributions. Thank you.
Number of questions. Mr. Clements first.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Harbour, and thank you for all the work you've done with the Performing Arts Center over the years. I wanted to ask, as I understand the mayor's proposal, he's essentially saying, well, we're not going to fund arts groups, we're going to just fund the Performing Arts Center, and then the groups can come there and they can raise money kind of on their own. Can you explain why, from your understanding, it's so important for those groups to have support from the city independent of their own fundraising activities?
Well, I think Cody, who spoke 2 people before me, said it very well. It's a validating perspective. There are multiple ways, multiple funders that count on seeing local support, local government support. So it's not just about having the infrastructure, which certainly is important. I mean, and we have it. It's not something that we can ignore. So I do think it is a multi-pronged approach that the arts organizations look for, not only through funders, but through individuals and the corporations that support the activities that they do. And certainly, as I've said, we couldn't support the budget of the center without their renting the building. I mean, they don't come there for free.
And what is your understanding of, I'm not expecting you to have knowledge of each and every organization's budget, but what is your sense in a broad perspective on how much of those arts organizations' funding comes from the city versus other sources? I mean, are they almost entirely dependent on the city, or how does the city's contribution play into those small organizations?
Well, again, as Cody said, the Municipal Arts Advisory Commission does not allow any one arts organization to receive more than 15% of their budget or 15% of the total commission budget. And I would venture to say, again, not knowing each one of those organizations, that contribution that each of them, I think the maximum, and someone behind me can correct me, last year was $30,000. And knowing these organizations, that was probably very likely to be less than 2% of many of those organizations' budgets.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harbour. You know, we've heard a lot of people talk about The Lion King and that one big production, and I believe the number that I heard, the economic impact from that one production alone on the city was something like $17.5 million. And other folks had mentioned how a good show of community support is vital to gaining grant monies from other funders. I would imagine, is it not true that a good show of community support for the arts is also vital in bringing productions like that to the city?
Absolutely. The promoter company out of Spokane, West Coast Entertainment, that had an agreement with Disney, spent 2.5 years here meeting with economic development folks, understanding the arts community, talking with the ACVB, trying to get a sense of whether or not this is a community that could support a show the magnitude of The Lion King. And there was significant nervousness because the financial commitment on the part of those 2 entities was significant. And even up to, frankly, the last minute, because Anchorage is a late ticket buying crowd. And honestly, we were very honest with these folks who had over $8 million at risk. And frankly, they said to me, well, everybody says that. We just never believed that it was going to be true. And when the trucks arrived, half of the tickets were sold, only half. And they had never seen people buy tickets the number that they did in the very short period of time that they did. And we actually had to talk very hard and long to keep them from bailing because they were worried that it wasn't going to turn out. And frankly, it turned out spectacularly. We sold over 85,000 tickets to that event. So, but it made them very, very nervous.
That's a pretty common problem, so we don't have a lot of big concerts up here.
True. And actually, I think that speaks even more to the commitment of certainly the resident companies and the other arts organizations, and certainly to those organizations, not just those who use the Performing Arts Center, to commit to keep doing it year after year after year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Mr. Drummond?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Harbour, for coming.
Sure.
You have been running the nonprofit that operates the PAC for how long?
Well, I actually arrived on scene as they pushed the 8-foot-tall rolls of carpet out. I joined the staff 3 months before the building opened, and I have been honored to be president for 12 years.
Thank you. I wanted to bring it up with an earlier speaker, but I forgot in the flurry of testimony. I think people need to remember that the building we're in, the Performing Arts Center, the Egan Center, and the Sullivan Arena were built entirely by state funds in the 80s. And if I recall correctly, the Performing Arts Center cost about $75 million to build in the 80s. Is that roughly your memory?
Yes, and it was budgeted, frankly, as part of the Project 80s activity to cost $40 million. So
I remember all the machinations they went through, all the designs and all that. That stuff doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We have the buildings now. They didn't cost us a nickel in local funds. What would it cost us to replace the Performing Arts Center now? Just give me a guess. Knowing what other arts organizations, what other cities are doing around the world, you probably have some knowledge of the cost of a new theater.
Easily 3 times that.
Right. And having just built a $100 million convention center, the city knows what it costs to build a big.
Right. And one of the unique things about the Performing Arts Center as compared to the Denina, which is spectacular and wonderful and obviously worth celebrating, is the very unique pieces of theatrical activity that goes on into it. So the equipment that was installed, and I think it's one of the things that Anchorage has to be proud of, is the very high quality building that they got for their investment.
It was an absolutely forward-thinking building, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate that the municipality is going to continue to function, to fund the operational side of these things, but I also agree that we need to provide seed money to the arts organizations, as we have been, and I appreciate that you're here, and I will be calling you.
Thank you. I do want to say that we've worked very, very diligently to try to keep costs down at the Performing Arts Center. We've worked really hard with the city to make sure that we don't spend needless money. So we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Dr. Solkirk?
I guess in the past we've given like 0.5% of our municipal budget to the arts. For the amount of money that we've provided in the past, what would you say the contributions are that have been matched with that? I mean, is it 10 to 1? Is it, I mean, when you talk about, I think, what are we giving to 28 art organizations out raising money and looking for donors? I mean, that money gets leveraged at a certain level with other donations. What's the overall, can you guess, or could you get that figure to me in terms of how much money is raised in the community through tickets? How much other money comes into this program besides municipal money?
I could absolutely get that information for you. I can assure you that it is probably triple digit.
I'd love to see that, because I think what you're really explaining to us is that by making this contribution, it positions all of these entities to go out and talk to corporations and talk to the public and talk broadly about the fact that as a community we're committed, but we can't do it without you. In other words, you being those donors. So it would be interesting to see how much additional resources come to these efforts based on what we provide.
It would be easy
great
for me to provide that. And I think the way that other people look at it as well, as the contribution from the municipality is public contribution, and people look at that as a public investment.
So you could get it to the clerk.
There's
I will
some-
definitely.
Some of the answers in the
Yeah, I looked, I just
handout
didn't
we
see that answer. It would be great to have it.
Thank you. Mr. Michaelis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, the administration does understand how important the arts are, and the other representatives from the other groups that's represented in this room. But I'd like to reiterate something that the chair said earlier, and that is that the administration is looking at a mechanism in which everybody can compete for the grant funds that we have available. No one has said that the arts would be left out, or any other group for that matter. We just have fewer funds to divvy out. And so we're trying to come up with a system that is fair and that will adequately at least take care of all the groups, but not the total amount that everybody wants, but at least those groups that have performed great services for this city in the past. And everyone recognizes that the arts groups as have an awful lot of the folks that have spoke representing other groups as well tonight. So I just want to reiterate one more time that no decisions have been made. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Michaelis, honestly, and I don't speak for anyone else in the arts community, but I can tell you that this is the first I've heard of this grant application process. So I think some of it is that we are kind of in the dark. So I appreciate the comment.
Thank you. You had another question?
I just want a clarification. It's my understanding that there's about a third the money there was last year. So it's basically a third for that will be divided amongst everybody. So that I think does create a complex situation where you're choosing between people's buses and arts. And so I mean I do think that it sets the situation up for actually probably not being enough to adequately fund everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clearly.
Thank you very much. Jessica Clear and then Barb Rossetti.
Hi, I'm Jessica Clare, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here tonight to urge you not to cut bus services, routes, or times, or raise fares, and also to urge you not to cut funding for the libraries. As many people have already pointed out, these are cuts that would hurt people that need them the most right now. I'm here tonight as a bus rider. I'm fortunate enough to share a car, so I'm not entirely dependent on the bus. However, we live in Turnagain, and my partner works on the east side of town, and I work downtown, and if any of you have ridden the bus from the east to the west side of town, it's very difficult and very time-consuming. So I choose to take the bus most days of the week, aside from summer when I can bike. And I have a relatively easy ride. The bus comes near my home every hour and only takes about 15 minutes. And I'm fortunate to have a job that is flexible and can generally work with the hours that the bus runs. However, cutting early morning services or late night services may impact meetings and events that I can attend in the morning and the evenings. For example, right now the buses don't even run till the end of the assembly meeting. Furthermore, I have a roommate who relies entirely on the bus, and she was recently out looking for a job. Relying entirely on the bus system provided her with some very real restrictions. It means that she can't work before 7 a.m. or past 9 p.m. on most weekdays. It means that she can only work about between the hours of 10 and 6 on Saturdays and 12 and 5 on Sundays. This means that most of the time she can't work many opening and closing shifts for many businesses. And if services in the morning and evenings are cut back even further, it's not just an inconvenience, it impacts her opportunity to have a job. Cutting the bus times has serious consequences for the employment and livelihoods of people who do rely entirely on the bus system. Last, as a frequent library user, I also want to urge you not to make further cuts to our libraries. Libraries right now are even more important than ever. As a recent graduate of UAA and currently trying to plan for the future and pay down student loans, the libraries provide me with an opportunity to continue my growth in knowledge and be out in the community and social events without the cost. And I know this past summer when the libraries were cut back to just 4 days a week, it made it difficult for those of us with a Monday through Friday job to use the library. And for those who are dependent upon the bus, limited hours made it virtually impossible. So a good public transportation system and well-funded libraries are two vital pieces to a vibrant city and community, and the city and community that I live in and love. And so I urge you not to cut those systems.
Thank you very much. Barbara Rossetti, and then Sandra Hayes. Barbara Rossetti and then Sandra Hayes.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Rossetti, and I'm a member of the Campfire Board. And today I wanted to talk to you about after-school childcare and the impact to Campfire. Earlier we heard about the Triborough Task Force and concern about stopping gang activity, truancy, and those types of behaviors. And I say, let's not just stop it, let's prevent it. And that's why I'm talking tonight about the $50,000 that was cut from the budget for Campfire. And Dr. Selcraig, earlier you were asking questions about specifically what children will this $50,000 touch, and I'd like to be specific. The $50,000 grant supports the Before School program at Tyson Elementary in Mountain View, other after-school community center programs at the Fairview Rec Center in Lusac Manor. A portion of the grant also supports low-income families with scholarships so that their children can attend licensed child care programs at the children's schools. We're talking about quality, supervised child care, which is a basic need of working parents. And we're also talking about locations where the parents really need that extra support from the community, and this is a good way for us to give it to them. And we're also talking about a place where children can learn leadership skills and self-confidence, which turns them into graduates, not gang members. That's really all I have to say, other than I'd like to invite everyone here that's in support of after-school child care, who has a child in after-school child care or knows one, to please stand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call now Sandra Hayes and then Steve Silverstein.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, and Mayor Sullivan, who I hope doesn't get the name Vito King. I'd lived in Anchorage for 29 years. I have a daughter and 2 grandchildren, and I love the city of Anchorage. I sing with the Anchorage Concert Chorus, have taught my daughter and grandchildren about arts, to love it and enjoy it. Music is a vital and integral part of the community, and I urge you and plead with you, please not get rid of the arts. You've heard a lot to support it, but I also want to speak about public transportation. I've used the public transportation for 29 years between People Mover and Anchor Rides. It's needed. I've watched public transportation go from early morning till midnight. We no longer have those early morning and late night rides like we used to have. People need that transportation to get to work, not for frivolous things, but to get to work. You have people that work at the airport, that work at the hospital, that have flex jobs, that need the transportation to be able to get around, for doctor's appointments, for their jobs. I encourage you to leave your car at home for a week and take the bus to work, to your medical appointments, and the things you have to do for a week all day long, and see how easy it is to get around town transferring buses, and see if you can do it. It's not the easiest thing to do, especially if you live in South Anchorage and in Eagle River. And then try doing it when your wage is at a minimum, or if you don't have a job and you're doing it from unemployment or from no salary at all. It's not very easy. So I encourage you, please don't cut transportation, and please don't raise the fares. We can't afford it. And we need that transportation. Thank you.
Just a second. Ms. Gray Jackson, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hayes, for coming out and testifying this evening. And thank you to everyone else in the audience. It's a wonderful thing. I support the arts, and I also support public transportation, riding the bus for 21 of the 28 years that I lived in Anchorage. But, you know, you've heard folks here this evening on this side talk about the fact that we have a budget shortfall and we need to cut somewhere. And I asked you the question, where would you suggest we cut? Is there anything that you can think of to save some money so that we can support the programs that maintain the quality of life of the people that live in this community?
One of the things I'd say is stop eating on the taxpayer's dime and maybe pay for your own meals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I'll just note that Ms. Gray Jackson is one of the ones that doesn't eat dinner.
And I'll note that I'm one of the ones who doesn't either. Thank you.
And we wouldn't fund many buses on it either.
Somebody leave this up here?
Yes, that's from the media. It's a reporter for the media.
The media, okay. My name is Steve Silverstein. I'm going to make my remarks very brief. Okay. I just wanted to point out a couple of things to this group. Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, Assembly members, when you talk about the arts budget, you're talking about organizations who are nonprofits and what they do with that money and with all the money that they raise. And the reason that they're nonprofits is to spread out the cost of those performances, those art events, so that the broadest possible part of the community can attend. It's not about elitist. I think somebody talked about elitist things here. I suppose that if we wanted to sell $200 seats to the symphony, we'd have enough of an audience to have a limited symphony season without letting anyone in the door who couldn't afford that, and that would be elitist. But I think that what these arts groups do is really critical to the community, and they raise money, excuse me, to allow people who can't afford $200 seats to the symphony to go and pay $20 or $30 for a program, for a violin program, or for a symphony, or $15 sometimes, or whatever it is. I've been on several arts boards, and I know that they spend an enormous amount of time raising money. I can also tell you that none of these groups are likely to go out of business entirely because they don't get the municipal money. Maybe a couple of them, but in general they won't. But it does do something very important. It speaks to what this community is about. When you cut the arts funding and you don't donate money to these groups, what you do is you send a message, a very clear message. And somebody here spoke earlier about quality of life and attracting people to live in our community, to be in our community, to stay in our community. And how do you do that when the community itself is unwilling to fund quality of life issues like that? And the last item I'd like to leave with you is the amount of money that you're talking about in the arts budget is noise in the data. There are probably 10,000 things in the municipal budget that will make a difference of the amount of money that you're talking about cutting from the arts budget. I know you have a terrible choice in front of you between arts and funding other things that are very important to this community, social services, campfire, anchor rides, and those are very critical. But I constantly wonder, whenever we have a budget shortfall in this town, how it always comes down to cutting the things that are important to not only the community's cultural events, but also to the poor people in this community who need things like anchor rides and the bus service. It always comes down to hacking those parts of the budget off, and I don't know why. And I think we ought to all be thinking about that, because I think that's important to help people perceive us outside and help people perceive whether they want to live here and they want to be here. I've been here 32 years, and I've seen this same fight over and over and over, and it seems to me that we waste an enormous amount of time and effort, a lot of breath, and I've wasted a lot of time at these meetings to be here to talk about this stuff, and I don't think we should need to.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. You said tens of thousands of places where we could do that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You said tens of thousands of places that we could cut. Give me a couple, three, that would enable us to fund the arts or fund anchor rides or fund the bus.
I think you misheard me, sir. I think what I said was that there are probably tens of thousands of variables in the budget that would make that difference of that many dollars one way or the other, and cutting it out of these particular parts of the budget is really just noise in the data.
Where would you have any suggestions where we might find it?
You know, I don't know the
Besides
budget well enough.
assembly food?
I haven't studied your budget. I hope that you and the mayor and his staff have, and I believe that there are other alternatives to cutting these small pieces of the budget. These are small dollars in total as a part of the overall budget.
Well, let me ask you one other question. Would you raise taxes to avoid those cuts?
You know, I
Real
would.
property taxes?
You know what I'd say,
just-
Mr. Coffey, one of the things that constantly also amazes me, or that consistently amazes me about this town is that people are willing to put their hands out and take that state permanent fund dividend. They're unwilling to turn any of that money over to actually running the city, paying for the real estate taxes that everybody's complaining are too high, when in fact, on the average, nobody pays any taxes in this town.
Well, Madam Chair.
You know, Mr. Coffey, if I could finish that statement, if you don't mind. I did the numbers once a while back. The average household in this town is 2.67, I believe, people. The average real estate tax is less over the last 10 years on average than the permanent fund dividend for the average household. And I realize that's not true for everyone. It's a broad generalization. But we always come out, we have people come out who say we're paying too much in taxes, we don't want to fund anything, and they live here, and they have all kinds of services, and the state pays them for it. Then they get that for doing nothing except being here.
I think we're all familiar with that.
Mr. Coffey, if I can briefly offer you some advice. I worked for this gentleman for several years and sat in with a lot of negotiations with him. This isn't going to go well.
Well, the folks that are here tonight obviously agree with you. That's, I've not been necessarily adverse to these kinds of things, but I don't necessarily agree with you that when you have a run-up in the level of taxation on real property, which unfortunately is 60% roughly of what we are able to raise for our city revenue. And when you have those kinds of run-ups with the other things that we experienced in the last few years, increased costs of insurance, increased utility costs, nothing's gone down near as I can tell. And then when I ask a question about what alternatives there are, what alternatives are there? You say, don't cut this, and then other people say, don't cut that. And I've not heard anybody really say what alternatives are. Now, every one of us, well, I don't know about every one of us, but I spent a lot of time in this book trying to see things that might happen. And what I've seen is we've substantially had a falling in our revenue from a variety of sources. The bed tax, you probably know that as well. The railroads laid off how many people, so on and so on. Right. And then I see substantial, and I mean horrific increases in the wages and benefits to certain select city union employees. And, I voted against those contracts, and now it's sort of, why is Coffey supporting some reductions in some of these programs? Well, it's because we got contracts that are going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 5 years, and if the mayor...
Madam Chair, point of order. Is there a question here,
Yes,
or is this debate?
I am assuming there's a question coming.
Well, you just asked one, Mike.
Hey, folks.
Then get to it.
Please. Go ahead, Mr.
I didn't
Coffey.
interrupt
You
Mr.
have the
Gutierrez.
floor. You have the floor,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Coffey.
So then, when I see that, I say to people, what are the alternatives other than just saying, don't cut me? And I understand you don't know the budget, but I'm hoping maybe somebody could give me some suggestions. One guy said raise taxes. Okay, I got that. Thank you. If you can't answer my question, then...
I cannot answer your question, Mr. Coffey. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Didn't go too bad, Mr. Flynn.
Just a minute.
I'm wondering...
Just a minute, please. There's a queue,
Sorry,
and
I
I
thought
will
I was quick.
recognize you when you're in queue.
Sorry.
One thing I'm really trying to further here is civil discourse with differing opinions. And so help me, audience, here. There's people in the room who have different opinions than you, and let's all listen respectfully. Thank you. Ms. Drummond, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Silverstein, for coming down. Did you see that checkoff on your permanent fund dividend application this year?
I did.
As I did?
I did.
And did you make a donation to one of your favorite
My wife and I
charities?
donate a large percentage of our annual salaries to charities in this town. We did not use the one on the permanent fund dividend because, while it's easy, it didn't really address what we try to do with our money. But we do give a very large percentage. Somebody told me once that that everybody should give 1 to 2% of their net worth to charity every year. The Muni does give to charities. I think all of us should donate to charities. We give 5 figures, which is large for us, to charities in this town.
Thank you. I appreciate what you do very much.
Dr. Selkirk.
Mr. Silverstein, I just want to, I can understand that you might not know where to cut the budget, and I'm just wondering, for next time, do you know where the Anchorage Economic Development Commission funding is in this budget?
No, I don't know. I have not looked at the budget, and I just got back into town, too.
It might be worthwhile the next time you get asked that to know where that is, because my hunch is that it's folded neatly in somewhere, and it's a substantial amount of money, and it's not thrown in with the rest of the people who have to apply, but actually it's kind of a special group of people. And I think that as you examine this budget, the interests of the mayor are addressed, and interests that aren't really in the mayor's, priorities aren't addressed. And so I think that it's worth kind of mining the budget so that the next time you're asked that question, you might be able to give some suggestions, because I bet you can find them. Thank you.
I'm reasonably certain. I've done a lot of budgeting, and I know there are all kinds of ways to change where money shows up and how it shows up, and prioritize before the budget even comes out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to remind Assembly members this questions. What are we looking for here? Very good. At this point, I'd like to ask Melody Dye and then Laura Lacey.
Melody's already spoken.
Melody's already spoken. Oh, she was on the first list. I apologize. All right. Laura Lacey and then Jim Karen.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, welcome back. I am Laura Elizabeth O'Lacey. I have lived here in Anchorage for 29 years now. One of the things that hit me after listening to everyone speak here is that there's a nice correlation here that in-laws are the fallout from falling in love and joining in marriage. Property taxes are the fallout from being blessed enough to actually own one or more properties. And you're eventually going to have to run into these and face them eventually. A society is judged by the way it treats the weakest and most fragile of its members, and I recognize the need for budget cuts. However, the areas that we cannot afford to make cuts in are public safety, such as fire, police, EMS, K-12 education, and critical services. The ability to get to needed places on time is a critical situation to a great many people. I would like mostly to focus on the Anchor Rides clients and their needs. I am a part-time personal caregiver, and thanks to AO 64, I make most of my living as a cab driver. As a caregiver of a client who needs to go to multiple series of renal dialysis sessions each week and other medical appointments, I can tell you that cutting early or late runs will critically impact many of these patients. For every hour of dialysis that is lost, permanent damage is done and cannot be reclaimed, and that shortens a person's expected lifespan and survivability. Further, Anchor Rides allows many handicapped workers to go to and from work when they could not do so otherwise. Their loss of livelihood is also an opportunity to lead to their loss of life. Finally, for many of the Anchor Rides clients, just getting out of the house to go for groceries or to see the Lion King has a great impact on their mental health and, once again, on their survivability. Now, as a cab driver, I can explain as to why taxis are a poor substitute for the Anchor Ride system. Although since time's limited, I'll save that for someone's questions. I would like to challenge the mayor to give up his legs for 2 weeks and join yourself to a wheelchair. And let's treat it as if it was a motorized chair. These things weigh 200 to 400 pounds, which means you're not going to throw it in the back of the ride you usually use to come to work. Try this for 2 weeks and see how your life would be impacted. Do it the way as it is, and then think about how your life would be impacted if these services were cut. A good mayor will accept this challenge in good faith. Are you that mayor, sir? Thank you much.
Just a moment. Ms. Drummond has a question.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. O'Lacey, for coming to speak to us tonight. I want to ask that question. Why are taxis a poor substitute for anchor rides?
Okay, we currently only have 4 taxi cabs that are outfitted that will handle a wheelchair. I have heard that there were some permits that were just recently put up for bid that are supposed to increase that number. However, as a cab driver, on my screen, I watch and see how many trips are available in whatever zones and what special kind of trips you're looking for. Any code for a wheelchair is marked with an X. I have seen X calls go up in a zone and be ignored for 3 and 4 hours at a time. This is because even though you have a handicap permit, you have to make your lease every day. That's an $85 lease plus whatever gas that you put into the car for the day, plus a run through the car wash. In order to make this $85 lease, the drivers really can't focus on just handicap trips. I wish it would be other ways. I wish there was some way that we could actually require these handicapped drivers to have to answer these trips. But as it is, at least one of the units I know of quits at 5 o'clock. There's no night driver on that unit, which means if somebody came to this meeting tonight knowing that their anchor rides trip wouldn't be able to take them home but stuck it out to the bitter end, they'd be stuck here till tomorrow morning when the buses start running again. Not a pretty picture. And my client would never have seen Lion King had it not been for matinee shows, because by the time the theater closed, so did anchor rides.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Jim Karen, and then Deidre Cronin.
My name is Jim Curran, and just to start, I want to thank each and every one of you for your service. No, I didn't vote for everybody, but Madam Chair, I appreciate your words that civil discourse is necessary to our community. I was born where Benihana's sit. I was raised smack dab in Spenard. I live in Windermere, which I call South Spenard, and I currently work as a librarian over at West. Those people keeping score, yeah, I was raised in Spenard, I live in Spenard, and I work in Spenard, and that kind of explains my lack of polish, but I'll make up for the lack of polish in wild non sequiturs as I go along. Our public library system is still woozy from cuts made by earlier city administrations. It's staggering from the cuts and the hiring freeze of the present year, and the proposal to cut some $453,000 from the system's 2010 budget would knock it flat. The loss of 14 positions and $100,000 from our acquisitions would be devastating. This city deserves better. Here's a concept to consider. Libraries are essential services. Yeah, right. Okay. When I was T-boned at Fireweed and Spenard, I was not hoping for the young lady who does lap sits up in the second floor of LUSAC to come and patch me up, and I was really happy that our EMT showed up. However, the young man that handed back my bloody shirt, who I recognized as a student from East High that I had, I'm happy that he isn't doing lap sits. I'm happy that he's not upstairs answering reference questions right now. By comparing police and fire to libraries as essential services, we're comparing apples and oranges. We can't do with one and not the other. Libraries are community centers. They are places people go to study, read, get online, apply for jobs, create resumes, to constructively spend time. They do so as sanctuaries that many of us enjoy at home, but others can't afford. Our libraries are places where adults go in between careers, in between jobs, or are retired. Our libraries don't judge, don't question. They are the open door for people to come in and recreate themselves. Our libraries are where we bring our children to find a book, to hear a story, to read to them ourselves. A lap sit on the second floor of LUSAC is often the first step on the road to literacy. Our libraries are a place for visitors. People come to our libraries to connect to home, to plan their next excursion, to find out about Alaska and Anchorage. Do you know how many times people have stopped me? By the way, I forgot to say, I'm also a part-time, temporary substitute reference librarian upstairs. But people stop by LUSAC reference desk to say how lucky we are to have such a great library system. I wonder how much longer I will hear that. And like good schools, good libraries attract people to our community. They are a hallmark of a stable, livable community. Libraries are also where people go for information. All kinds of people, from the business person to the contractor to the student to the tourist to the everyday citizen. I can go on forever, but I heard the buzzer. As usual, I planned for a 52-minute class, and I have 3 minutes. Let me end with this. Let me end with this quote, if I may, from the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Eckenberger, who wrote recently, "The public library is an American institution older than the flag, envy of other nations, cradle of literacy, bootstrap for generations of immigrants, storehouse of fuel for the imagination, hotbed of adventure and romance, and one of the greatest democratic institutions ever created. It is struggling to survive. This is nothing less than a national and a city calamity if we let our libraries slip away now. I think it's a time for a little leadership here. And we're looking to you for that leadership. Don't make these devastating cuts to our libraries. We can't afford it. And yes, Mr. Coffey, I'm ready."
Hold on. You've got Harriet Drummond first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Drummond?
I think that was left over from last week.
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony, sir. You'd mentioned about libraries being essential services, and we consider, everything the city provides to be important to the community, or else we wouldn't be in the game. But if you look at the budget and what we've been dealt with, the millions of dollars of deficit, the police department has lost 27 positions. The fire department has lost 20 positions. So those are essential services like the library and other things, and every department had to take cuts because of the massive deficit that we've inherited. So I hope you understand that every department did their best to find savings, to find a way to keep their operations running as best they could. And in a perfect world, we had them all open 24/7, but it just is not possible given the budget situation we have. And the essential services felt it just as much as the services we like for our quality of life.
And Mr. Mayor, I thank you for saying that libraries are essential services. They are. And as far as libraries controlling their budget, or the services controlling your budgets, I'd be happy to see that happen, but I know that our library didn't have as much control as they should have. Just interdepartmental charges, libraries haven't been given control over. And if they were given control over that, they could shape these cuts much better, I believe, than what they have been. And as far as taking cuts, library services have taken cuts again and again and again. They seem to be an easy target, maybe because we don't have folks running up here to give public testimony. As a friend of mine said recently, who's also a librarian, well, it's not part of our nature to come up and be extroverts. I think the arts people are much better at this than we are. But we really believe in the ideal of libraries. I think there are ways to achieve some of your goals as well as maintaining the service that we want to give to our community.
Yeah, again, every department of the city has had to take cuts, sir. Every department. It's not a question of, favoring one over the other. You do prioritize, but literally, $20 to $30 million deficit unfortunately affects every single department. And we're looking at all the ways to do things better. All the little tricks of the trade like IGCs, like you mentioned and stuff, all that's being examined. We're trying to clean up some of the things that we've seen maybe, not good accounting in some of those areas. So, and last public hearing, just so you know, a lot of library folks did come out, so you guys were well represented.
I heard. And thank you again. I just go back to from the 2008 budget to the proposed 2010 budget, $1.1 million from our libraries, when we represent something like what, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, something like 3% of the municipal budget. I think it's over and beyond what we can sustain. There's so much we can do with just very little money.
Thank you. There are several other questions, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to?
Oh, yes. No, thank you. I
right.
think the point was made.
All right. Question from Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's interesting to me because I hear the mayor crying poverty. Are you aware that the proposed budget, we have a tax cap, we have a tax limitation. The proposed budget is somewhere around $10 million below the tax cap, that we're not forced, indeed, to make all of these cuts, but in fact that is the choice of the administration?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that. And one of the things I don't want to get into, but I know that you have to, God bless you, is that, yeah, you have voters saying, well, we're impoverished. I don't think so. And I can almost hear it behind me now is, yeah, I'll pay more taxes. I've paid taxes all my life. I'll pay them until I kick off. I'll probably pay them after I kick off, too. But we really don't pay that much to live in this city. And as I'd have to look at the attribution on this, but I can look it up. I'm a librarian, is that taxes are the price we pay for civilization. And part of that civilization is a public library system. There was a police officer. I can't give you his name. I can ask him to forward that so that I'm not making this up. But he just told me recently he doesn't want to be a police officer in a city where schools are cut, libraries are cut, parks are cut. It makes his job harder. And I know you realize that. I know it's always a Hobson's choice up there. It's easier back here. But, man, don't cut libraries.
I don't think
I think we can find the money. I think we could bump up, not to the tax cap, but bump up and find some more dollars out there.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
A question from Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, just Mr. Gutierrez brought up a point about we're not taxing to the cap. I didn't know if you were aware or not, but are you aware that our budget deficit is so bad that next year we have to cut another $25 million to make the budget balance out in the out years? That's how bad the deficit has been created. And with that, every dime we add in spending this year means more I have to cut next year. So we put together a 2-year plan. I didn't know if you were aware of that second-year dilemma that we still face.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think we're really getting into debate and really not hearing testimony from the public.
Mr. Klayman, I heard
my question, Madam Chair.
Folks,
my question, Madam Chair.
Hard to get through here. I heard a question from the mayor. There have been other assembly members who've sort of stretched that too. Please, let's be respectful and get through this.
Yeah, I've only commented.
The question was to Mr. Gutierrez and not to the speaker.
Madam Chair. I think I still have the floor, Madam Chair.
You do, sir. I'm trying to
Thank
regain
you.
control here.
And I've spoken only once or twice this evening, and I did ask him a question. I asked him if he was aware that next year
We heard you.
we're in an equal budget. Well, I didn't hear his answer.
Okay, he didn't have a chance.
I was interrupted.
Actually, sir, yes, I am aware of that. And again, that's a part. I don't want to get into the contention. I know this is your job. I know you're working as hard as you can. And we all look at this budget like the old folk tale with the wise men and the elephant. And all I can say is I'm hanging on to my piece of that elephant and not letting go, not unlike you. But I think, well, my favorite quote, that was at the top of my overrun speech here, is from Maslow. I suppose it is tempting if the only tool you have is a hammer to treat everything as if it were a nail. I think right now where we're at is that the tool that you have is a hatchet and you're not looking beyond that. And I think it takes a paradigm shift to say, hey, there are ways not to preserve everything at the present level, but there are ways to preserve things. And back to my point, to preserve our libraries. We don't spend that much in this town on libraries. I think that we need to. I think it pays they pay for themselves again and again and again. I've been in public education for almost 30 years now, and libraries are the purest form of public education, the purest form of democracy we have.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Deidre Cronin, and then Michael Hurst.
Deirdre Cronin, Executive Director of Covenant House, Madam Chair, and Mr. Mayor and Assembly members. Excuse me. I am here tonight to speak about a very specific contract/grant that we have had with the municipality since 2005. That is that we have operated the Youth Resource Center, which is a drop-off center for youth that is used by APD, McLaughlin, and the Anchorage School Resource Officers. The top reason that this program is utilized is because police officers cannot locate guardians, and they were driving around in their police cars with minors in the back. The youth in this program are ages 13 through 17, and the biggest user is the Anchorage Police Department at 85%, followed by Department of Juvenile Justice at 13%, followed by The school resource officers at 3%, and these are 4-year averages. This program costs $133,000 a year. The Department of Juvenile Justice has committed $33,000, so I am here to make the contract and the remaining balance of $100,000 a priority for the FY10 budget. I do want to say the administration, Mr. Vicalis, and Mr. Baker and Ms. Engel have been very supportive. We had a hiccup with the 09 funding, and they really went above and beyond to put that back into shape. But I need your help for the 2010 budget.
Dr. Selkirk.
And currently, what are you budgeted at in the 2010 budget? Is it there?
Well, we haven't been cut. I think we're going to submit a proposal for the pot of funding that has been left, which I understand is about 1/3 of what was there last year.
So you're going to be competing with the libraries and the buses and everything else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Drummond, wait a minute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cronin, for coming. The mayor has said that his focus will be on youth in the grant funds that are remaining. So I suggest you hold his feet to the fire in that respect, and we will help you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston, and I want to remind people questions.
I'm
sorry. It wasn't pointed directly at you, Ms. Johnston.
In the past, the municipality has shared this expense with the school district. Do you know what the school district is going to be doing for 2010?
The last investment they made of $50,000, they said, was their last, given who is utilizing the program. They sponsored the pilot, but 3% are coming from the school resource officers, so that's my understanding. There's no future investment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Klayman? Oh, now I see you. I didn't before. I apologize. Mr. Klayman.
Just to make sure you keep a better track of this than I do. The school district provided funding for the youth
reception center.
Youth reception center in 2008, but then the school district in 2009 indicated that because the school district really was not providing or gaining any services from it, they thought it was inappropriate for it to be in the school district budget, and the 2009 budget was all city funding. Is that your understanding?
I don't know about the word inappropriate, but I was told it was their last investment.
In 2009 or 2008?
2008. 2009.
Okay, so, all right, my understanding, but I could be wrong, was that in 2009 the money came from the city, and in 2008 it came from the school district, and the reason we changed that in 2009 was because, in fact, and I'll take out the whatever words that placed a value on it, in fact, the school district wasn't providing any services or gaining any services from that, and so that the budget rationale was that the city should be the one that was paying the cost.
That is correct. In your calendar year, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, Madam Chair, not a question for the speaker, but Dr. Selkirk had mentioned that funding for her would compete with buses and libraries, and that's not correct. The grant funding that we've allocated in the budget is not operational money for buses or for libraries, so that's not a competitive situation with her and those other functions.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. At this point, I'd like to call Michael Hurst, and after that, Richard Braun.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, and Mayor Sullivan, I'm Michael Hurst. I'm the Marketing Director for the Glacier Brew House and Orso, 2 restaurants downtown that benefit immensely by the arts. The Performing Arts Center, what Nancy and her team do. Yes, the Lion King was phenomenal for us. We're not going to say it wasn't. We love anytime anything is going on at the Performing Arts Center, the Egan Center, the Denina Center, Cyrano's. The Performing Arts just do an immense amount of making a vibrant downtown alive and let us operate 2 very, very successful restaurants. And we want to say we'd like to continue to support the arts. The arts are good business for downtown.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Richard Braun, and then after that, Christina Eubanks.
My name is Master Richard Braun, taxpayer. Having less money means you have to use priorities to balance your budget. Priorities, putting needs ahead of wants. Do musicians write or play music, or do actors only act, or artists only paint because they get a muni subsidy? No, I don't think so. They do it because they need to, with or without a subsidy. Tickets should pay for performances. Tickets are user fees. If you want to go see and use the performance, pay the fee. Either that, or if I bring my green card, since I've already subsidized the performance, can I get in free? The green card represents what I've already paid. If only $500,000 was checked off for the PFDs, I would say that's a vote by the people on subsidizing those programs. Maybe they're already contributing enough on their own on the side, voluntarily or involuntarily. Maybe people like to keep their own money and spend it as they seem fit. Cuts are for this year only, not forever. Each year, the budget is reevaluated and adjusted. When irresponsible spending occurs and income drops, then cuts are necessary. These cuts are not the sacking of the city. It's just common sense adjustments to realities from economic changes and reckless spending increases that you guys implemented in December. As a taxpayer, I support these changes. They're the guidance, the adult guidance from a high level in the city that you've already gotten. It's outlined also in the 6-year fiscal plan, which is high-level guidance, if you read it. Let's implement it. If these cuts are so bad, how about we invoke the reopener clauses that were so touted and cited during the contract voting period as a way to reassure people that, well, if there is something wrong here, does the fact there's a reopener clause give you comfort? Does that ring a bell? How about we invoke those reopener clauses where they exist, and let's start to correct the problem. And then we wouldn't have these discussions and everybody coming up crying all over the podium. That's just about it, I guess.
Dr. Selkirk has a question.
I'm happy with the mayor's proposals. I've gone to work sessions. I've listened to discussions by the department heads. These are well thought out, well reasoned, and they compete with each other equally. This is a good way to run a railroad.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk has a question for you.
So you've made a distinction between needs and wants, and I'm just wondering, do you think somebody who needs a bus to get to dialysis or to get to work is a need or a want?
For them, it's a need.
Okay, so you think it's okay to fund the buses?
From my standpoint, a free ride is a want by somebody. I spent 5 years in wheelchairs and on crutches myself. I never once got a free ride from the city I lived in. My parents took care of me. My family took care of me. I took care of me.
You were a lucky person. Well, I mean, if somebody was taking care of you, that's a really good situation. But for those people who don't have a parent to take care of them, for those people who can't get, like for the elderly woman who came and talked about getting to dialysis, do you think that that's just a want or a need? I mean, the thing is
I've answered that.
Okay, then fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to call Christina Eubanks and then Lenora Morford. Go ahead.
Hi. My name is Christina Eubanks, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak here in support of funding after-school programs, specifically Campfire's community center program in high-risk neighborhoods. I am a very lucky parent who is able to provide or able to receive services from the after-school programs, and I just would like to take this time to remind the Assembly of the reason why we have the free after-school care program, after-school community center programs. Before these programs existed, we have children between the ages of 5 and 12 who had no safe place to go before and after school. These schools would find that there were kids sitting outside the schools as early as 7 in the morning because their parents had to go to work. You had 6-year-olds standing outside waiting with nowhere to go. And so they offered, an after school with nowhere to go. And they were running in the neighborhoods, they'd sit in front of the TV, they would get into trouble. We know the highest rates for teenage delinquency is right after school. If you spend time with these kids who are raised with nowhere to go after school in elementary school, by the time they're in middle school, they'll give you a tour of their neighborhoods, because these are high-risk neighborhoods, and they'll point out to you where you can find a prostitute, where you can get drugs. They get involved in gangs. They'll show you where the signs of gang activity is in their neighborhoods. These after-school programs engage them in a safe place. They get around role models that, give them support, teach them about how to make the right choices. And while my children don't benefit from these programs directly, they benefit from the fact is when they go to middle school with these children or high school with these kids, they're less likely to be surrounded by kids who didn't have the same opportunities that they did. And I cannot speak highly enough on the importance of these programs, and I just wish that you continue to look at supporting Campfire's programs with, I know as you're making these budget things, and to answer some of the questions, I'm a single mom who makes $40,000 gross, and I give up to 3% of my income each year to support programs such as Campfire. So it is about, making personal sacrifices, but it also is about where your community priorities are.
Thank you very much. Lenora Mumford. And after that, Kay Bonas-Trent.
My name is Lenora Morford, and I am a city bus driver. I am not personally going to be affected by the major cuts proposed for People Mover, but I meet customers who will have a lot of trouble, many who are too shy to come here tonight. People who regularly depend on People Mover are the elderly, the disabled, the young, those just getting their first jobs, young mothers with babies who cannot afford these cuts. There was an article in the newspaper today by the Director of Catholic Social Services about people struggling to improve their lives who need the bus. People need transportation to get a job, to keep their job. It's not optional. Riding customers are real everyday people, commuters and the middle class customers who know that public transit is the right thing to do. Public transit prevents pollution, creates less parking spaces at exorbitant rates, less congestion on the roads for everybody else, and fewer roads need to be financed. There is where the real savings is. This is all part of a healthy, vibrant city, which is being strangled by too many cuts to the bus system. Earlier this year, Eagle River Chugiak residents attended meetings and signed petitions to keep their bus service. This assembly passed a quote resolution to ensure that public transportation continues at no less than service levels available as of January 1, 2009. It was number 2009-56. It was passed 9-1, and yet Eagle River buses were cut 30% this summer. So I'm really urging everyone, and especially the Eagle River Chugiak representatives, to oppose any further cuts. How can a large percentage of taxpayers have almost no bus service? And this is a defining moment for this assembly and for Anchorage. This is that line in the sand. Build it and they will come. Starve the bus ridership long enough and customers will be lost. The city system cannot keep taking these cuts. I am a property tax payer and I know the tax burden well. But with no state taxes and no sales taxes, are we really a little bit spoiled comparatively? My suggestion to this assembly and the many concerned supporters of public transit is that now is the time to ask the state of Alaska to start some funding of public transit. Alaska is one of only 2 states who does not contribute to public transit directly. There's a large study called the Comparative Review and Analysis of State Transit Funding Programs that identifies Alaska as one of the wealthiest states and that does not contribute to transit. All of the rest of the states do. The study can be found online, and I will send each of you the website because it's very long, and give the address to the clerk, so if any of the public is interested. But now is the time that we need to be starting to ask our legislators why the state does not contribute when other states do, especially in this upcoming election year when even a relatively small amount of money could make a big difference, especially for the bus system. In conclusion, I would strongly urge this assembly to delay the proposed cuts to People Mover, especially in light of the resolution passed just this February urging no further cuts, and let's focus instead on finding some new money. The future of Anchorage depends on it. Thank you.
Just a moment. Harriet Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Warford, very much for coming to speak. Do you drive the same route every day, or do you drive different routes in Anchorage?
Most of the routes are all over town. There's very few of the repetitious, same route every day, every hour. I'm all over town.
Assembly members frequently hear complaints from people that they see buses not driving full, not riding full. I live in Spenard. I see full buses. What is your experience as a driver?
It depends on the route. It depends on the time of day. There's a lot of variables. But as you have shifted the schedules and put more pressure, it's harder for people to adjust.
Yeah, it's not possible to adjust in some cases, I'm sure.
Right.
When you make a commitment to live in a certain part of town or in a certain apartment or buy a certain house because it's near a particular bus route, and then that route changes, it's really hard to make the change that it requires to adapt. And thank you for bringing the statistics. What is the other state that does not support transit besides Alaska?
Alabama.
It figures. Okay. Thank you very much. I look forward to getting that link from you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Cabonas Trent, and then Paula Davis. Is Kay here? No? Okay. After Paula Davis, Janice Banta. Hi.
Hi, my name's Paula Davis, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. I work as a teacher at Denali Montessori School in the downtown area, and I'd like to speak for some of the families and children who are part of the Campfire after-school program. This after-school program provides children a safe place to play, a place to do homework, and to have a meal. It keeps them off the streets, and some of the streets around our school may have hazards such as drugs, weapons, and inebriates at times. The program keeps them safe and engaged in healthful activities for only 2.5 hours a day. And this particular Campfire program is supported by 5 different groups: the municipality, the Campfire program that provides staffing, Central Lutheran Church provides the space, the school district provides space for the meal after school, and Kids Kitchen provides the meal. So there's a lot of people working together to try and take care of these kids. In my class, which is a kindergarten class, a fifth to a quarter of my children and families benefit from this program. And these, by the way, are some of the same people who can benefit from having the library kept open. They don't have computers at home necessarily. Their families might bring them as they get older to the library to do their homework. And they might also be the same people that need to take a bus to get there. So they're pretty needy. I'm just asking you, please don't balance your budget on the backs of these children and their families. Thank you.
Hold on a minute. Dr. Selkirk?
Are you seeing students whose parents are working who still need some sort of services like lunches? And are you? I mean, when you talk about these kids, are their parents working, and are they still needing these services? Have you got working poor families in here?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So if this money wasn't available, the kids would go home to empty houses?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for coming. As a former school board member, I used to have the statistics at the tips of my fingers and in my brain all the time. Denali still serves the neighborhood, but it's a whole school Montessori program now,
Yes.
right? What percentage of the students, roughly 500 kids, what percentage are neighborhood kids?
I can't speak for the whole school, and I can only kind of estimate what's in my class. I think about a third are neighborhood in my class.
Okay, and what grades do you teach? Kindergarten?
I teach kindergarten.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Janice Banta and then Maxine Dugan.
Madam Chair.
Oh, somebody said something. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes. Just for, again, another point of clarification for folks who may want to testify. We have been in discussion with Campfire. It is one of the organizations that we're anticipating, in our grant process supporting, because it does fit the criteria of services to youth. And so we have been in discussion with the director, and I think we'll be able to provide a good level of support.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good news. I'm Janice Banta, and it's my room at Denali Montessori where the children come, and I just really wish you could all be there to see when they arrive. These are all neighborhood kids aged kindergarten through 6th grade. They get it, as Ms. Paula just said, it's this wonderful consortium of groups that have created this. And so all night long I've been sitting here listening to people say, don't cut this, don't cut this. I'm here to say, do more of this. Because I know you're all here for very good reasons, but at different political spectrums, but I think we all want to save money. And this is awesome, because here we have space from the school district, free. We have space from Central Lutheran Church, beautiful space. The kids love to go there. They play games. They get help with their homework. These are kids that, before they got in the program, probably weren't always getting their homework done. Now they are every day. We get kids' kitchen meals for them, free. And Campfire provides these amazingly well-trained staff. $50,000. I imagine that what you're doing for a lot of places is saying, well, let's just cut, 10% or 15% or whatever from everybody. This is a bare bones program. There are only 2 staff that make this happen. It cannot operate with less than that. But I'm thinking all over Anchorage there are places where we could be doing this, because I heard people ask about what kind of families these are. I would see that, at this side, these are the people that are really, they don't have any jobs. They may be on public assistance. They may be living with families. They're home. Their kids can go home to them. And then there are the people over here that are making enough money that they can pay for child care, which, thank goodness, my kids are old enough not to do that, because that was a lot of my income that did that for many years. These are the margin people. I'm thinking of a mom that drives 10 hours to get to her job after she leaves her children in our wonderful principal's doorstep in the morning. And then in the afternoon, they get to go to this program. She keeps her job. She's spending money in our community. She's paying her rent. Her kids don't have this. She loses her job. She's not contributing to our community in that way anymore. There was a grandparent last year who I know that without this program, that child probably would have gone into foster care. How expensive is that? So I think that this is really exciting. If I invite you anytime you want to come and see, they're there at Denali until about 4 o'clock, and then you can see them walking down to Central Lutheran Church, where they spend the rest of the afternoon until they're picked up by their parents at 6. It's exciting. It's the kind of partnerships that we want to promote.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to call Maxine Dugan and then Susan Klein. And that's number 31 and 32, if you paid attention when you signed up.
My name is Maxine Dugan, and I want to make a suggestion about where the budget cuts ought to come from. Recent news reports about the Anchorage Police Department, along with the FBI, participated in the arrest of adults for prostitution in Palmer. These prostitution arrests of adults took place under the guise of rescuing children, but no children were found. The report said that 10 adults were arrested for prostitution to ask them if they'd seen any children involved in prostitution. When no children were reported, we have to ask ourselves if spending monies to arrest adults for prostitution to rescue children is the best use of our resources. Abuse of children is a serious state and always has its roots in poverty, the state of not having enough money or for basic needs like food, child care, transportation, clothing, health care, housing, and education. Recently, I made a new friend who works as a teacher. I met her at her second job. It's a night job at a retail store. When I asked her why she worked a second job, she said that, she herself has children at home, but she needs the money for her family. In considering how to prioritize the budget cuts, this city ought to take care not to allocate resources away from important in poverty prevention public institutions like the library, the performance arts, child care, transportation, and education. Let's remember that here in this building, in this library, we can trace back our history to pioneers of Alaska, who worked as prostitutes, who worked alongside their clients to, to make the state what it is for all to enjoy. Their labor went towards building public institutions that enrich the lives and empowers the futures of our diverse community while preserving the past of generations to come. In considering fiscal responsibilities, let's acknowledge California's current budget crisis has its roots in spending the money on the prison industrial complex and is spending as much money as it does on education. That mistake in priorities resulted in the defunding of public institutions that serve children. In the Assembly's deliberations on budget, consider changing the priorities of the Anchorage Police Department away from paying their members to dress up as prostitutes and pose naked as customers of prostitutes at the Captain Cook Hotel and out in the Mat-Su Valley, and instead fund adults that provide direct services to children. I'll be emailing you my comments. Do you have any questions for me?
It appears not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan Klein, and then Brooke Hall. Is it Brooke? Yeah. Brooke Brody? Brooke. I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Hi, my name's Susan Klein. Thank you, Chair Osiander, members of the Assembly, and Mayor Sullivan for taking my testimony. I'm here to express my dismay that we are using one-time money from the state to pay for city services and they were not taxing to the cap. I believe that if we don't tax to the cap, that in following years that we will not have enough money to pay our bills. I'm appalled that the thought that our services will be less than they are now, in particular the library and transit. I, for one, would prefer to pay more in taxes than to reduce services for the library and bus system below their current level. In hard economic times, we should be increasing services such as these to better help those who do not have access to their own transit or books and information. I challenge each one of you to take one day in the next week to live the life of someone who depends on transit to get to work and to the library, to do their research, look for a job, or to find entertainment for their family. Think about what route or routes you will need to take to get from your home to your office to any meetings you may have and how long it is going to take you. What I did was I came across a hypothetical day in the life of Mayor Sullivan getting around by public transit. Mayor Sullivan lives in Turnagain, and the number 36 bus is the most likely one he would take. He would have to pick it up in the morning sometime between 6:26 and 8:26 every half hour. If he left after that, it would be every hour. He would get to work, and then he would work all day, and he could leave. If he gets to the transit center and then he goes home to work, he can leave. Lost my train of thought. If he wants to return home, he can leave anytime, every half hour between 6:42 and 8:42 in the morning, or every hour after that until 10:36 at night. If he decides to go to a show after work or work late or on the weekends, he needs to be sure he catches the bus before 10:45 p.m. during the week, or 7:04 on Saturday, or 5:02 on Sunday. On this hypothetical day, Mayor Sullivan has a meeting at Public Works on Elmore and needs to be there at 2 p.m. The best route is the number 75, so he leaves City Hall in time to catch the 125 from the downtown transit center and gets off at the corner of Tudor and Elmore, where he has to walk from there to the Public Works building. If he misses the bus, he'll have to wait for an hour for the next bus and will be late for his meeting because that bus doesn't get to Elmore and Tudor until 2:36. Alternatively, he could call a cab. I'm going to go to the end. I just wanted to point out that this would be a hard thing to do, and then at the end of the day, he had a meeting here, and he had to take a different bus. If you let me finish this. Now, suppose you're looking for a job, you don't have a computer, and you need to get to work on the weekend. You take the bus, and it closes. The library closes at 9. During the week, it's from 10 to 6 on Saturday, and Sunday it's 1 to 5. If one of the buses doesn't get you here, you completely miss being able to get to the library. Do we want to live in a city that has bare-bones services? What about businesses thinking of locating here? Will they want to move here if services are unavailable to them and their employees? What do we want with the quality of life in Anchorage?
Thank you very much. Thank you. There appear to be no questions.
Okay.
Brooke Hall and then Patience Fredrickson. Hi.
Hi, thank you. My name's Brooke Hall. I'm principal at Denali, which is probably about 21% neighborhood, just that figure you might need. I'm here signing up at 6 o'clock tonight, so I'm number 33, so everything I planned on saying has been said very eloquently, and we appreciate your attention and time that you're giving us to pay homage to what we have to say. What I'd like to say is that as a taxpayer and as a voter, I look for leaders who can make tough decisions, who come with a vision, with an idea of what they'd like to see life in Anchorage to be. And I think every one of you sitting there have that same heartfelt desire to help and to make our life better in this community. Today I'd like to stop and celebrate what has happened. I'm here obviously to talk about Campfire, the after-school program, and the effectiveness of a collaboration between public and private monies. Yourself, perhaps, or leaders previous to your being here in your position, had a vision that we needed to help our students be safe after school, we needed to help parents keep their jobs, and we needed to do it in a manner that did not put the full burden on one sector or another. We've accomplished that with this program. I would encourage you to look and think back to successful programs, how monies were delineated and earmarked, and try to keep as much of the successful, positive programs that are in effect in this wonderful town in effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patience. There you are. And after her will be Bob Griffin.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan. My name is Patience Fredrickson, and I'm here to ask you to preserve as much of the budget of the Anchorage Public Library as you possibly can. After 25 years as a librarian in different libraries across this state, I can assure you that libraries improve the lives of Alaskans every day. I know this based on the stories of the people I have personally helped. The man with cancer who did not have a computer at his home and called the library to find hospitals that had cancer trials on his cancer. The man who asked for help with the patent and trademark search and returned a year later to hand me the item that he had manufactured and was marketing. The multitudes of students who need help with their school reports and science fair projects. The homeless man who used the internet in the library to find a job in another country. And the people who come to the library every year in March to fill out their permanent fund dividend applications. Next year, there will be no paper application. Your libraries are going to be inundated with people asking for help for an economic driver. I urge you to preserve as much of the library's budget as you possibly can so the people of Anchorage can continue to use the library to improve their health, their education, their job situation, and to develop new businesses and products. Now I want to tell you another story, my story. In 1988, I was a single mother here in Anchorage with an autistic son. We lived on my salary alone. I was a beginning librarian upstairs right here in Lusac Library. When the price of oil went to $9 a barrel, I was laid off. It was devastating, but luckily for me, I found another job as a librarian in Juneau within a few months. I urge you to approach these pending layoffs in every municipal department as carefully, as mindfully, as compassionately, and as conservatively as you possibly can. The impact of being laid off for no fault of your own is gut-wrenching. This impact ripples outward from the employee, through the members of that person's family, to coworkers who have to cope with the uncertainty of their own jobs and what's going to happen to their jobs while covering the work done previously by the laid-off employee, to members of the public who have called, who have relied on the municipality of Anchorage to provide a service that it decides it can no longer afford. Please, preserve as many municipal positions as you possibly can, and remember that the Anchorage Public Library is truly an essential service, so treat the library kindly too. Thank you, and good luck with the god-awful decisions that you're going to have to make over the next 2 months.
Thank you for coming. Bob Griffin, and then after Mr. Griffin, it looks like Ryan Knight.
Yeah, with your indulgence, if okay, if I trade positions with Liz here. She's been waiting for about 3 hours, and
Okay, what's your name, ma'am?
It's Bev Alec.
Bev Alec. She's down like number 50 or so on the list.
All right, go ahead.
If it's okay with trade
Yeah,
positions.
go ahead.
Okay.
I see you. You're Bev Alec, right?
Yes, thank
okay,
you.
Go ahead.
And thank you, Madam Chairman, and all the Assembly members, and Mayor Sullivan. The reason I'm speaking to all of this issue about budget and taxes both is because it's a horrible experience to owe anything to the municipality resulting from taxes or assessments of any kind. In fact, the citizen actually doesn't even own their property. And my issue was sewer assessment that accumulated from some years back. It's a real scary process because you're not even notified when court proceedings are filed. The city has the blanket option of just going in and bypassing all of the Alaska court civil rules as far as process of notification to each individual. They just do kind of a blanket sweep. And it turned out that at the end of last year, I received a letter saying, "Dear former property owner, if you will bring us in so much money by," it was a short time, less than 2 weeks, that I could purchase my property back again. That was pretty scary. And when I went in to find out, well, what was this all about, and received copies of all kinds of documents that had been filed in court, it did turn out that I'm retired from the Alaska State District Council of Laborers, so I had some legal benefit rights there. And my attorney, Bob Woofter, did come in here and ask for this proceedings to be continued, and they were, which I'm thankful for to everyone. But then after that, while I was trying to put finances together, I talked to my mortgager, and they did approve me to refinance so I would be able to raise the money to pay the assessment. However, when their title search went through, they said, well, we can't give you any money at all because you don't even own the property. So the process was still going on then within the Assembly and from the real estate division of the municipality. And in that meantime, I slipped and fell down one night, and it ended up that I had a heart attack and a stroke. So I was in the hospital for over a month. So I wasn't able to come to the Assembly meetings then. But since then, I have, through friends and a family member, put together the necessary monies to get the property back. But you hear a few people flipping around here about, oh, well, just raise property taxes. That's not the way to do it. And I think the laws that are sitting on the books that were created before statehood are not fair and not proper regarding the fact that any governmental agency can just decide to take your property. And the real estate division even told me, she says, well, we're going to send this around to all of the different divisions within the city, and if anybody wants your property, we're going to take it and keep it. I said, do you mean under eminent domain? She says, no, we don't pay for it. But those are the laws on the books.
Well, I'm glad to hear that things are working better for you. I believe I remember this situation.
Yeah, I guess I'm lucky I'm here this minute even.
Well, we're glad you're here, too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Griffin, do you want to come up now? And then Ryan Knight after that.
Thanks for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Hi, I'm Bob Griffin. I'm representing the leadership for the Municipal Taxpayers League. As many of you are aware, that we're a diverse, nonpartisan grassroots watchdog organization who's dedicated to the core principles of honesty, transparency, and value for the taxpayers. Some of you may not be aware that the three core members of the Taxpayers League were all longtime AFL-CIO members. We're all registered to vote under different party affiliations, and we have a combined public service record of about 28 years between the three of us. Yeah, Rob and Neil couldn't be here today because they're out putting bread on the table overseas. But mostly I'm here on behalf of the Taxpayers League and the supporters that would like to urge support for the Mayor Sullivan's 6-year budget plan and just overall financial fiscal responsibility for local government. The question really is not whether we should try and get more revenue out of the local students or local citizens, but why we should really be attempting to raise the budget after we've had an 84% increase in spending over the last 6 years, which many of you in this body have facilitated that. According to U.S. Census figures, that in Alaska, in 2005 in Alaska, we spent $26,000 per person in state and federal funds before we ever collected a nickel of local taxes. Against that backdrop, a Forbes survey of 2008 of 788 communities across the United States, Anchorage ranked in the 21st percentile of highest property taxes of all those 788 communities. And since then, we've been clawing our way towards the top of that list. There's an old adage that I just made up here, actually, that behind every successful grassroots movement, there's like the Taxpayers League, there's a group of politicians that made it necessary. Okay. I'd urge you to try not impress us with schemes that save property taxes by using state and federal money. We're the Municipal Taxpayers League, not the Municipal Property Taxpayers League. We understand that the funds that you use are all public funds, and we don't really care what source they come from. That those funds, if they come from the state or federal government, could be used for a myriad of other different causes. We hired all of you on the assembly here to take long-term views and make the difficult fiscal decisions for the good of all the citizens, and to rise above the urge to reward political supporters and special interests with your positions. Okay. Please ask yourself these 4 questions in the future before you commit public resources. Okay. 1, are these truly, are we being truly honest and open with the taxpayers? 2, is this a vital public function, or can it be accomplished effectively in the private sector? 3, is this commitment sustainable for the foreseeable future? And 4, is the expenditure, is this expenditure the best possible value for the taxpayers, regardless of the special interest concerns? Okay. The last thing I'd just like to close with a mantra for the Taxpayers League. We're not here to promote a tax revolt. We're really here to help you to prevent one.
Thank you. Ryan Knight? Oh, wait a minute. There's a question. Mr. Clayman, I apologize.
I've got to turn the microphone on.
Yeah.
You listed 4 questions. Are those questions that the Taxpayers League, when it's met, they agree that those are that's not just your view, but that's speaking on behalf of the Taxpayers League?
That's speaking on the core of the leadership of the Taxpayers League. The Taxpayers League is a large and diverse group. We haven't had a specific meeting on that.
I assume it's actually not a group that has an official membership list at all.
It is. We have a pretty extensive membership list.
Can you provide us with a copy of those 4 questions?
Sure.
I'd be interested in having those.
Okay.
Or if you want to repeat them, I'll write them down.
Yeah. I'll provide copies.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig, just a minute, sir.
I have two questions.
Sure.
One is that do you think it's possible for people to look at those questions and use those questions and disagree with the proposed budget?
It's possible, yeah.
And secondly, is that if you've checked the statistics out in terms of where we are in terms of property taxes, you probably also know that in terms of municipal taxes, we are the lowest in the country for a city our size.
Yeah, and I understand that our tax burden is relatively low, but I don't ever see that as an excuse to squander resources.
Well, I don't either, but I think that sometimes, I completely agree with you, but I think sometimes when you talk about tax load comparatively with other places, actually we have a very minimal tax load in terms of our municipal costs, particularly when you begin to add in some of the benefits that the state brings to us. And I just think you have to kind of mention that if you're going to mention where we sit in terms of property taxes. It's worth mentioning the overall load is not, if you're going to look at national numbers, isn't really up there.
Yeah, but all the taxes are focused on one particular group. I think
I agree with
that.
you.
And we do get a lot of money from the state and from the federal government, but it is all public resources that, if weren't used for one purpose, could be used for another.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ryan Knight and then Vivian Mendenhall. While Ryan's coming down, I want to announce that if we do not finish this budget hearing tonight, it's my intent to call a special meeting next Tuesday.
Next when?
Next Tuesday, if we don't finish tonight. Go ahead, please.
My name is Ryan Knight. My last name is Knight. And I come before the Assembly tonight with three perspectives. I'm a member of the Anchorage community. I have personally benefited from using the People Mover system for the past 6 years until I could recently afford my pickup truck. Used, but unlike the last several, I've had it runs. However, due to gas prices, I still ride my bike year-round while I go to UAA. I work up to 2 jobs to support myself, and yet I've also suffered from having limited police available. I'm a survivor of 4 counts of sexual assault as defined by the Anchorage municipality codes, where a person is injured in the process of attempted rape. And I had 4 counts of that. I called 911 each time, and I was told in these 4 separate occasions, all of the officers in the municipality were busy and I would have to wait for assistance. My only defense was a deadbolt and a personal firearm. However, because of that attack, which occurred in 2007, my attacker continued to harass me in the Anchorage community. He threatened my family and my employer. And that caused me to then again have to rely on public services from the community of Anchorage, which were counseling services through my college and other available services for women who are survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. One of these benefits was the available of art. I am an artist. I'm a working artist. My food job is what I do in the daytime. I'm also going to school to get a better paying food job. But I am an artist, and I've received grants in order to continue working as an artist, and that was really key in my recovery from my assault with stability, to just get out of my head, go to a museum, go to the library, go somewhere where I could look at something and take my mind off of what had happened in 2007. And now as a survivor, I am an advocate for domestic violence and sexual assault survivors here in Anchorage. I'm not active yet, but I'm educating myself. And I realize that these providences are invaluable for my own experiences. So I implore Mayor Dan Sullivan, who's disappeared somewhere, to consider alternative means for balancing the budget to allow for the continuation of these services, whether it means closing the library 2 days out of the week. I grew up in the Valley, and Sunday and Monday the library was closed. It was open until Saturday, though. Eliminating gratuity without completely undermining the funding of these amenities would be maybe a shorter work week, seeing where expenditures are being made in different gray areas that could be done without. I've sat on a board before for the Anchorage AUIC here in town, and I've reviewed budgets, and there's always areas where you can snip here and snip there and get extra funds without having to completely remove one service that the community benefits from. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for coming. Is Vivian Mendenhall still here? There you are. After Ms. Mendenhall, Richard Emanuel.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, and Mr. Mayor, if present more or less. My name is Vivian Mendenhall, and I'm representing myself. I've been here more often testifying in my professional expertise, which is wildlife management. However, I'm also interested in the arts, and that's what I'm talking about tonight. Music has always been essential to me, but since I retired 10 years ago, I've had more time to take formal lessons. I studied voice for 6 years, and I'm now a singer and member of the Anchorage Opera Chorus. My husband's also been on their board for 20 years, and we've given substantial donations in most years. By the way, we also pay taxes and do PFD checkoffs, before you ask. Anchorage Opera, as you probably know, puts on 2 or 3 productions a year, as permitted by its very small budget. Among other things, it does benefit the community in other ways. It gives each opera production in one performance specifically free to school kids and fills the Discovery Theater to do it, which is something over 700 people. It also goes into the schools and teaches them to put on their own version of an opera. Collaborates with the university, uses largely local talent, some of which is good enough to sing elsewhere in the country and could stand up to anybody's criteria. They keep their costs down as much as they can. They use simple stage sets, do most of the work right here. They don't buy much stuff from other operas or rent much stuff, which is done by most operas in the country. They have tiny salaries and rely a lot on volunteers, but even so, after over 50% of their budget comes from donations and grants. And that's just in the normal business plan of every opera in the country. People are amazed to hear when I tell them that Anchorage has an actual opera company and has for 40 years. It's actually the second farthest north one in the world. I did a little Google work today, and Reykjavik, Iceland, actually also has an opera company. It's farther north than we are. The variety of arts and culture in this community, including, of course, visual arts, drama, writing, and so on, is a hallmark of a mature city, the kind of place that people might want to come to as new residents to found new businesses or branches of existing businesses. Wildlife and the things that draw tourists in the summer are wonderful, festivals and so on, but a stable community with a variety of experiences is very important. I know very well that it's a difficult time now and that you have to choose places to cut the budget. If I had a chance to go over it in more detail, I could barely understand the version on the internet, but I could always look in the great book. I could probably figure out places that a little bit could be cut here and there, or further funds could be raised, although that's never easy at this time either, in spite of the fact that was suggested by several people. However, I urge you to consider the arts among those non-life and death services the city provides on a par with the other services and values in this community. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Richard Emanuel and then Tom McGrath.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Richard Emanuel. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and voter.
Could you pull the mic up so we can hear you a little more clearly? Thank you.
I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and voter, and I'm here to speak in support of the Anchorage Municipal Libraries. I wish I had the eloquence and persuasiveness of the librarian who was here earlier. I can only assume that's what happens if you spend enough time in the library. I had a chance to look at some statistics that the library, Anchorage Library Foundation has put together. It's an organization I have contributed to from time to time. The statistics are pretty clear. Library usage is at an all-time high in Anchorage. Lusac Library is the most popular public building in Anchorage. The number of library visits is approaching 1 million a year. Each visit, the patron checks out on average 2 items, so there's tremendous amount of usage of this institution. Despite the growth in library services and the services provided by the library, support for the library has not been flat. Library staff has been cut 25% over the last decade. Proposed cuts in the mayor's budget would close branch libraries 3 or 4 days a week. The Diamond branch is the one I happen to use, and that's the one that would be closed 4 days a week. You all know that the entire system was closed this summer and into the first year of the school year, 3 days a week. Charles Wolforth testified last week and told you that libraries' services have been cut whenever there's a budget crisis, and yet the libraries don't receive offsetting increases when good times arrive. So saying that services are being cut across the board, I think libraries have already suffered, and imposing additional cuts is not exactly across the board, in my opinion. Libraries do provide essential services. You know what some of the Mara people have talked about tonight. People come here to research public issues. Parents bring their children to support their growing literacy. People who don't have computer access come here to access computers to find and apply for jobs. Hard times are not the time to cut library services. I'm going to close with a couple of quotes. I'll just let you guess how I got my hands on them. One is from historian Arthur Schlesinger. The public library has been historically a vital instrument of democracy and opportunity in the United States. Our history has been greatly shaped by people who read their way to opportunity and achievements in public libraries. And the last quote is something of a challenge to you, I think. It comes from Carl Sagan. I think the health of our civilization, the depth of our awareness of the underpinnings of our culture, and our concern for the future can all be tested by how well we support our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGrath and then Grant Hunter.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath. I'm that other guy. Probably 80% of us are that other guy. We feel we have a right and a need to police, fire, and basic infrastructure. And that's all we need and all we want from government. To make sure that you don't think I'm a Neanderthal or something, I have been to the PAC in the last month. I have been to a museum. I have used public transportation. The municipal budget has something for everyone. Constituencies have been built for each part of the budget, which has grown over the years. Entitlements have now become rights and must-haves. The system is out of control. The other day, Mr. Gutierrez was on a news program. He was talking about the way the mayor was handling the tax cap. And he says, what happens if the price of oil crashes, et cetera, there's emergencies. If industry and therefore citizens fall in tough times, then shouldn't the city tighten its belt also? I think Mayor Sullivan, Ms. Johnson, Osiander, Mr. Birchstar, and Coffey are starting to get it. I'd love to see a better start by taking the proposed $420 million budget and cut it by 10%. That would be a great start. Couple of examples. The Heritage Land Bank should be a negative number. It's a positive number of $8 million. The land bank is supposed to be our land, 12,000 acres. It's making us money. Why is it costing us $8 million? Anchorage and Barrow are the only cities in Alaska with a health department. It is a state obligation, and we're spending $11 million for something that's a state obligation. I've been going through the budget line by line for years, since about 1978. This year I didn't do that because although I've offered lots and lots of suggestions over the last 20-some years, 30 years, very seldom have I ever been taken up on any of those. But if somebody's really serious, I'll gladly go through that budget line by line, and I'll show you where there's a lot of fat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Grant Hunter? Is Grant Hunter here? Okay. And then after Mr. Hunter, Helena Northstar.
Can you hear me?
My name is Grant Hunter. I'm a lawyer, homeowner, and taxpayer in this community. First, I would like to adopt and incorporate by reference the remarks of Mr. Griffin and Mr. McGrath. I have heard a lot of fine things said this evening about all these great municipal services. Fine. However, there's this cold, hard fact. We don't have the money to pay for them anymore, and we have to make some priorities. We are one cutback away by one of the major oil companies from a real estate crash in this town. If for any reason that gas line doesn't go, I estimate we would see 50 to 100 homes go on the market within a year. Then we would have a real estate crash. As has been said by a couple of very good friends of mine, we are tethered to the oil industry for the money in this state to pay for things. And the oil industry isn't doing all that well. We have to make some decisions. And I have to agree with Mr. McGrath. We have to shift to a minimalist city government. That means we pay for police, fire, the EMTs, and the roads, and that's it. We can't afford to pay for anything else. And we just have to make some cutbacks. To my mind, taxing up to the cap is the equivalent of giving liquor to an alcoholic. If the money is available to Muni, they will find a way to spend it. I'm sure that they all have these lovely things they'd like to buy. Reminds me of a teenager in a department store who's filched her father's credit card. Sorry, we just can't afford it. We need to cut back. I consider Mayor Sullivan's plan a step in the right direction, but I think we need to follow it up with a charter amendment that would limit the total municipal budget, including interest on outstanding debt within that budget, to, in each year, 90% of the prior year's tax receipts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Helena Northstar here? There are no questions, sir. And then after that, Randy Belfast. Hi.
Hello. Good evening, members of the Assembly. Mayor Sullivan, thank you for your time. I came here to speak out tonight in support of the People Mover bus system and public transit. Most of what I had planned on saying has already been said quite eloquently by others who have spoken out. So I would just like to reemphasize how important and how vital the People Mover system is. It's not an optional service for many. I myself am lucky enough to reside in a household where I have the option of using a vehicle from time to time. The rest of the time I'm on the bus. There have been times throughout my time here in Anchorage where the People Mover bus system has been the only way that I get around. I might be somewhat of an outlier because I actually enjoy riding the bus in Anchorage and choose to do so. But many don't have that choice. All one need do is go to the downtown transit center after 7, 8, 9 o'clock and see how many people are waiting for buses that at that point are running on the hour at best. As has already been spoken to, the buses to Eagle River and Chugiak have already been cut earlier this year, and I can only imagine the effects that completely cutting service to those parts of our municipality would have on those who are dependent upon it. But the bus system benefits more than just those who ride it directly. It also benefits the community as a whole generally. Businesses benefit from having another option for their prospective customers or employees to patronize their businesses or work for them. Our roads incur less wear and tear by having fewer vehicles on the road at any one time. City air quality levels are improved by having fewer vehicles on the road at any one time. And neighborhoods benefit from having neighborhoods that are configured to allow people to use transit easily benefit from being able to walk around them easily. Lastly, I'd just like to add that expanding transit is a component in writing of the Anchorage 2020 plan, the long-range transportation plan, and the highway-to-highway project that is ongoing. Cutting the system now is only going to cost more in the long run as we seek to restore it in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Belfast and then Lisa Fox.
Hello, I'm Randy Belfast. Assembly members and Mayor, thank you. And we need to get this budget under control in these hard financial times, whether it's city, state, or federal government. We're living way beyond our means, and the day of reckoning is going to come soon if we don't get it straightened out. We need to separate the niceties from the necessities. Government has gone way beyond what it was supposed to do, which is basic infrastructure and reasonable police and fire protection, which benefits all the public. Maybe the niceties need to be paid for by the people who use them and benefit from them. We've been on an ever-expanding budget over the past 6 years, and the school district's even worse. It's better to put on the brakes now rather than waiting and crashing into the wall and going down in flames. We need to consolidate services with the school district whenever possible and really look at how we do things and come up with better cost-effective ways. We need to get better bang for our buck. City needs to become lean like the private sector. In case you don't know, budget reductions, no wage increases, sometimes layoffs are necessary for the business to survive. And the way taxes are going, I don't know if I'm going to be able to retire in Anchorage. City has a lot of good, intelligent people. We need to put our heads together and get things under control. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Lisa Fox here? And after Lisa Fox will be Brian Zack.
Thank you, respectfully, Assembly members and Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity, and I'd like to just reiterate what the gentleman before me said. I am a member of the Taxpayers League, Mr. Clayman, so we do have a membership. I came here tonight just to voice support for the mayor and for his budget, but I will tell you, after listening this evening, I've been here quite a while, I now see why we have gotten to the point where we are. And I'm pretty discouraged. You know, I'm an Anchorage taxpayer, and I hear a lot about our tax burden's low, it's low. Maybe I need to bring in my bills. I don't have an eloquent story about an arts program, or I don't have a story about using the public bus system. You know, I really don't have a minority group I'm a part of. I am only just a very generic taxpayer. I don't have anyone to go to advocate for me, and I want to point out that we've had all this discussion this evening about who is getting these pieces of the pie, and absolutely no discussion about like where the pie comes from, which is me. So I just want you to please keep that in mind. I mean, you know, we are not talking about just some arbitrary concept of raise the taxes, tax to the cap. You are, you know, you could, I know no one believes it that it may ever happen, but, you know, we could destroy our tax base. Right now, my incentive to live and work in Anchorage and get ahead and be responsible, get a mortgage that I can pay is zero, because my taxes go up anyway. So my payments go up. I pay extra on my principal on my property and my rental properties, but my bills still go up. So it's really hard for me because I've heard all these great things we need. You know, basically if I kind of agglomerated everybody's comments, I'm glad people are gone, because I could get tomatoes thrown at me because I'm ignorant if I don't support the arts. I have 2 master's degrees. I put myself through school, but I'm pretty ignorant. I'm intolerant because I obviously haven't ridden a bus enough, and bless their hearts, I'm not saying it to be, I just feel like there's a lot of judgment going on about the value of the pie that's being split out amongst all these people, and very little about who are you taking it from. And just to reiterate the questions about, well, where would I cut the budget? Well, maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe the question should be, what should the budget be before where should we cut it to create animosity between the groups? Maybe we need to talk about whether we should have the budget we have, not how to create fights amongst who's going to get the pie. So, I mean, I guess I don't like that question, where would I cut the budget? My question would, or my answer would be, we need essential services and we need to reallocate, not to pit people against each other. And thank you.
You do have a question, ma'am. Can you hold on just a second? Dr. Selkirk?
I have a couple questions. One is did you know that the 6-year plan is actually intended to be what you just asked for? It's kind of like, let's figure out what our priorities are first, and then let's build a budget. That was the intent of that.
I realize that, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think it's I think in the future we should use it more carefully and spend more time in advance of the budget process to make sure that we've got some consensus, because I think what you're asking for would be easier if we went through the conversation about what do we want and what are our priorities. My second question is, you know, people talk about leaving and you say, well, you don't know if you can stay here. Can you tell me if there is another place that you can think of that has lower municipal taxes and that will also pay you $1,500 a year to live in their community?
Well, I've lived in the bush most of my time here in Alaska for about 20 years. I've only been in Anchorage about 4 years. I've run into this before. I lived in Bismarck, North Dakota, where they said the tax burden was very low and had the same, really, I could have just taken this conversation and put it in Bismarck, North Dakota. It was the same thing. And, you know, the point that Bob made about that tax burden is focused on a very specific group of people, and I continually absorb rate increases where a bunch of people vote that don't pay. I do. And I know it's not, if I were to stack up the stats, I know where we are in the nation. I'm not going to sit here and say it's the most expensive place on earth. I'm saying it's unfair, the way it's structured, and the spending doesn't help. Because I wouldn't mind paying some of the tax. I obviously don't mind paying taxes. I mind when my money is not well spent. And to sit here and say that we're okay, we can keep spending when we have serious budget problems is ridiculous. I don't run my life that way, and I don't expect the Assembly to run the municipality that way. So my incentive goes down to contribute.
Okay, so if you're willing to pay taxes for things that make sense,
Certainly.
right? Okay. And you're upset about the tax structure. I mean, and you agree that actually compared to other places it's lower. Why aren't you focused on fixing the tax structure?
Well, I would be as soon as I figure out how to help the spending problems we have here. That would be a great thing to tackle, but right now the most obvious problem is fiscal irresponsibility, and the mayor's budget has addressed that. That's the top of the cake. Like the tax cap initiative was something we tried to take to try to get some measure of control and fiscal responsibility. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call, let's see, Brian Zach, Dave Donnelly, after Mr. Zach.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor, it's great to be here. I used to be a resident of Anchorage, not anymore. I'm from Homer. I'm the Southwest Director for the Kenai Peninsula Small Business Development Center. And so I serve the Kenai Peninsula, but I'm not representing the Homer City Council, but I'm on the Homer City Council. And so I thought I'd come here tonight to, we're going through similar problems down in Homer with lower sales tax and a lower budget, so we're having to make cuts on our budget. And one of the things that we've talked a lot about down there are quality of life. And I won't represent tonight my feelings for quality of life, I guess, too much, other than, I do represent it pretty loudly down in Homer, and I don't necessarily agree with other council members most of the time. But I know it's a tough decision to make as to what you do for quality of life and citizens within your communities. But I know that I live, in one of the most beautiful states, well, the most beautiful state, and the most best country in the nation, but I think we're going through times now with the budgets the way they are that we do have to make some cuts. We need to look at maybe, because of the economy, where the reserves are at, maybe using some of that money for a short period of time and wait for the economy to recover. And I do feel like leveraging, it's the way our government's set up that a lot of our nonprofits get, if we fund them, they will be able to use that money and it'll be leveraged and the money flows from the top down. So I think until that gets fixed, until there's a different process in place, we need to find a way to continue to fund those nonprofits because it's part of our core businesses. And just like a regular business that's for profit, where the funds come from and the economy and how you keep this all going, it's a pretty, in these times, teetering on the edge, brink of disaster for a lot of people out there. And, down on the Kenai Peninsula, I probably see a lot of that. And being here tonight and listening to a lot of folks here, I realize how tough things are for a lot of people. But I do believe that we need to really be careful in how we continue to move forward on just doing everything possible to keep any kind of an economy going. And, what our economy is based on and the dollars that we produce, let's keep that generated and let's keep it getting funded until we can take a hard look at the long-term processes and fix that too. But let's be real careful about how we proceed. But thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and to listen to y'all. And I look forward to going back to Homer to try to do the best that I can for my community. And I'm glad to see a lot of people that do come out here and do a lot of things for their communities. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I am going to ask at 10:30 that we do a reordering to get rid of those items that have been postponed so our agenda doesn't carry over to the extent that it is. Go ahead, Mr. Donnelly.
Hi, I'm also a life resident of Anchorage, and I also was born in the old Providence Hospital where the Benihana sits now, as the man who testified earlier from Spenard was. And I'm here to support the mayor's budget plan. I support it. I know how hard it is to cut government spending. I served this community for 6 years on the Senate Finance Committee when $8 a barrel oil forced us to cut $300 million in state spending over 5 years, and it was a difficult, miserable process. And while I might not like every individual spending reduction, I do support the total level of expenditures proposed by the mayor's budget, and I also strongly support the mayor's proposal to use on how to use state assistance to hold down the tax cap in the future and his multi-year budget plan. I think the voters sent a clear message in favor of holding down the tax cap in the last election, and the mayor's budget is the best way to continue that process and address the multi-year budget issues facing our community, which are incredibly significant. In closing, I think we really have to take a close look at the school district budget. It's become larger than the municipality's budget, standing alone. And I think there's been a huge growth in the bureaucracy with the school district. In asking some of the school board members at our community council meeting this week, when was their last management audit, they couldn't tell me when they had one previously completed, but they were hoping to get some completed. I'd really like to see the results of that and look at the percentage of their overhead, their bureaucracy versus the delivery of services to the classroom. I think there's some real serious concerns there.
I think it was the Pete Marwick study that Randy Phillips requested. I think so. Okay, thanks. Chris Shute, and then Carolyn Bolar.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Assembly members, Mayor Sullivan. My name is Chris Schutte. I'm the Executive Director for Anchorage Downtown Partnership. I'm here tonight. I started out with only one mission, but sitting through here, I thought I'd throw in my 2 cents on a couple others. One is to wholeheartedly throw our support behind the grant request from Covenant House. Being a downtown organization, we work very closely with them and see the impact that they have on youth, and we think that it's a very justifiable investment, and we hope that you would support it. Secondly, following that, and this sticks with the theme of youth and public safety, the Campfire program. come from a family where campfire is utilized by my family and the extended family. We've all seen our relatives go through it, and they turned out quite all right, some more so than others, but it's a very valuable program, and I hope that you will continue to support that. The main item that I came to speak on tonight is the arts funding. While I have a personal feeling about the importance of arts, what I want to speak about tonight is the economic importance of arts that we see in our community, in the downtown community, and not just from the PAC and from the large big-ticket items like Lion King, but from the smaller ticket items that also have a trickle-down effect on our economy down there. One of the events that I can think of is on a probably weekly or biweekly basis, you will see one street in downtown closed because there are countless buses parked there. Well, on those buses are school children who are seeing events at the TVA Theater, at the PAC, etc. While those kids are not spending money, in our restaurants and bars, I hope they have such a positive experience with that exposure to the arts that they quite often end up coming back with their families. In addition, there are a number of smaller venues in downtown Anchorage that service the arts community, from Cyrano's Theater to the International Contemporary Gallery of Art. It's a long name to remember. All of whom receive grant funding from the municipality, and we strongly support their requests for those grants. They have a positive impact on the arts community, and in turn a positive impact on the downtown economy, and we look forward to continuing that. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Carolyn Bowler here? Oh, very good.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Bollard. I've heard so many comments tonight since I was here from the beginning, as all of you were. Some things I can agree with, and some things I do not agree with. One of the first things I'll mention, someone quoted Carl Sagan, and I heard a quote of his some years ago that just blew me away. Someone asked him, "How do you want to be remembered?" And he said, "I want to be remembered as a good ancestor." So what does it take to be a good ancestor? What does it take to be a good steward of the community, of the resources? Do we waste money? Oh, yes, we waste money. I remember when Mayor Knowles wanted some extra money for the PAC. Suddenly, $12 million turned up from the water budget or some budget within the city. I appreciate things about all of our buildings, all of our infrastructure. I have the money to fly in and out of our local airport. I have the money to purchase a ticket for a performance at the Performing Arts Center. If I had to pay my amortized cost, my percentage of the cost of the $77 million building, I'd be paying tens of thousands of dollars for a ticket. This is money in, money out. What are your priorities? We need to separate the school district. I grew up in a school, in essence. My mother taught for 31 years. Yes, I think there are a lot of places where the school district money can be cut. And I know from what Ms. Selcraig said that there are places where special interest and waste is tucked away in the municipal budget. I have no doubt of that. But does that mean that we slice and dice on the people who have the least opportunity to make up the difference? I don't think so. Because the poor cannot afford to make use of the infrastructure that I, as a moderate and used to be much more highly paid person, can make use of. It's welfare, folks. I don't care what you want to call it. The money comes in, we build these structures. Those of us that have the resources get to use it. But could I afford to use those things if the municipality and state did not build those buildings? Absolutely not. So what are our priorities? The way it sounds to me is if we, as one of the gentlemen said, we continue to cut and put it on the backs of those that can least afford it. Now, in the 13 years I gave away Standard Oil's corporate contributions and worked in community relations, I know the benefits of Camp Fire and many of the other organizations. I served on many of those boards. But maybe we should be hedging our bet like Goldman Sachs. If we're going to continue to make cuts, to eat the seed corn, as it were, of our community, then maybe we ought to consider buying private prison stocks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rebecca Barker, and then Eric Lakowski. Either of you here? Very good.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Barker. I came here originally to speak in favor of defending the library as much as possible. I grew up in this town. I grew up coming to the library. It was one of the city institutions that helped instill literacy as a value. I used it all through school from K through 12. It was essential to my success in high school, as the ASD during that time continued to stray into the use of internet to educate its kids. That became extraordinarily important. I don't think I could have succeeded to the level that I did without it. However, I find myself needing to broaden my focus because once I got here, I realized that I guess Campfire was also in jeopardy. I was a Campfire kid. I used the after-school program while my mother worked, and I used the People Mover Transit, still do, and they're absolutely essential. These are institutions and city functions that already exist, basically making bricks without straw, and they are used by people who are also making bricks without straw. I wouldn't consider myself marginal or marginalized, but significant cuts into these services would marginalize me, which is an odd way to think of yourself sometimes. I rely on the bus and I rely on the library, and they need these things to function. I think Anchorage has grown a lot in my short lifetime. My mother was born here too. Anchorage has grown a lot since then. And I don't think that we can act like the town that we were decades ago. I think that we have to understand that we may have to provide city services, not just village or town services. This is the biggest city in the state. We are a flagship for everything that a city should be. And I'm afraid that I as a non-property owning person, am not contributing what I could be. And I can speak for nobody else on this but myself in saying that I would love to be able to contribute a little bit to the budget situation here, if I could do a little bit more. Anyway, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, or sticking around. Is Eric? Very good.
Hi, my name is Eric Lachowski, and I'd like to thank you all for staying here this long to give me the opportunity to speak. I came to Alaska following a job in architecture and was fortunate enough to find one. Unfortunately, now with the economic recession, I no longer hold that job, so I'm looking for work. In this digital age, so much of the job search and networking is done online. And for those of us who don't have computers or internet access, we rely on the library to provide these things. I've been using the facilities here in my job search with marginal success, and I would like you to just consider the importance of the library for those of us who do not have these things. Transit goes along those lines. The cuts that are proposed in transit will seriously hinder people's abilities to find and keep gainful employment. I'm not a property owner, but the cuts that are being proposed make me question my desire to stay in a place that does not value these civic services. And if I might push wide the implications, if you cut the library and cut transit, you will seriously hinder people's ability to find work, and you might create a class of chronically unemployed people who cannot find work. And I think that it is our duty to extend an equal opportunity to people across socioeconomic levels. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like Donald Hennessy is next, and then Eddie Burke. Is Mr. Hennessy still here? You're up, Eddie.
Good evening. My name is Eddie Burke, for the record, and I don't know what it matters, but everybody's been referring to the old Providence Hospital. I used to ramsack through the thing, but whatever. Anyways, and I've been here 38 years. It's a pretty pathetic night. Really is. I've never seen so many socialists show up for an assembly meeting. And I'm going to tell you what the problem is. Mr. Gutierrez, Ms. Selcraig, Ms. Drummond, Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Clayman, the common referred to as a socialist six, you're the problem. You're the one who spent millions and millions of dollars. You're the one that overspent. And so that's the reason why we're in the position that we are, is because of your fiscal irresponsibility. That's why we're here. You folks are to blame. You folks, that's right, Miss Jackson, you're one of them. Miss Gray Jackson, you're one of them. You overspent. So now this mayor is trying to undo your mess. You see, there was an election. And there was a candidate by the name of Eric Croft, who I happen to like. He was the spend more and tax more candidate. Mr. Sullivan is the help the taxpayer candidate. The election was over one issue, and one issue only: property taxes. Your candidate lost. The socialists are out here tonight. All the nonprofit groups, oh, I want my campfire, I want my park, I want my arts. I've never seen so much BS in my life. I mean, want to throw up. But they showed up tonight. Who are they? They're people that didn't vote for Mayor Sullivan. That's who they are. The vast majority of people out there who are homeowners, who are taxpayers, and who voted for that man sitting right over there didn't come up tonight. Why? Because they already voted. They already spoke out. They spoke out last April. You guys, you're fixed. The Socialist Six here, your whole solution to your failure, to your mess up, is guess how you clean up the mess? You tax more. You tax more. Oh, well, like I asked Mr. Gutierrez earlier. I said, oh, my parks, oh, I miss my parks, I miss my arts. He goes, oh, yeah, you people that don't want to pay any more taxes. See, that's the attitude, see? Because Mr. Gutierrez, Mrs. Selcraig, Mr. Flynn, Mrs. Jackson, Mr. Clayman, they all believe that government is the answer. And that if we just have a little more government in our lives, and if we just tax the people a little bit more, then everything will be okay.
Thanks, Mr. Burke. You do have a question. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. We heard a lot tonight about just essential services. I would assume from your testimony that you would agree with some of those statements. What in your mind are the essential services? What are the only things
life, liberty, and property. That's your role, sir.
So police,
protect
fire.
Life, liberty, and property.
Okay.
Is the after school, if you're asking me if after school campfire program is part of government, really? Really? How about parents, before they decide to lay down and have sex and have kids, why don't they think about taking responsibility for these kids that they're about ready to produce? Huh? Why don't they take responsibility for their children? And don't tell me about being poor. Because I grew up poor, okay? I grew up right here.
That's actually not what I was asking you, Mr. Burke. But we've heard about the California experience in Prop 13. Would you support a potential charter amendment that looked like that?
Absolutely. In fact, Ms. Frasca knows very well how I feel about Prop 13. Okay, I was the spokesperson for the tax cap that if we would have voted for that tax cap back in the late 90s, we would have rolled the mill rate back to 10 million. Or, I mean 10 mills, I'm sorry. But, you know, the opposition said, oh, we'd lose 10 or 15 or $20 million a year and the water wouldn't be turned on, the ambulances wouldn't come. And, you know, they even told my kids at school they wouldn't get recess. I mean, really. I mean, I knew we lost the ballot initiative when they told my kids at school they wouldn't get recess if the the property taxes went to 10 mills. I thought, okay, we're done. We lost.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
All
No
right.
further questions. Jamila Chauffeur, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Are you here? No? Mr. Fisher, I saw you. You're still here? There you are. And after Mr. Fisher, Jane Anvik. Welcome, sir.
Madam Chair, members, Mr. Mayor, I'm not here on talk radio or talk TV, so I'm not going to put on a show. I'm in my 60th year from coming to Anchorage. Since as early as 1951, I've been a taxpayer. So I don't need to be lectured by anybody. We built this town from scratch. We paved the streets, we extended water, we taxed ourselves. We made a city out of a small town. I'm sort of disgusted with some of these people who sort of want to dumb down this town, who don't give a damn about the quality of life. We were more than once an all-American city. Do you think that by cutting the quality of life, by cutting the basics for people who cannot afford the things that you and I take for granted, by reducing services to the most needy, that we'll ever be an all-American city again? Hell no. So far as I'm concerned, those who are whining about taxes can move the hell out of the municipality of Anchorage, so far as I'm concerned. I have a lot to say, and I'm not going to pursue this. I'm just disgusted. And Dan, you can sit back there and laugh, and I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional here because I love the city. I helped build it. I remember when the library was in a Quonset hut on the back end of the City Hall lot. Zach Lusak came along and built a library for us. The state built a library for us. And we can't even afford to keep it open for the people who need it. I've looked at this budget. $420 million. The people who've spoken here tonight about the library, about bus service, are talking about a minuscule part of the budget. It's just a tiny little fraction. You can do it. All of you. And I'll do this. I'll end up saying, yes, all of you can do it, without calling anybody names. Thank you.
Just a minute, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I think over the years you and I have had lots of discussions about our often antithesis of one another, our political beliefs and opinions. The library, Vic, goes down by 6.4%, or basically $720,000. And in a circumstance where there's been other budgets that have gone down 12, 14%, Assembly's down, Mayor's office is down, a lot of other budgets are down. How Vic, I know you've participated in government, and like all of us, you try to do the right thing. So here's my question. When you're faced with a circumstance we were faced with in the late 2008 and then through 2009, where the national economy went in the tank, so we lost money. We overspent our budgets in 2008 and had to make those up. And then we've got new city union contracts that were increase our obligations by $12 million this year and tens more over the next 4 or 5 years. How do you handle it if you don't reduce it? How do you deal with those circumstances?
If I wanted to deal with that, I would have run for the assembly.
Well,
okay.
Go ahead.
If I was sitting in your place, I would hope I would have the answer to that question.
Well, I do.
I'm not weighing 12% minus 14%. Some things go up, some things go down. Maybe we have to cut the assembly budget, the mayor's budget. I see the city attorney's office is taking a big hit, and other departments are taking big hits. I see Parks and Rec, and I haven't mentioned Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec took a horrendous hit in this budget. I bleed for that. Some people might not find that essential or basic. I think it is basic to our community, to the quality of life, to the young people, to the old people, to those of us who ski, to those of us. Enough said. You do your job. I'm a citizen just addressing you.
Well, I understand that, sir. And you came and said, and so I thought I'd ask if you had some ideas for us.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Drummond.
Am I done?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vic, it's Harriet speaking. Thank you very much for coming to speak to us. I'm trying to recall what part of the city you first had a hand in. Was it parks planning?
No.
Were you a parks planner? Did you come here as a parks planner?
I was the first planning director of Anchorage starting in January 1952.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your service, and I know everybody up here does.
Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig.
Mr. Fisher.
Hold on.
Mr. Fisher.
Now, Sheila.
So I appreciate your comments greatly, and I remember bits and pieces of what you're talking about because I came later, but I do remember a town where we set some very big goals for ourselves and figured out how to get them done. And so there are things, I guess, for example, and I want your thoughts on them. For example, the state actually mandated property tax relief to senior citizens, promised to pay us back, and never did. I mean, when you start talking about where our opportunities are, they did the same thing with, I believe, disabled debts, and we've never really been reimbursed. It's millions and millions of dollars. The state's mandated to take care of public health, and they don't. The state has a lot of mandates in terms of education, and it doesn't provide them. So I suppose, what would you think in terms of if you were going to set those goals? I'm wondering, do you think it would be some energy ought to be put into setting those goals and then actually holding the state accountable for what they're already committed to do through actually the Constitution you helped draft? What do you think about that approach?
Well, I think earlier was suggested that the municipality go after the state and meet obligations. I'm 100% for that. I think it's totally improper for the state to provide for tax exemptions and then not fund those.
And that's exactly what's happening.
I think beyond that, the state has the most efficient tax collecting machinery. In a very simple one, they tax oil. And maybe oil is going down, but we're still in a very rich state, richer than any other state in the Union. I would go, Mr. Mayor, I would go after more revenue sharing, more grants from the state, and the state meeting its obligations. No question about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
Yeah, I'd like to move temporarily hold this public hearing for a few minutes and reorder the agenda so we can whip through some of these items that have been delayed. I move to take up item 13B and E, 13H, I, and J. And just so you know that I will make a motion to extend the public hearing so all of you can be heard tonight. I don't think there are that many left of you, and I believe the chair is in accordance.
You want a second on the motion to change the order the day you got it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we can get these done in about 5 minutes, max. I'm hoping. At this point, and then we are going to continue listening to people. This will be very quick, I promise.
13B.
Is there any objection to reordering? Seeing none, we'll go through it then. I'd like at this time to open the public hearing for AR 246. This is appropriating $1,519,838 for child care licensing. Anybody want to speak to us on that matter? Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing.
Second.
I'm sorry, who moved it?
Wheeler.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion?
I did.
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. Mr. Birch, are you still there? Okay, Mr. Birch has taken, so we can do it this way. We're going to skip D because that wasn't in the motion. On 13E, it is the request of the petitioner that this be deferred until January 12th of next year.
Move to continue the public hearing to January 12th of next year.
Second.
All right, I'm first going to open it, and then we'll go for the motion to do that.
Get it on.
If anybody is here to speak to us about the rezone on Muldoon, this is item 13E, AO 55 for lots 1 through 12, Block 1, Block 2, etc., and Sunny Acres subdivision.
Waive reading.
If there is, all right, I'm seeing no one on that now. Mr. Coffey, could you remake that motion, please?
Remake that motion. Continue till January 12th.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there objection to doing that? Hearing and seeing none, this matter is continued to January 12th next year. I did not include F because I didn't know if there would be time or questions, or G, but 14H, this is the extended safety hour program. The sponsor has already indicated an intent to postpone till December 15th. However, if you would like to speak to the extended closing safety hour program, I'm opening the public hearing on this. It's 13H, AO 108. Anybody here want to speak to that? With the understanding, if you speak now, you cannot speak later on it. Mr. Kendall.
Well, I'm presuming this is about keeping the bars open late?
Yes, sir.
I got to speak to this. Well, first of all, my name is Paul D. Kendall. I want to thank you for this opportunity to come down here in a state of sheer fatigue again. I hope you have like an EMT, something on hand here. If somebody ever has a heart attack, I'm going to personally testify on their behalf that it was abusive, okay? Continuing these meetings till late at night is just shameful, in my opinion. You should shut them off at 9:30 for public comment, and then you folks conduct business. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't fathom any intelligent discussion would keep a bar open till 3 o'clock at night. I mean, I can't even rationale that one up. So that a female has time to be able to get a cab so that she doesn't get raped or plundered or pillaged or taken advantage of because she's out all night drinking. I mean, it begs a reflection of what is happening to our leadership. With alcohol now going to being subsidized on a massive scale, just massive, and our leaders looking the other way. You're dealing with homeless and what you call chronic alcoholics, blaming them as the problem, not you, because you don't hold the alcohol accountable, because you don't tally up all of the impacts that alcohol does on a family and social services. It's them little people that got sucked into it. It's their fault. And now you want to leave a bar open under some connivance, some contrived reasoning of, oh, well, that person, they can just get liquored up and do brain damage, and instead of stumbling into some sidewalk and learning a lesson about it, they can find a reason to go out more. And then when they stay out later, hell, let's just stay open all night another hour. I mean, it just goes to beg to some cry for an intelligent discussion, even at 10:30 at night or whatever time it is. So I rise in opposition to this, and I would hope that I think that those of you who would suggest that you extend these hours, I would suggest that you write some communist manifesto or something of that nature to show your position so that we can be enlightened by your intellectual superiority on the position. Thank you. And as you can tell, I'm very concerned what alcohol has done to my society. But I'm more concerned about those adults who allow it to happen time and time again without holding those industries accountable physically for their endangerment. And instead, we just subsidize them. It is along the lines, in closing, and I'm trying to construct this conversation because it caught me off guard. It is along the lines of those who want to go to a foreign country and kill those people so that they can offer them a new democracy. Just staggering. For every man that dies, 5 are wounded, and we come back here and have to pay those people the rest of their lives, not to mention the innocent children, so that somebody here, because they don't understand the energy of nature, of energy, can continue to just plunder us. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Have you spoken on this matter before? No. All right. If you speak now, you realize. Okay.
I understand. My name is Lynette Marino-Hins, and I come to the Assembly to speak on this matter because for 30 years I've driven a cab. And I beg to differ with Paul in regards to this issue. The cabs, the night shift, the AFN is over, and those cabbies are not making a lot of money right now. There's no AFN here next year, and why I support extending, most of the cabbies do support extending the safety hour. It's because not only is there homeless people, not only is there, people that are drinking at bars, but there's a lot of youth out there. There's young people the age of 21 to 28. I consider that young, I'm sorry. But, extending it, I've seen many times myself, I've had to take home someone, a young male, that just was not in the shape to go home. He did not know his address. I can tell you this over and over again. He just moved to an apartment building. I picked up military people that did not know exactly where they were because they just moved into the city. Village people. I picked up a lot of different people. That's why I do think that this is very, very a good idea, because I know that I don't consider I have a babysitting license when I drive a cab, but sometimes that's what I do. That's exactly what I do. That's exactly what 200 cabbies out there do at night. And we don't even only do that. You guys can be coming from the airport at 2 o'clock in the morning from a late flight, and we're out there on those streets in the winter time, and we're looking after you guys. We are looking after you. There is the cab drivers do the safety watch. They do keep an eye on people, and we do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond has a question.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming and hanging in here with us tonight. I really appreciate it. I also appreciate the firsthand look from the viewpoint of the taxi driver, which is what this is all about. Do you understand that this ordinance would allow people to keep their drinks in front of them and finish them after closing hour?
Well, excuse me, I know this is the United States of America, and I do understand I am not a drinker. I've never been a drinker, and keeping the drinks in front of them is not necessarily a good idea from my own viewpoint, but I do support, an extended hour, because, if it's non-alcoholic, like sodas, water, etc., coffee, that's provided by those bars, that would be a better choice. My own personal view.
Thank you. I did want your head, because you won't be able to testify again when this finally comes up for debate and a vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
of the Anchorage Cab Drivers Association.
Just a minute. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez has another question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along those same lines, I appreciate having your perspective here. I've been in many meetings about the development of this and not entirely comfortable with it yet, but what I haven't had is the chance to talk to somebody who's actually there on the front line, as it were, with driving a cab. I'm told that at the bar break that the cabs make one run, because by the time they get back to the bar to maybe make a second pickup, people have either made the bad decision to drive themselves home or gotten in the car with the first person available. Is that kind of your experience? Is that accurate from your perspective?
What happens is that, excuse me, is that sometimes the bar, bar owners, waitresses don't know exactly where somebody went because they're so intoxicated. And so what happens is that when a cab driver comes back, sometimes I'm looking for the person behind the building. We don't know where they're taken off to. And if they're able to stay there inside the bar, and at least, we can be directed right to them, that's a little safer. That's what I see.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for coming. Is there anyone else? Hearing and seeing no one, Mr. Flynn, do you want to make the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'd move to continue the public hearing on this matter to December 15.
Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, this is extended to December 15th. I'm a little worried about opening up the next two, but I'm going to try it. 13I, this is AR 221, an ordinance revising and appropriating funds for the 2000.
Waive reading.
All right. The intent of the sponsor is to postpone. If you'd like to speak to this, though, you are certainly welcome to do so at this time. Anybody who'd like to come forward on the 2009 budget?
Paul Buchanan, I was going to ask for a point of inquiry, but I don't know what your procedures are for the public being able to participate outside the realm of the microphone. If I understood this correctly, you're looking to move a review of the budget. Is that what you're going to extend it to review it again?
The ordinance is to talk about the 2009 budget. The sponsor has indicated that she wants to postpone that until after we're done with 2010.
Next year.
She wants to do it in
okay. Well,
December. Well, go ahead, sir, and then Ms. Gray Jackson will speak to it.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm uncertain. Some of these things, by the time some of us get up here, we're really not informed as we should be, and I guess that's my mistake, and I stand accountable. But I'm for all extensive discussions. I am convinced that our problem is the process is broken. There's just no doubt about it. I listen to these people here that come here tonight, and in my world, they're unsung heroes. They're God's warriors because each of them finds some compelling reason to be here. And when you look at the duality of our nature, the good and the bad, and the light and the dark, and the male and the female, you realize without these opposing views that we have no real means to construct a better society. So I'm for any extended dialogue. It's just I can't quite get a grip on how extensive this is because there's no description for us little people that are in the public here. And thanks, I guess, for the opportunity to come up here and ramble. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on this matter? Seeing no one further, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I move to postpone or continue the public hearing until December 1st, I just passed a memo, and hopefully everybody has gotten it by now, that shows a little bit of history that our council put together on my behalf of budget revisions up or down that have taken place in the past as far back in the early 80s, I believe. With that said, Madam Chair, I'd like to move to postpone, to continue the public hearing on AR 2009-221 until the meeting of December 1st. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there objection? Seeing none, that matter is continued till the 1st. I'd now like to open the public hearing on AO 115. This is amending Code 6.40 on reports and audits.
Waive reading.
All right. There's also an intent by the sponsor to postpone this. But if you'd like to speak to us, come forward now. Hearing and seeing no one. Mr. Clayman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to continue the public hearing on this until December 1st.
Second.
Is there objection?
Question?
Mr. Coffey?
Is this going to go to the Budget Committee, I understood, for review relative to all of our reporting stuff?
Actually, Mr. Coffey, there's actually two parts. It is going to the Budget Committee, but before we get there, I actually plan to meet with both the Chief Financial Officer and OMB Director, because rather than just, I'd like to hopefully get consensus on what they think is reasonable to report and what we think is reasonable to report.
Right. And so the point of the postponement is just to give you a chance to do that, and it may die or it may stay alive depending on what you come up with.
I think it'll stay alive, but I think it will have some changes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know that.
Was there objection to the continuation? Saying none, that matters continue to the 1st. All right, we're back at the budget hearings. At this point, we've got about 10 more names, and my hope would be that we could get through them, or we could have a motion to continue the meeting to get through them.
Madam Chair, could we get an indication of who's left to testify by raising hands, and then we can make our motion to continue to get it done?
1, 2, well, that looks like a little more than 10.
Madam Chair, I move to continue to 11:30 if necessary, and as last week we continued to midnight, that passed, and I think we closed up at like 11:02.
What? All right,
that would be nice.
There's a motion.
10:59, Madam Chair.
There is a motion to before us. Was there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion to continue to 11:30 if necessary to continue public testimony. Is there objection?
This item only, right, Madam Chair, the budget?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
No, that's not true.
Oh.
We also have the other 3 budgets. And remember we divided
the capital
the 6
budgets, yes.
and the enterprise.
Enterprise budgets,
yes,
thank
sir.
you.
All right. So at this time, I'm going to continue down the list. We're on the last page. Jane Anvik, I believe she left.
Nope. Second public.
Oh, she reappeared. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Jane Anvik. I know you've had a long night. I am here simply to say I believe that our community is in need of your support for libraries and for the transit system. And I know you have a challenge. I know you have a very big financial problem. And that I don't have the answer to Mr. Coffey's question, which is what should we cut if we were going to support transit and libraries. I believe that I trust that you have the capacity to figure that out. I simply want to say that the value of providing libraries to our communities is really critical, and that providing public transportation for people who don't have cars, like I do, is really critical. And so I don't have a good answer to the question of what would we cut instead. I suggest, unpopularly, that we go to the tax cap ceiling in terms of the money that is available for us to spend. And I believe that it is our job as a community to do those things as the government that we can do better as a community than that we can do as individuals. And libraries and buses are high on my list. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Neva Reese and then Richard Kohler. And then after Richard Kohler, Lynette Marino-Hines. Hello.
My name is Neva Reese. I'm a librarian at North Star Elementary School, a Title I school in Anchorage. I am a property owner in Mountain View, and I think that's just about everything that identifies me this evening. I used to be an artist, so I'm in big support of the arts as well. But my biggest concern about this, I could even say as a property owner, I want my property values to stay decently high. If I'm going to pay property tax, I want to be paying property tax on a property that has value. I think that the value that my property has now is based on the quality of my community. I think if my community falls in quality, so will my property value. and that's going to really hurt. I think that if we cut the things that we're talking about cutting, what we're looking at is long-term costs. The people that don't have services today have fewer opportunities for constructive activities. And when they have fewer opportunities for constructive activities, we're going to pay for that later. And I think the decision we have to make, and one person alluded to that earlier, do we want to pay for prisons that then we can say, oh, this is a necessity, we have to pay for this? Or do we want to pay for the things that are going to help people have good choices, have good opportunities, educate themselves, make progress with their lives? We have to make a choice. But we will pay for it if we cut the budget now for the kind of services that you're talking about. We are going to pay for it. And if you are conservative, if you care about the community, if you care about the property owners, you are not going to diminish these services because they are going to hurt us. And I can give you a little opportunity to know about some of the things that happened in California with Prop 13 because I worked there at that time. I'm a trained school librarian, but when I was in California, the schools could not afford librarians. So I worked as a clerk, and I worked for the same pay as a clerk because nobody could pay a librarian to work in their school libraries. They laid us off every spring because the school budgets could never depend on whether or not they had the money to hire us back in the fall. So all through the summer, everybody was on unemployment. So I don't understand how that saved anyone money because it cost the state money to provide unemployment for the people that they kept laying off because they couldn't say whether or not they're going to have a job. There were homeless people when I lived in Santa Cruz who were let out on the street because they were in homes that were kind of provided support for people who had mild mental health problems, but they weren't dangerous or anything, so they were released out into the street, and you could see people come out onto the street, have it together, and within a few weeks, their whole condition had degenerated, and they were unable to take care of themselves. That's some of the effects of policies like Prop 13. So please consider the real long-term cost. Thank you.
Just a minute. Mr. Flynn has a question.
Just a comment.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Burke was speaking about Proposition 4 in year 2000. What he declined to mention is that I was actually the GOT director on the opposing side of that measure, which failed model after Prop 13. It failed about 71% to 29% on a statewide basis. So
I'm sorry. I didn't quite
just for
catch that.
information, similar to Prop 13.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Failed in year 2000.
Well, there are costs to those kinds of cost-saving measures, and that's what we're looking at. Is I want my property to have value. I want my town to have value. I want to protect these things. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn agrees with you.
Okay. Cool.
Mr. Kohler, and then Lynette Marino-Hines, and then Mark Fish. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, good evening. I'm going to start from the end because the last time I did this, I didn't get to finish.
Okay.
But my end is the beginning. Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, if you demonstrate fiduciary responsibility, you can count on me to stand with you and for you. Without going into specifics, generally speaking, every time an administration changes, so do interpretations and implementation of regulations and procedures. This year we've experienced two administrative changes at the state level and at the local level. The changes that will occur at the state level are nowhere near what will change at the local level. The difference between Mayor Begich and Mayor Sullivan are profound, whereas the difference between Governor Palin and who's that guy? Where is he? What's his name? Sean Parnell? Governor Parnell? There's not much difference there.
Can you stick with the mic so the TV can pick you up?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to be less nervous.
You're doing fine.
Anyhow, I've gotten through the changes in the administrations, And Mr. Mayor Sullivan, I trust, has already implemented many administrative measures to reduce expenses. I would encourage him to dig deeper and be, according to the Liberals, merciless, to wring the rag of unnecessary expenditures within every department. Politically, such actions are nearly impossible, and there are many reasons for this. Taking entitlements, what people think they're entitled to these things. Taking entitlements away from people. For example, unqualified people getting daycare assistance. That's cold and hard, but the regulations and the laws are written and they should be followed. Mayor Begich, I believe, did not apply the regulations as a conservative. He did it as a liberal. A conservative is there now, and I can speak to this because my daughter, after the mayor took over, they discovered that she wasn't eligible for one of her entitlements. Thank you very much, and my daughter's doing fine. And Mayor, I will stand with you. And by the way, thank you for continuing me. I'm a member of the Alaskans for Liberty, the Conservative Patriots Group, and the Municipal Taxpayers League. And I would like to remind everybody that in my closing, which was my beginning, we're out here. And Eddie Burke called you the Socialist Six. I'm not going to be associating myself with those terms, but I will associate myself with the other people that were members of the Taxpayer League. Thank you.
Sir? Once again, Lynette Marino-Hines, Mark Fish, and Catherine Hilsdale. Go ahead.
Madam Chairwoman, Assembly members, and Mayor Dan Sullivan. The last time I spoke to you about testimony was regarding the homelessness, and my husband constantly watches the programs on the cable channels, and so I had came up with that one idea, but I think I went pretty bizarre into it. Anyway, but what I'm here to talk to you about tonight is that I know that Anchorage's history, we have 100 years coming up real shortly here. And I would like to see, I know, we don't have a lot of money, but I am hoping that there could be a fundraising for it for a 100-year celebration for Anchorage. I had talked to the past Mayor Begich about this, so it's not like I didn't bring this up before, but I'm really shocked that he never did anything up on this. But I would really like to ask the mayor and the city to invite and honor the Athabascan Indians from Eklutna to this celebration because it is their land, and we are guests, actually. Thank you very much, and hope you have a good sleep and drive home safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Fish, and then I think it's Catherine Hicks after Mr. Fish.
Hi, I'm Mark Fish, and I wasn't going to testify, but I got here because I got here very late. I was in a meeting organizing liberty-minded people for political action. I sat here and listened to some testimony, and it compelled me to give my side of the story. One of the things I want to clear up is the permanent fund dividend is not free money. It's a dividend. You should check your Constitution. That is a return on a share of the wealth of each and every Alaskan. And you know where mine goes? To you guys. That and more. My dividend go to my property check, and I ask, is that enough? And you say, no,
we need a little more. Well, how much do you need next year? The question, and the answer invariably is, we don't know, but it's going to be more. You know, this is it. Somebody invited me out of town after living here for 42 years of my life, being raised in Eagle River, living in Anchorage for 42 years. I was just invited out of town because I don't want to pay more taxes. Well, it's not a question of want. Do you know what I have given up in the last 6 years as our property value, or our spending has went up 84%? You know what I've personally given up after 20 years of service in Alaska Army National Guard? I have given up magazine subscriptions. I've given up cable. I've given up newspaper subscriptions. I've given up season tickets to Anchorage UAA hockey games. I've given up dining out. I've given up contributing and supporting arts. Why? Because you folks seem to have the idea that you can spend my money better than I can. I am happy to pay taxes, but you know what? I am going to pay taxes in a place, and yes, it is here in this local area that I still get my dividend check in, that honors and respects their property tax owners. And if this is not the town that will do it, I know of a town that is, and I'm not giving the name because I don't want anybody following me. You know, all I have to say is it should have a sign up there for taxpayers, abandon all hope who enters here, because we're going off a cliff. And whether we Anchorage taxpayers walk off a cliff or run off it, it's still a cliff, okay? You know, the only role of the government, only legitimate role of government is to ensure an individual's right to life, liberty, and property. Everything else belongs to society. Let society take care of their problems. You know, I can take care of mine, and I will help anybody take care of theirs, because that's who we are. We're good-natured folks. We don't need government coming in and cutting their piece of the cake and telling us how well they are, how good they are for doing what we should do for ourselves. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. At this point, I'd like once again to call Catherine, I hope it's Hicks, it could be Helzo, and then Sam Pepper, and then Emily Lewis, and then Paul Kendall, and then Cheryl Richardson. And then we're off the list and we'll take whoever wants to speak. Did I call your name? Come, wait just a minute, Mr. Kendall. This person is before you.
My name is Emily Lewis, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Assembly members, Mayor Sullivan, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I don't pay property taxes, but I do pay rent in Mountain View, and my rent does go up every time these property taxes do. I do work downtown with some of the street kids on my own time, on my own money, and I don't make that much. But these kids use the library to find their jobs, to find where they're going to stay. They use Covey to figure out what they're going to do with their life. Get a little bit of skills, get a meal. We use the library, we use the bus system. I started a job a couple years ago where I worked at 5:30 in the morning. I was walking from Mountain View to downtown to go to work. And that's not that safe. Luckily, I got a vehicle, and my hours changed a little bit. So now I can take the bus if I need to, which I probably am because, well, my vehicle's not in the best state. But I know it's not that easy to choose where to cut and where you're going to trim here and there. But looking around this room, I counted 38 lights that were on. Do we really need this much light? Do we really need to have rooms in buildings that have lights on and there's no one in there at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning? Unless that light's needed, unless that temperature's needed in that room, it's not needed. That's one thing, Mr. Coffey. You can look at other things in the budget. There's other things out there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sticking around. Now, Mr. Kindle.
I think you should give rain tickets to those people that couldn't hang in here tonight, quite frankly. Start my little timer. I'm sure it started here. Wow. Well, I want to thank you for the honor to come before such a distinguished and accomplished group of a body of leaders and have the opportunity to give you my take. And if I might, first of all, right off the bat for business, I would suggest several other areas you look into. Illegal aliens, they have to be taking lots of money out. Child support enforcement really needs to be taken out. Alcohol costs us, like I said, we're subsidizing it. And then energy, the feedstocks. Energy is simply disrupting all sectors of our society. I would remind you again, another thing bothers me, Mr. Mayor, is the oil companies should be giving weekly reports to you on record as to where their intentions are. Believe me, we are not headed for good times, as near as I can tell. So here's what I'd like to suggest. What really needs to be done, ladies and gentlemen, when you get this many sectors are out of control, it's like a large family. All the kids are yelling and fighting. You just got to slam them all down and go, hey, we're done. Get in there and we're going to get it over with. When your society begins to unravel like this, you have to reset the button. This body, in opposition to the mayorals, as the society should with two opposing views, both of you have an opportunity to have a magnificent time in history. You need to reconstruct your society. When it gets this aberrant, this deviant, you have to step into it and do large things. You cannot do those large things unless you have a large public gathering where you can show true leadership capacity, like you've done tonight, only in a much engaged and larger atmosphere, okay? You both have a chance to lead. And by the way, I might remind you that around the world, they are reconstructing on a scale of the likes that I have never seen before. So don't tell me it's not being done. So you have a chance to do that here. Now, here's what I suggest you do. Well, before I go there, let me explain to you what's happening as near as I can tell. When you take the school district who we're paying to be a teacher, we pay them, they go out, they buy a house, they pay some taxes, they pay some utilities, but it really doesn't matter to them because we're paying them. We're paying them to pay the bills, and they got a free ride. It is a free ride. Well, then you look at the federal government, it's the same way. And then the state government, and then the city government. All of those tax-supported entities, ladies and gentlemen, they have to feed. Well, now they're beginning to feed on each other. We saw the financial world collapse because they had to feed on somebody else because they didn't want to work. The energy companies are feeding. What happens in a society, unless you have your priorities intact and understand where they're going, is you will begin to feed on each other. It will become a classic castle mentality, those people inside the loop. And that's where I think our society is headed. So I think you need to come together, you need to issue this. You need to suggest that the first 75 feet by 75 feet piece of property was not taxable, zero taxable. The first 1,000 square feet of a residential area is not taxable. When you make those kind of declarations, in summary, what will happen is the public will begin to look around. And when they look around, they'll begin to ask, well, who's going to pay for this? And that's where we need to be, ladies and gentlemen. We need to go back to what the priorities are in an open arena outside of some corrupted moment or some special interest moment. And thank you again. And I wish you really would cut the public hearings off at 9:30. And it really is, I think, taking our society apart running them late like this. Thank you.
Ms. Richardson, come on down.
Good evening, members of the Assembly and Mayor Sullivan. I think this is the first time I've testified with you over there, so it's nice to see you. I'm here on behalf of Anchorage Citizens Coalition, and I'd like to sneak in a personal comment on the budget before I start. I'm one of those folks who graduated from elementary, junior high, and high school out of Anchorage. My kids came through the same way, and now I've got a grandchild in first grade. In my opinion, I got a good education back in the day, but I believe it's been increasingly superior every time my kids are coming through. And now I'm very pleased with the education my grandchildren are getting here. The big difference, and you can read it in the paper, and I'm sure you get briefings on this, my estimation is that about 30% of those kids in that classroom did not come to school with English as their first language. And so they use people like me to come in and supplement the program, and I'm happy to do it. It's a lot of fun. But I just wanted to give a public plug that the Anchorage School District is doing a heck of a job. So I'm not real interested in seeing less resources going into that classroom. So I have 2 points to make. Surprise, I'm talking about transit. Basically, my pitch tonight is that we need transit to be a full partner in the land use and transportation decisions that are being made in Anchorage. And frankly, that's not happening. Transit is right there at the end of the limb, being ready to be sawed off every time we hit a budget shortfall. We need transit to build the city that we described in Anchorage 2020, so that people can get around town without a car if they choose or if they don't have the income. It's a lot healthier, frankly, to get around without a car. I'm witness to somebody who doesn't. It helps clean the air. It makes for much better neighborhoods and safer streets if we have viable transit in this town. The best example of why we need transit is the new Fairview Freeway. We know how upset Rogers Park and other neighborhoods were when they saw the map and it looked like they might be sliced apart by a freeway. But there's Fairview right in line. They'll be doubling the traffic, doubling the speeds, increasing the air pollution and the noise, and frankly decreasing the public health through Fairview. From the beginning, if you go into those public hearings, that they're meetings and hearings, I'm sorry you guys, it's so late, you could hear the people at the meetings very consistently ask for more transit and not a freeway. They were very vocal about it. Mountain View, Fairview meetings, all over town. The last meeting, they wouldn't give us the microphone over at Wendler, but I think they've learned their lesson on that one. I thought I had 5 minutes as an organization.
It's been 3, but
oh my gosh.
Summarize.
Okay. Okay, full partners. I'm going to zip through that one. The second point is unusual information that I picked up this week. It looks like transit is giving twice. They gave in 3 different forms in terms of fuel cost increases went back into the general fund. They shifted money, some 5307 money, some federal money got shifted back into operations. The third piece is that the federal stimulus money, $500,000 for 09, went into transit operating. And still, they got cut for service. They gave twice, in the cash line and then in the service cuts. And the same thing is happening in 2010. You're getting $595,000 coming in with federal stimulus dollars this year.
Ms. Richardson, Ms. Drummond has a question for you.
Thanks for coming, Cheryl. Have you emailed those statistics to all Assembly members?
Nope. I just
if you would do that,
and
I assume your remarks are written so that you can email them to us.
I'll be happy to do it.
You always have excellent statistics. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Anyone else who'd like to testify? I knew you've been waiting, sir.
Yes. Madam Chairperson, council members, and Mayor, I'm Dean Dunsmore. I'm a resident of Anchorage. I originally came here to speak in favor of the arts, the buses, the libraries. I cannot add to the eloquent statements that have already been had. I have a different problem that has risen as sitting here tonight. That is, I accept the fact that there's a budget problem, and there apparently is going to be. But I don't see long-term thinking. If we're going to have a city that's just fire departments, police departments, and roads, there is no quality of life. We have no city that businesses will come to. We have cities that we have a city that some people may leave. I think I agree with Mr. Coffey. We have to talk. He may not agree that he wants to, but we have to start asking do we have to raise revenue? There is nothing wrong with taxes. I know people say taxes are bad. Taxes are what society pays as a group for civilization. If we're going to have a civilization, a civilized society, we may have to talk about raising revenue. You folks are the people with knowledge. You folks, and particularly the mayor, who has a great amount of credibility with the city right now, are the ones who can go to the people and say, look, I know you don't like taxes, But we got to have a city, and if revenue is our problem, can make the pitch. I realize we have to get a 60% vote, but I think people have to make a commitment if that's the problem. If that's not the problem, then you're pulling the wool over our eyes. I accept that there's a problem. That's all I pitch. I just don't see, everybody seems to be focusing on, as I see, the immediate budget, but I hear there's a budget worse problem coming up. We have to start thinking revenue, and I think you folks are the people who can go forward and with the credibility to say to the public we need it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this?
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Dan Flaherty, and I've proudly served as a volunteer at the Oscar Anderson House Museum for more than 17 years, accruing more than 4,000 hours of volunteer service. During that time, I've scrubbed floors, vacuumed carpets, carted handbags or sandbags to prevent a natural spring ice flow from damaging the museum. And I have even been attacked by a squirrel who insisted on making the museum his residence. I won. But mostly I've been privileged to give tours of Anchorage's only house museum to visitors young and old. In this unique setting, the part-time manager and museum volunteers have not only been able to depict the rigors, challenges, and joys of early Anchorage life, they have also established the interrelatedness of those experiences with contemporary life. Most of the history we present at the Oscar Anderson House Museum has to do with community, the Anchorage community, and how people can and have pulled together. Between 1978 and 1982, another generation of Anchorage citizens came together and created the Oscar Anderson House Museum to continue to remind us of our past. The Anderson family donated the house to the city along with numerous personal belongings. More than 200 Anchorage citizens donated their family memories and their treasures. Documentary film director Ken Burns has stated that it is not enough to recognize our nation's treasures. Our generation and succeeding generations must continue to protect, preserve, and share them with future generations. I have a similar feeling about the Oscar Anderson House Museum. The early heritage of our Anchorage community resounds in that little house in Elderberry Park and connects us to our sense of place. The 50th anniversary of Alaska statehood has been a time to increase and inspire our appreciation of history and hopefully not to eliminate opportunities where we can learn about our roots. There are some values in our community that defy economic analysis, yet we still hold them dear. History is one of them. Thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts with you.
Dr. Selkirk?
I just wanted to say thanks for all your work and all your volunteerism. Thanks for waiting so long tonight, too.
Thank you.
We did discuss the House, sir, in work session. It's come up 3 different times, and the administration assures us that they're aware of the problem and are trying to work through to find a solution. So we are not ignorant of the problem, but thank you. I also want to echo Dr. Selkirk's thanks. That's a long, committed record of service, and we do appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us? Mr. Dunsmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I've got some, when I've looked over the budget, I've had some very deep concerns about just the direction that this budget is looking to take our city and the effects on what it'll have in the city in the future. I will suggest 2, because the health department is the department of the city I'm most familiar with. I will be suggesting 2 specific amendments and to restore funding that's proposed to be cut to that budget. But first, I'd just like to explain my general thoughts on why the administration and the Assembly need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a better budget. This budget seems very reactionary to the hard economic times, which is understandable. Being mayor is obviously a very difficult job, and coming forward with a budget to meet all of the diverse aspects of what the city does is going to be tough. But we need to invest in keeping Anchorage the city we want it to be. And I think we all agree that public safety is one of the main priorities of the city government. But how we keep down the need from having to hire as many police officers 20 years down the road is by making sure that today we continue to invest in education, that we continue to make sure that that the kids have someplace to go after school so they're not going into a life of crime. We need to make sure that people can get around town. We need to make sure that we have a vibrant cultural community. This is how we, in 20 years and further down the road, how we keep being the city we are now, how we become an even better city, and how we prevent becoming, like Detroit or other cities that have faced similar budget crises. As for the health department budget, I'm specifically concerned, one, with the request to cut, I believe it's a 0.5 FTE for information services. Through my about 4 or 5 years on the Health Commission, so every single meeting we have, it comes up that one of our biggest problems is we just don't have the data. And this comes in with all levels of health planning across the city, is that we just don't have the data. And I think we need to, if anything, we need to expand our information capabilities. And another concern I have with that is the health department's web presence is fairly lousy, and it's because in the past their budget has been cut to the bone. They've been having to focus on services, but as a result, there's less information out there on the web for the public to find out about the services, for us as citizens to view the information available, for you as Assembly people to go and find the information on the web. And I just think cutting anything from information services is a really big mistake. The other, I would also request that you add back in the money for the child care and child adult licensing. I think that it's just already that's fairly bare bones staff, and parents have a right to expect that the city is going to make sure that the daycare center they're sending their kids to, that they're up to code.
Thank you, Mr. Dunsmore.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to come and speak to us on the budget? Hearing and seeing no one, I'd like to close the public hearing on items 14A, B, and C.
Madam Chair.
The second public hearing. Thank you. I'm sorry, someone said something.
Yeah, I'd like to move to combine the public hearing on items 14 Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there objection? All right. At this point, I'd like to open the public hearing on the municipal utilities and enterprise budgets, both their capital improvement program, their capital budget, and their operating, and also the operating and capital budget for the Anchorage Community Development Authority. So if anybody would like to speak to us on any of those matters, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one. Wait, someone is coming? And could you give your name one more time?
Lynette Marino Hims, and I have lived here for 41 years in Anchorage, Alaska. I wanted to address the municipal utilities. My husband wanted me to get up and say that we pay a lot of money towards the utilities. We are property owners, and we pay our taxes. For the year it's $6,600, but the utilities, he wanted me to just get up and state that I know that they're going up, and Instar and Chugach and everything, and so we're He just wanted me to say that, he doesn't like it going up. That's all. So thank you very much.
The rates going up, you mean? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak to us on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, those public hearings are now closed. It's the second public round of hearings on those topics. Since our motion was to continue just that,
Madam Chair, I'll move to adjourn.
Thank you very much. We are now adjourned.
See, I told you.